Caught in a love trap.
Summary. Logan Foster was raised by his older brother, and after dropping out of high school went to work for him in his construction company. He loved sex and the women who were into some of the kinky stuff. A friend of his talked him into doing a radio show once a week. It was for mature adults, and Logan would have to give advice on romance and sex. He was arrogant, rude and downright explicit when he gave advice on sex. He was soon given the nickname, the Love Doctor. His dirty talk got the women wet and the men angry. He became famous and the ratings on the show went through the roof. Women sent him gifts and left their phone numbers. Since he wanted to keep his true identity a secret from his friends and family, he couldn't go out with them. But that didn't matter to him, since he had more women and sex than any man could ask for. He was a player and never went out with the same woman twice. It was just sex for him, nothing more. The only one that knew he was the Love Doctor was his brother, who kept Logan's secret. But one night a caller got his attention. She was angry about the advice he gave his callers. He knew he had to meet her, and tricked her into telling him where her hangouts were. He knew he had to meet her and get her into bed, but he was in for a huge surprise. He just might meet his match. Chapter 1. Here is a sample of our two main characters, a little insight as to who they are. Logan Foster, 27 years old, was raised by his older brother, Alexander, who is 15 years his senior. When their parents died when he was just 8 years old, he was a handful, getting into fights, and when he dropped out of school, he went to work at his brother's construction site. He was good-looking, charming. The ladies loved him, and soon he became skilled in the art of lovemaking. Yes, he was a bad boy, a player, and went from one woman to the next. No woman could resist him, especially when he gave them that smile of his that showed off his dimples. He loved sex and the women who enjoy a bit of the kinky stuff. He always left them satisfied, leaving them wanting more. He was sitting in a bar with a friend who works for a radio station, and he told him they were looking for someone to host a new show. It was for one night a week and was to be about romance advice. They wanted it to have sizzling hot topics, one meant for mature adults, and a host who wasn't afraid to get down and dirty. It wasn't long before he had the female callers wet and the male callers angry. He was given the nickname the Love Doctor. Even though his life was full, he had a good job and all the pussycat he wanted, he still felt something was missing. Then one night, right at midnight, he got a female caller who was complaining about her boring sex life. She had one of those voices that sounded like an angel, and he just knew she had to be beautiful. He tried his best to keep her calling every Friday night. He had to find out who she was and where she was. For weeks they communicated this way, and each time, he was able to find out some little details, such as which bar she liked to go to, that she was 25 and recently broke up with her boyfriend. No name was given out. It was against the station's policy. Only the callers could say their first names, and even then most of those names were false. Riley Cooper, 25, with black hair and gray eyes, grew up in Boston. When her parents moved to Florida, she stayed behind. She recently broke up with her boyfriend, Silas Dawson, of 3 years. Things were good for the first 2 years they were together, but the last year he became very possessive and controlling. He never physically abused her, but he was emotionally and verbally abusive. To make matters worse, he was a selfish lover. Only his sexual needs were important to him. She longed for a man who would make her feel desired, one who thought of her pleasure before his own. She also wanted more intense sex, to explore different positions, and she wanted to know what an orgasm felt like. Even before she met Silas, her other boyfriends weren't good lovers. One night her friend, Alyssa Goldstein, told her about this guy on the radio, called the Love Doctor, and suggested she listen to his program. For 2 weeks she listened to him. Some of the advice he gave was pure crap in her opinion, but others she found to be sexually titillating, making her wet. She finally gave in and called his show, calling herself Unfulfilled. Chapter 2. It's Friday, so what are your plans for the weekend? Alexander asked during lunch with Logan, as if he had to ask. Knowing his brother, he probably had a string of women waiting for him. Oh, you know, same old thing. Don't you ever get tired of playing the field? He smiled at him. Don't you ever get tired of being married and only sleeping with one woman night after night? I thought you liked Anna. I do. I think she's great. It's just that I can't imagine being with one woman when there are so many hot ones out there. Alexander chuckled. Brother, when you find the right one, you'll change your mind. There's nothing like that one special woman that makes you want to be only with her. She's also given me 2 beautiful sons, and I wouldn't trade my life for anything. I'm happy you found the love of your life, but it's not the life I want for myself. I like things the way they are, not being tied down and no strings attached, Logan said as he cleaned up his mess. I'd better get back to work. I wouldn't want the boss to fire me. Alexander shook his head at his younger brother. Mark my words, bro, the right girl will come along. Logan was anxious to finish his shift. He wanted to go home and shower before taking a nap. Being Friday night, he had to be at the radio station, and after that, he had a date with a hot blonde. When the workday was over, he grabbed his belongings and headed out. He had to make a stop at the store and pick up some condoms. At the store, he picked up some mouthwash and toothpaste, and grabbed a box of condoms and went up to the cashier. A young girl was working behind the counter, and when she went to ring his stuff up, she smiled, adding her eyelashes at him. "Oh, extra large ones," she said, giving him that come-fu-came-me look. He paid the bill and smiled back at her. She was cute but way too young, and he wasn't about to get charged with statutory rape. He then went home, took a quick shower, and had a bite to eat before getting some sleep. He got to the station just after his producer did. Andy, who was around the same age, single and on the short side, sported a beer belly. "Hey Logan, we haven't started yet and already we have callers standing by to talk to the love doctor," Andy said as he set everything up. "All of the female callers want to know who you really are. One woman even said she'd give me a BJ if I told her. You better not reveal my true identity no matter what they offer you," he replied, going into his booth and putting on his headphones. Through the glass, he watched Andy as he used his fingers to count down from 3, letting him know he was about to be on air. Andy used a whip sound from his controls. Logan's cue to begin. "Good evening to all you sex-starved men and women. The love doctor is here to answer all of your questions. Who's our first caller, Andy?" he asked, looking at him with a smile. "Well, doctor, we have David here who is having trouble satisfying his girl." "David, what seems to be the problem?" "Doc, me and my girl have been dating for 3 months now, and when we're doing it I can tell she's not happy. It starts off good. We start kissing, and when I get inside her I ejaculate right away." "Tell me, David, how much foreplay is there beforehand?" "I kiss her, play with her tits, and then get inside." "Dude, women are like a fine-tuned musical instrument. They need to be warmed up before you can begin to play. Try kissing her neck, moving down and putting your head between her legs. Let your tongue and mouth pleasure her. Make her come and then move up and kiss her. Let her taste herself on your mouth. Pay attention to her breasts. Massage them. Take a nipple in your mouth and run your tongue over it and start sucking on it. These are just some of the things that will have her wet and panting for you." "I'll give it a try," the caller said before hanging up. "Andy, who's our next caller?" "We have a Susan online." "Susan, how can I help you?" "Doc, I heard what you said to the last caller, and my boyfriend won't go down on me. How do I get him to?" "Susan, you can tell him that's what you want." "I have, but he still won't do it." "Tell me, have you gotten down on your knees and given him a blowjob?" "No." "Then I suggest you do. There's nothing more a man enjoys than getting a good head. I guarantee if you do this for him, he will be more willing to do the same for you. I also suggest you do some landscaping down there. There's nothing a man hates more than getting pubic hair in his mouth." After an hour and a few more calls, he looked through the glass at Andy and signaled for them to take a break. "Okay folks, we're going to take a short break. Have your questions ready for the love doctor when we return." Andy's husky voice boomed over the radio. Pouring two coffees took them into Logan's booth, handing him one. He leaned back in his chair, putting his feet up on the desk. "Andy, I've been doing this for quite some time now, and it's always the same old questions. It's getting boring, so I need to kick it up a notch." "Logan, be careful what you say on air. You've already been warned once before." After taking a short break, his next caller was a young female, who was having trouble giving her boyfriend a good BJ. "I don't know what I'm doing wrong. He doesn't seem to be enjoying it. You need to add some variety. Try doing the butterfly flick on him." "What's that?" she asked. "Okay, here's what you do. While bobbing on the head of a snake, twist your hands on his shaft and swirl your tongue around the ridge, separating the shaft from the head. Flick your tongue back and forth across his delicate ridge. I guarantee you that he will love it." The next caller was a man who was getting frustrated with the girl he was seeing. "What the problem, buddy?" "Well, Doc, I've taken this girl out on 3 dates already, and all she will let me do is kiss and hold her hand. I want sex, but she keeps saying no. What should I do?" "Dump her bum now. If she's not giving it up by now, then she's only after one thing. and that is to trick you into a relationship and possibly marriage. My motto is do hit it and quit it. There's plenty of women out there that are willing to give it up without wanting more than a one-night stand. And he made the whipping sound with his control and spoke. That's it for tonight, folks. Call back next Friday to hear what our good love doctor has to say. Riley Cooper was having a few drinks with some of her friends, who decided to turn on the radio and listen to the love doctor. She sat there listening, as she sipped on her glass of wine and shook her head. Oh my God, what an arrogant bastard. I can't believe he told that one guy to dump the girl, just because she didn't want to jump into bed with him. But he sounds so hot, and I bet he knows how to please a woman in bed, Julia said, fanning herself. And I bet he's hung like a horse, Chrissy said, slurring her words. Riley rolled her eyes at her two best friends. Oh please, he's probably some old fart who wouldn't be able to get it up even using Viagra. Tell me you don't waste your Friday nights listening to this tuts. You should listen to him. He really does come up with some good advice, and he gets me wet just listening to his SI voice, Julia said, smiling. I have better things to do than to listen to some idiot who probably doesn't have a doctor's degree in anything. She sat her glass down and stood up. I'm going to call a cab and head home. Riley, stay and have another drink with us. No, I'm tired and it's been a rough day at work. You girls have fun and I'll see you on Monday, she said. Picking up her phone, she called the cab company. Her boss had her running around all day, hand-delivering contracts to several new clients. She worked for Hemingworth Real Estate. They bought run-down properties, fixed them up and sold them for a huge profit. Her main job was to deal with the construction sites that were doing the tearing down and building new ones. When she arrived home and got to her apartment, she found a dancing red roses by the door. She picked them up and went inside. She really didn't need to read the card. She already guessed they were from Silas. Dumping the flowers into the waste bin under the kitchen sink, she glanced at the card and read it. Hey Tootsie, I'm so sorry about what happened. Please forgive me and take me back. I love you and miss you like crazy. Call me. Just so you know I won't give up on us. You belong to me, and only me. Love, Silas. Tearing up the card, she threw it on top of the flowers and turned on the kettle to make herself some tea. Throwing on a nightgown and taking her drink into the living room, she sat down and thought about how she met him in their lives together. The first time she saw him, she was taken by his good looks and charm. He was tall with blonde hair, had a husky body, and was also a football player. He wined and dined her, making her feel like a princess, and didn't rush her into having sex. After 2 months of dating, they finally made love, if you could call it that. That first time was so disappointing. There wasn't much foreplay. A touch here, a kiss there, and then he entered her, and within minutes he had come. Pulling out, he kissed her before falling asleep. He didn't even take the time to make sure she was satisfied or apologize for coming so quickly. Then she got to thinking it was the first time, and since he waited so long to have sex that maybe he couldn't help it. But as time went by, it didn't get any better. He still took what he wanted and didn't care about her needs. At the time she thought she was in love with him, and figured once he was done the season and had more time there, sex life would get better. So when he asked her to move in with him, she did. As for things getting better, it never did. In fact, it got worse. When she tried to tell him how she was feeling, he would get mad and another side of him came out. One that scared the hell out of her. He would call her names, break things, and accuse her of being the selfish one. After that she kept quiet. And when he crawled on top of her at night, she closed her eyes, praying for it to end quickly, which it always did. The last straw for her was when she came home after being out with her girlfriends. He had come home early from a game, and not finding her at home went into a fit of rage. After guzzling half a bottle of whiskey, he destroyed the apartment. He was totally wasted when she walked in and saw how the apartment was torn apart. She also had to duck when he flung the bottle at her, missing her head and hitting the wall. He called her a slut, saying he knew she was cheating and demanded to know who the man was. She tried to tell him there was no one and that she was out with the girls. He wouldn't listen. Grabbing her, he dragged her into the bedroom and forced himself on her, then passed out. When he was out cold, she got up, dressed and packed her things, leaving the apartment in tears and her inside sore from his roughness. She had nowhere to go. She ended up going to Alyssa's place. She couldn't hold back the sobs when her best friend opened the door. Seeing the shape Riley was in, she pulled her inside, giving her a hug. Over the next month, she stayed until she found an apartment that was close to her work. Silas begged her to come back, promising to never hurt her again, saying he was a changed man. But she knew he wouldn't, and also she realized she never loved him. He did stop for a while, only to start bothering her again when he thought she might have gotten over what took place. Not having heard from him in a few weeks, she thought he had finally gotten the hint and had moved on. Until now, when she found the flowers. Chapter 3. Riley ignored the calls from Silas. She had no desire to get into a fighting match with him over the phone or in person. Friday night rolled around and she found herself alone at home. It was almost midnight, and out of curiosity, she decided to turn on the radio and hear what the love doctor had to say. She only turned it on because she was bored. She listened as he told one male caller to wait a while before calling back the woman he had just slept with. He told him to make her wait because the longer she waited, the more she would want him and would give in to having sex with him again. This advice that the love doctor gave the caller pissed her off, and after having had a couple of drinks, it gave her the courage to call in and give him a piece of her mind. So, Andy, who do we have on the line next? Well, Duck, we have a young lady online who is not very happy with you. She's calling herself unfulfilled, and boy is she angry with you. Logan smiled at Andy through the glass partition. Miss Unfulfilled, what seems to be the problem, sweetheart? I'm not your sweetheart, and who the hell do you think? You are giving such ridiculous advice on love and relationship. I bet you have never been in a relationship or in love, otherwise you would know how a real gentleman would behave with a woman. Well, I'm not sure where all this anger is coming from, but I gather by what you're calling yourself that you are one especially frustrated woman. Look, you jerk, you told that one caller not to call the woman back after he had just slept with her. You told him to make her wait, saying that she'll want him more if he keeps her hanging. That is so wrong on so many levels. Ms. Frustrated, I was just being honest with the man. I would give the same advice to a woman. If after meeting someone and sleeping with them it's never good to start calling and pestering that person, it would only turn them off and not want to be bothered with you. Give them time. Don't chase them. Let them chase you. This is advice coming from an arrogant male who thinks he's God's gift to women. A woman wants to know that the man was not just using her for sex. A real man would have the decency to call her the next day to make sure that she was all right. I'm not saying he had to keep dating her, but at least treat her with some respect. He couldn't help smiling as he listened to her talk. He could tell she had been drinking by the way she was slurring her words, but he liked the sound of her voice. It was sultry. When was the last time you got Fukadi? I mean Fukadi really hard. What? She asked, taken by surprise. I can tell by the tone in your voice that you are lonely. How long has it been since a man had made hot, passionate love to you? Have you ever made love outside of a bar, in the alleyway, up against the wall, with your panties down around your ankles and his hard-throbbing snake inside you, thrusting inside you so hard that your backside keeps slamming into the wall? He knew he had struck a nerve when he heard her breathing becoming erratic. You're disgusting, she answered angrily. I may be, but I bet that your panties are wet right now. He saw Andy pointing to his watch, letting him know it was time to wrap things up. He didn't want to end the call with her. It was something about her voice that had him wanting to know more about her. I'm afraid our time is up, but I would love it if you would call back again next Friday. I think I could help you with your sexual problems. I don't have any sexual problems, she said with a scoff and hung up. She cursed under her breath when she did find that her panties were wet. There was something about the silky smoothness of his voice and the way he described having sex outside of a bar that had her heart racing and her core throbbing. Logan, damn it, you're going to get us both into trouble if you keep using that kind of language, Andy said, coming out of his booth and into Logan's. He smirked when he looked back at Andy. Don't sweat it. The ratings have scored sky high, so all they'll do is give me another warning and then forget about it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a hot babe waiting for me. That last caller, what was it about her that had you talking to her like that? I'm not sure. All I know is when she calls back, I'm going to find out more about her. I want to meet her and maybe give her what she's looking for. What makes you think she'll call again? It's a feeling I have. She'll call. What is it you think she wants? What every woman wants, mind-blowing sex, he said. Grabbing his jacket, he gave Andy a nod and started walking out. You're one cocky bastard, Andy sat behind Logan's back. Monday at work, he went into the office to eat his lunch with Alexander. As soon as he walked in and saw the look on his brother's face, he knew he was in for another lecture. Alexander stared at him with a disapproving stare. I listened to your radio show on Friday. He smiled. Only Alexander and a couple of his friends knew he was hosting that show. That's good. Did you learn any new tricks to use on that hot wife of yours? He shook his head. I can't believe you get away with some of the stuff you say. You do have some good advice once in a while, but with that last caller, you were way out of line. What made you talk to her like that? I think she has never been with anyone who satisfied her. She needs a man who can give her what she needs. I want to know more about her and meet her, so I hope she calls back on Friday. Bro, I thought it was against the rules to get involved with a caller. You did say you wanted your identity kept a secret. Even my wife doesn't know what you do on Friday nights. Rules are meant to be broken, and she never has to know it's me. Then how are you planning on meeting her? I'll think of something. Alexander tossed his garbage into the trash bin and stood up, getting ready to go back to work. You're playing with fire. Hey, you never answered my question. What question? Are you learning any new tricks to use on Anna? Fouquet off, he said, giving Logan the finger as he walked out the door. The week seemed to drag on. He couldn't wait until Friday. He was anxious to see if Miss Unfulfilled would call into his radio station. He didn't know exactly what it was about her. All he knew was he wanted to get to know more about her. Friday night, Andy. Who's our first caller of the night? He asked, hoping it was Unfulfilled. We had Patty on the line. Hey Patty, what can I do to help you tonight? I need some advice on how to spice up my SX life. My husband and I have been married for 3 years and SX is so boring. Well, you could try bringing toys and props into the bedroom. Oh, I'm not sure if I'd be comfortable with that. You should try it. You just might like it. Try talking dirty to him. Let him know what you want. You can also role play, and if you're up to it, bring in a third party. That will spice things up real fast. Another caller called in, saying that she got so horny when she was on her period or when it was close to coming. If you're horny, then go ahead and have SX. But isn't that gross? It's not gross. It is, however, messy if you're on your period. But SX will feel so much better. Give it a try. You both will love it. We have Harry on line 1. Seems he's a bit shy when it comes to SX, Andy said, rolling his eyes at Logan. What's up? Or not up, Logan said, covering his microphone when he started laughing at his own joke. Doc, when it comes to women, I don't know if they want to have SX. We'll go out, and when we get back to her place, she invites me inside for a drink. How do I know if I should make a move? When you kiss her, does she kiss you back? Yeah. Okay, here's what you do. When you start kissing her, and she responds, push her down on the sofa. Keep kissing her, but let your hand move up her leg. And put your hand inside her panties and start rubbing her pussycat. If she starts moaning and squirming beneath you, that's your sign to keep going. Another male caller came online. I've been going with this girl for a while now, and the SX is great. She's into all kinds of kinky stuff. The problem is she has a sister who is so fucking hot, and she keeps coming onto me. I know she wants to have SX with me. What should I do? Are you in love and planning to marry the other one? No, I don't think so. Then go ahead. It's not like you're emotionally tied to the one. Go ahead and Fouquet the sister. Who knows? Maybe they would like a threesome with you. It was getting close to the end of his shift, and Unfulfilled still hadn't called. He was about to give up on her when Andy came over the wire. Doc, we had Miss Unfulfilled on line 2, and boy, is she furious with you? His heart started racing and a smile crossed his face when he pushed the button for line 2. Nice to have you join me once again, Miss Unfulfilled. It was midnight when Riley's date dropped her off at her apartment door. He wanted to come in for a nightcap, but she made the excuse that she had a terrible headache. She cringed when he kissed her goodnight. The kiss was wet and sloppy, and the taste of garlic was still on his breath from dinner. She didn't want to go out in the first place, but her friend set her up on a blind date. It was the worst date ever. The man was all over her, touching, putting his hand on her during dinner. When he got her up for a dance, he pulled her close, groping her bum the whole time. She had to keep moving his hand up to her waist. In the car ride home, he kept putting his hand on her knee and moving up. Again, she had to push his hand away, and at her door, she tried to stop him from kissing her, but he was too fast and planted the worst kiss she'd ever experienced on her before she pushed him away. After taking a shower and rinsing out her mouth, she put on her nightgown and turned on the radio. For some reason, she ended up turning on the Love Doctor. She listened to a few of the calls, and when he got to the last caller and she heard him tell the guy to sleep with the sister, she felt the anger building and called the station. Hearing his voice, she almost forgot why she was mad and remembered how last time after talking to him she got wet. But she soon found her voice and the reason why she was calling. You are a fraud and have no idea what you're talking about. Andy Saturday behind the glass. laughing his guts out when the woman started yelling at Logan, and the look on his face was priceless. It was a cross of shock and surprise, and for a moment, the young stud was at a loss for words. He sat back, putting his feet up on the desk, grabbed his drink, and waited for the fun to start. He just knew this was going to be one hell of a show. There was something about her and Logan that seemed to set off fireworks, and he was glad he had a front row seat to it. Chapter 4. When she started yelling at him, he was speechless for a few seconds, but soon he snapped out of it. Wow, someone is angry. Sweetheart, I really suggest you get yourself some good snake. It just might help you with all the actual pent-up frustration. What? She asked. I am not actually frustrated. I'm angry at you for some of the horrible advice you had been giving out. How dare you tell that one guy to sleep with both sisters? What's a single woman like you doing home on a Friday night? Can you not get a date? For your information, jackass, I just got home from a date. Not that it's any of your business. So why are you on here talking to me when you should be in bed screwing? Oh my God, you are insufferable. He laughed. Okay, so what advice would you have given him? I sure as hell wouldn't have told him to sleep with both of them. That's disgusting. If he's not into the woman, but then he should stop seeing her and find someone else. But her sister is off limits. What is it with men like you, who think it's all right to hit it and quit it? He ignored her question and asked one of his own. What are you looking for in a man? Excuse me. I'd like to know what you want. Are you looking for a man who treats you like a princess? One who is a gentleman? Let me tell you, sweetheart, those men will be boring as shit in the sack. That's bullshit. A man can treat you right and still be great in bed. But you haven't experienced it yet. Otherwise you wouldn't be so actually frustrated. Before you jump down my throat, tell me your idea of the perfect man. What is it you want in a man? God, she was so tired of him saying she was actually frustrated, even though he was right. Okay, I'll tell you. I want a man who is honest. One who in the beginning doesn't act all sweet and kind and then after turns into a controlling freak. Someone who will only be with me and not jump into bed with other women. He has to treat me with respect and as his equal. What about SX? What about it? She asked, feeling like she knew where this was going. What do you want him to be like in bed? Do you want him to dominate you in bed or let you be the one? Do you want it sweet and boring, or would you like it a little rough? I want him to be respectful. Sounds boring. No wonder you are unfulfilled. You know nothing about me, she snapped, getting ready to hang up, but for some reason, she couldn't. I may not know you, but I can tell from your tone that you are missing having mind-blowing sex. If I were to take you to bed, I'd pick you up and throw you on the bed. Then I would tie your hands to the post, blindfold you and rip your clothes from your body. I would climb on top of you, sticking to fingers inside you and reaching your G-spot. I will use my finger in a come here motion as I stroked, making you orgasm. My mouth would clamp over one of your nipples, sucking while I kept stroking inside you and then switching to the other breast. My mouth would move down your body until I got between your legs. There my tongue will explore every inch of you before I enter you. I would tease you, moving slowly and speeding up, thrusting so fast and hard until you begged me to take you. He could hear her breathing hard and smiled to himself, ignoring the fact that Andy was waving at him and shaking his head. After you've come again, I would flip you over, place you so you're on your knees and enter you from behind. Andy wanted to cut Logan's mic off, but the lights on the panel lit up with hundreds of callers, all wanting to hear more. I bet you might like using some props, toys, whips and other actual aids. You need to explore new things, experience a more exciting SX life, he said when she still hadn't replied. I don't think you are finding the right man, one who can satisfy you. Tell me something. Where do you go to meet men? Listening to him talk, her heart began racing. Her body felt hot and she could feel her panties getting wet. She knew she should have stopped him when he started, but his voice put her into a trance, and his words got her hot and horny. She waited until her mind and body cooled off before answering, and for the life of her, she found herself answering him. The Black Lion. That's a great bar. Do you go there often? He was hoping she would tell him when and how often she went there, planning on going to see if he could find her. Usually every Saturday night with my girlfriend. Why the fuck did I tell him that? I have to go, she said, knowing she had told him too much already. Call back next week. Why would I want to do that? Maybe I can give you some more advice on how to find that perfect man you're looking for, and give you some tips on how to have amazing sex. I don't know, maybe. she said before hanging up. She sat her day down, rubbing her temples and cursed herself for letting that man get to her. What made matters worse was that she got extremely turned on by listening to him talk dirty. But the truth was she would love to experience the kind of sex with a man. She was appalled when he told one female caller that she should pick up a stranger and have sex with him either in the bathroom or outside behind the building. But if she were to be honest with herself, doing something like that was quite titillating. She even thought that maybe she would try it. That is, if the right guy came along, it might be kind of different to do that without any strings attached or even knowing the person's name. That night she had trouble sleeping. Her core was still throbbing from listening to the Love Doctor. After Miss Unfulfilled hung up, the panel lit up with female callers, all wanting the Love Doctor in their bed. Logan had started a fire, and some of the women were quite aggressive, demanding to know where they could find him. He was so glad when his shift was over and he could go home. Logan, you really went too far. The head of the station is going to be really pissed. You can expect to get a call from him soon. Let him call, and if he wants to fire me, he can go ahead, but I doubt he will. I'm heading out now. See you next Friday. He went home that night, knowing she would call back, and when she did he would find out her real name. Even if it was only her first name, at least he knew where her hangout was. That was a start. Monday at work, Alexander lectured him on the comment he made to the caller. The things you said to her over the air was a bit much, don't you think? Logan chuckled. Maybe, but I think she got turned on. Next time she calls, I'm going to find out more about her. I know where she goes on Saturday nights. Now I just need her first name, which I'll get when she calls. Okay, say you find out her name, then what are you going to do? I'm going to the bar and look for her. Now it was Alexander's turn to laugh. Do you even know how busy the Black Lion bar is on the weekends, and how many women will have the same name? I'll recognize her voice. I just have to keep my ears open and listen for someone to call out her name. If you can recognize her voice, she'll know yours too. No, she won't. The equipment we use, it changes my voice. You must have noticed how I sound different than I do now. Yeah, now that you mention it, you do sound different. And you have an accent. That's right, bro. What are you going to do when you find her? I'm going to give her a night she'll never forget. Little Miss Unfulfilled will know the real pleasure of sex by a man who knows what he's doing. But I think I will go slow. Make her want me first. Then what? Nothing. It'll be time to move on. He saw the look on his brother's face. It was one of disapproval. What's with the look? I think what you're doing is wrong. You are playing with the woman's emotions. It's just not right. Do you deliberately set out to hurt the opposite sex? I'm not hurting anyone. We both get what we want. Please don't do anything stupid. Someone will get hurt, he said, leaving Logan alone to finish the job they were working on. He watched as his brother walked away. He had never seen Alexander this upset with him before now. It did bother him, but in his mind, he wasn't doing anything wrong. He was going to show the girl how amazing sex could be with a man who knew what he was doing. Things were a bit tense between the two brothers after that, and Logan was in a bad mood when he went to the station the following Friday. After getting some calls complaining about their sex lives, he blew up. Look, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't enjoy sex with your partner, then step it up a notch. Bring in toys, try new things, talk dirty, or bring in a third party, or just dump them and find someone else. Andy stood behind the glass, waving his arms around as he tried to get Logan's attention. He finally had to announce it was time for a break and turned on some music. He then stormed into Logan's booth. What the fuck is wrong with you tonight? You're being extremely rude to the callers. Where's the fun and love doctor that everyone loves? I'm just not in the mood to listen to these whiny imbeciles complaining about their pathetic sex lives. Well, get over it. Our callers are expecting someone who has humor, and will give them some good advice. We're on in 5, he said, and stormed out. We have Miss Unfulfilled on line 3, Andy said, giving him the signal to speak. Hearing it was her cheered him up. Hello, Miss Unfulfilled. How are you tonight? From what I'm hearing, I'm doing better than you. Are you finally realizing you don't qualify to give advice on relationships? I see you still haven't gotten laid, he said in return. She laughed. Sounds to me like you are the one who hasn't gotten laid in a while. Now, Julia, maybe we should get together and fouquet each other brains out. He used that name hoping she would reveal her real name, and it worked. My name's Riley, not Julia, you bumhole, she said, snapping back. She slapped her forehead when she realized that she had just given her real name. At least her friends wouldn't hear her on here, since they were both out on a date. Riley, that's a beautiful name and I bet you're beautiful. Since we both hadn't gotten laid in a while, what say we get together and fouquet all night long? I promise you that I will show you things you've never experienced before. I want to suck on your pussycat, bend you over and fouquet you long and hard. Her breathing hitched in her throat. I find you to be a disgusting pig, and I'd never sleep with you for all the money in the world. I never said anything about sleeping. Be honest, Riley. Right now your panties are wet and you want me. I will never want someone like you. I prefer a gentleman, one who will respect me enough to take the time to get to know me before getting me into bed. You, sir, are a lonely man who doesn't know what it is to love and respect women. I rather feel sorry for you, having no one who loves you, only wanting you for sex. For some reason, her words hurt, and he didn't like feeling this way. What I can't figure out is why do you keep calling in if you obviously hate me? I guess I find you entertaining. It's like when you see a horrible accident, and you don't want to look but you can't tear your eyes away. Logan saw Andy signaling him that time was up. Sorry, babe, our time is up. After hanging up, he smiled to himself. He now had a name and the place she goes on Saturday nights. Now all he had to do was go to the bar and find her. He wasn't sure what his plan was, so he figured he'd play it by ear. Chapter 5. Saturday night he put on a pair of jeans and a t-shirt and headed out to the bar, hoping Riley would be there. He knew it wasn't going to be easy finding her but hadn't realized how busy the place would be. Ordering a beer, he walked around, checking out all the women and hoping to hear her name being spoken. After 2 hours of walking around and trying to listen in on some of the conversations over the noise and music and not hearing her name being mentioned, he gave up and went over to the bar and sat her down, ordering another beer. He was sitting there, slowly sipping on his beer and feeling sorry for himself, when a woman sat on the stool 1 seat over from him. She was a slender, dark-haired beauty with a rack that was perfectly proportioned to the rest of her body. Since he had no luck finding the one he was looking for, he thought he would try and hook up with her. But before he could make a move on her, 3 women came rushing up to her. His ears perked up when one of them called her Riley, and then he heard her voice. It was her, the one from the radio. He'd know that voice anywhere. We've been invited to a party. Let's go, the blonde said, smiling at her. I don't feel like it. You 3 go. But Riley, it'll be fun. No, really. You all go and I'll finish this drink and take a cab home. He waited until the 3 women left before speaking to her. You should have gone with them. She turned her head to look at him and felt her heart skip a beat faster than normal. I'm sorry. Do you always listen in on other people's conversation? There was something hot and shy about his eyes and his smile that had her feeling hot. Right away he knew she wasn't going to be an easy lay. It was going to take some work getting her into bed. I'm sorry. I couldn't help overhearing. Let me buy you a drink to show you how sorry I am. I don't accept drinks from strangers, she said, turning away so as not to look at him. He slid over to the seat next to her and held out his hand to shake hers. I'm Logan Foster. What's her name? She looked at his hand, debating on whether or not to shake it, but found her hand going to his. Riley Cooper. Okay, now we're no longer strangers. Can I buy you a drink? She couldn't stop herself from smiling. I guess that would be all right. I'll have another glass of white wine. He waved the bartender over and ordered them both another drink. So what's a beautiful woman like you doing here without a date? I would think the men would be falling over their feet trying to take you out. I recently broke up with my boyfriend, and am not ready to start dating again. No. Why are you here alone, or are you here hoping to pick someone up? She asked, looking over the rim of her glass at him. I only came in for a quiet drink. After working all week on the construction site, I just need to relax. So you work construction? Yes, my brother owns Foster's Construction. I know what you're thinking, that I have it easy working for the family. But let me assure you, he works me just as hard as the others, if not more. Oh, so you're a mind reader, she said, jokingly. He chuckled. No, not really. So what do you do? I work for a real estate development firm. It's boring, but it pays the bills. The more they talked, the more he was liking her, and SX didn't enter his mind. It was hard to believe that there wasn't a man out there that couldn't satisfy her. Would you like to dance? Thanks, but I think I'll just finish this drink and head home. Just then a man came over to her. Hey, care to dance? No thanks, she replied politely. Oh, come on, he said, grabbing her hand. I said no. she snapped at him. When the man wouldn't let go, Logan barked at him. The lady said no, so bugger off. Who the hell are you? He got up and got in the man's face, putting his hand on his chest. I'm someone who doesn't like it when a man touches a woman without her permission. The stranger held up his hand. Okay, I'm leaving, he said. Then he turned and left. Logan turned back to her. Are you all right? Yes, and thank you for getting rid of him. Can I get you another drink? No, I'm going to call a cab. I can give you a ride home. I'm leaving anyway. She shook her head. We're still strangers, and my mother always told me to never accept a ride from strangers. Your mother is wise. At least let me walk you outside, to make sure another creep doesn't bother you. All right, she said, letting him walk her out. Once outside, she called one of the local cab companies and found out they would arrive in 10 minutes. You don't have to wait with me. Go back and finish your drink. No, I'm heading home now, so I'll wait and make sure you get in safely. She smiled at him, thinking what a gentleman he was. Seeing she was leaning against the wall, he reached out his arm and placed his hand on the wall by her head. Have dinner with me tomorrow night? I don't know. It's just dinner, nothing else. I'll tell you what, you can meet me there and drive yourself home later. I really enjoyed talking to you and would like to get to know you better. You can pick the time and place. She thought about it for a minute, though she was having trouble concentrating with him being so close. She cleared her throat and avoided looking at him. Okay, how about Kelly's? Say around 7 o'clock. I'll be there and looking forward to it. My cab is here, she said, feeling the heat from his body. He walked her over to the cab and opened the door for her. Have a good night and sweet dreams. I'll see you tomorrow, he said, closing the door when she got inside. He watched as they drove off before heading over to his car. That night he couldn't get her out of his head. She was nothing like he thought she would be like. There was this sweetness about her, and she had the most amazing gray eyes that sparkled. For him not to go back into the bar and pick up a woman to take back home to Fouquet was new to him. But after meeting Riley, he had no desire to do that. He actually wanted to get to know her better. The next night he wore dark dress pants, a white shirt and a tie and jacket. He had reserved a table by the window, where there was an excellent view of a lovely public garden. He got there early, wanting to make sure she didn't get there before him, and was kept waiting. He looked at his watch and saw she was 10 minutes late, thinking that maybe she changed her mind. But then his eyes lit up when he saw her being escorted over to his table. He stood up to greet her. I'm sorry I'm late. The cab went to the wrong address and I had to call for another one, she said when he pulled her chair out for her. That's quite all right. I do understand. I hope you don't mind. But I ordered a bottle of white wine for us, unless you would rather have something else. White wine is perfect, she said, smiling back at him. He poured them both a glass and smiled back at her as he handed her one of the menus. I must say you look stunning in that dress. She felt herself blushing under his stare. Thank you. Other men had told her the same thing on several occasions, but coming from him it sounded as hell. I think I'll have the chicken special, unless you want to suggest something else. No, the chicken here is good and I'll have the same. After the waiter took their order, Logan leaned forward to get her attention. Tell me about yourself. What do you want to know? Are your parents still around and are you close to them? We're very close, but they moved to Florida a couple of years ago. I liked it here, so I stayed, and my friends are here too. You mentioned to me in the bar that you had recently broken up with your boyfriend. What caused the breakup? Silas became overly possessive and jealous after we moved in together. I tried to make it work, but he got worse, especially during his off-season. Judging by the look on Logan's face, she could tell he was curious as to what she meant. He's a football player. When he wasn't playing, he was a different man. Angry and became violent, so I left after. She didn't finish the sentence. There was no need to tell him what happened the night she left. Was he violent with you? She Saturday back, when the waiter brought their food over and Saturday it down in front of them. I'd rather not talk about him if you don't mind. Now it's your turn. Tell me more about you. Okay, well, my parents died when I was 8 years old in a plane crash. My brother Alexander, who's 15 years older, took on the role of raising me. He did a good job and made sure I got an education. He's married to a lovely lady and they have twin boys, age 8. I'm not wealthy by any means. I'm a blue collar. I work with my hands, not behind a desk. I know what it means, she said in a snarky tone. I'm not stupid. Oh God, no, I didn't mean to imply that. No, it's not you. It's me. She looked at him with sadness in her eyes. Whenever Silas got mad at me, he would call me stupid. You're not stupid, he said, reaching over, placed his hand over the top of hers. She discreetly slid her hand out from under his. So, Logan, what do you like to do when you're not working? She asked, wanting to change the subject. He wasn't about to tell her that he was the love doctor, or that he liked picking up women for one-night stands. I like to work out in the gym, do a bit of boxing, and I like going on hikes. And you? I don't do a lot. I work long hours, and when I'm not going out with my friends, I like relaxing at home on the sofa, watching movies with a big bowl of popcorn. Once dinner was over, and he saw people getting up to dance, he got up and held out his hand. Dance with me? She was about to say no but changed her mind. Taking his hand, she followed him over to the dance floor. She liked the way he was holding her, close but not too close. His one hand was placed on the lower part of her back. This was a nice change from the guys who tried groping her when they danced. Before long, she was resting her head on his shoulder as they swayed to the music. At some point during the dance, both his arms were around her waist and her arms around his neck. She found his scent to be intoxicating, closing her eyes as she kept her head on his shoulder. After 2 more slow dances, they went back to their table and finished the wine and continued to talk, until the waiter brought over the bill for the dinner. Can I give you a ride home? He asked, hoping she would say yes. I think it's best if I take a cab home. He was disappointed but knew a time would come when she would say yes. Okay, I'll wait with you outside until you get picked up. When the cab arrived 10 minutes later, he walked her over, and before opening the door, he took her hand and looked into her eyes. He really wanted to kiss her but held back. I'd really like to see you again. Can I have your number? Her heart was beating like mad and wondered if he was going to kiss her. But he didn't, which was very disappointing. Give me your phone, she said, holding out her hand. Taking his phone from his pocket, he handed it to her. He watched as she punched in some numbers and handed it back to him. He then opened the door for her and then closed it when she was safely inside. I'll call you soon, he said, fighting the urge not to lean in and kiss her. He took some money out of his pocket and handed it to the driver. Take her to wherever she wants to go and keep the change. You don't have to do that. I can pay it myself, she said, shocked that he paid. I asked you out on a date, and since I'm not the one taking you home, the least I can do is pay to make sure you get there. I'll see you soon. He stood back and watched as the car drove away. He saw her looking back at him and smiled. Chapter 6. Riley had just gotten in the door when Alyssa, who lived in the apartment down the hall, came knocking on her door. She opened the door, letting her friend in. Why are you here? To see how your day went, she said as she casually went into the kitchen and came back with a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. Now sit down and tell me everything. What if I wasn't alone? Babe, I know you and I know you would never bring a man home who you just met. Now where did you meet him and what's he like? I might as well tell you. You only keep bugging me until I do. He's so handsome and such a gentleman. He took me to dinner and then we danced and we talked a lot. He has these gorgeous brown eyes that you could get lost in. How was the kiss? He didn't kiss me, and that's all right. Are you going to see him again? She smiled. Maybe. He did ask for my number and I gave it to him. Alyssa, he's so different from the other men I've met. He is so sweet and honest. He even paid the cab driver for my ride home, even though I insisted I was paying. If he calls, I'll go out with him again. Just be careful. You thought Silas was a good guy. Oh, I won't be making that mistake again. Tomorrow is a work day, so take your drink and go home, she said, laughing as she scooted Alyssa out of her apartment. That night when she got into bed, she thought about Logan and how his body felt against hers. She was sure that underneath his clothes was a hard, toned body and knew he had muscles. This got her wondering about what his body looked like naked. It got her wet, and she felt the tingling sensation in her core and it started to throb. Something told her that he would be a fantastic lover. She was hoping she would get the chance to find out. One thing she knew for sure was she was not going to chase after him. The next 2 days she hadn't heard from him, and she was fine with that, though a little disappointed. Maybe Dr. Love was right, that if a woman didn't give it up on the first date, the guy would get bored and drop her. Well, that was fine with her, and she was glad she hadn't let him drive her home, or she just might have slept with him. But, to her surprise, when she got to work, she found a dancing yellow roses sitting on her desk with a note attached. She picked it up and read it. Riley, I had a great time with you the other night and would like to see you again. I will call you tomorrow, Logan. She lifted the flowers to her nose to smell them. A big smile broke out on her face. She hated red roses but loved yellow ones. Alyssa, who worked in the same office, came in, carrying coffee for both of them. Wow, they're beautiful. Who are they from? Logan. Nice, and I'm glad they aren't red. So are you going to tell me what the card says or not? She asked, smelling the flowers. Here, you can read it for yourself, she said, handing her the card. This guy sounds like a keeper. So, when do I get to meet him? Alyssa, slow down, will you? I hardly know him myself, and I don't want to have him meeting you and getting scared off. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Every guy I've met since breaking up with Silas you've grilled, dragging him over the coals with your questions and warning them not to hurt me. I know you mean well, and I love you for it, but I'm a grown woman and can take care of myself. Alyssa turned quiet, her face going pale. I know I can be overprotective, but I can still remember the shape you were in that night you left Silas. That man raped you that night and you didn't even charge him. I just don't want to see you get hurt again. She went over and put her arms around Alyssa. I know you're worried about me getting hurt, but I've learned my lesson. The first sign of trouble, I'll dump his bump faster than you can blink an eye. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. Letting her go, she gave her a smile. We better get to work before the boss comes in and starts yelling. The next night she was getting ready for bed when the phone rang, and seeing it was Logan, she answered after the fourth ring. They talked for over an hour, and before hanging up, they made a date for Saturday night. He told her to dress casually. This time she did give him her address so that he could pick her up. Saturday noon rolled around. She was curious as to what he had planned for so early in the day. When she opened the door and saw him standing there, she just about died. He was wearing tight jeans and a white t-shirt that was straining against his muscular biceps. His muscle was noticeable under his shirt. So where are we going? She asked, stepping aside to let him in. I thought we could go hiking and then go somewhere and have a bite to eat. Later we are going rollerblading, and after that, we'll stop and have a drink at this nice bar I know. Wow, you've planned a whole day for us. We can do something else if you want. She shook her head, making her ponytail bounce up and down. No, what you planned is good. I just didn't think he wanted to spend that long with me. He used the back of his fingers to stroke her cheek. I've been thinking about you every second from the last time we were together, and I want to spend as much time with you as I can. God, the more he looked into her eyes, the more he wanted to rip off her clothes and take her to bed. He cleared his throat, ready to go. They drove for over an hour before coming to a woodsy area, and he parked the car. There's a great trail that leads to a river that we're going to be taking. Just watch your step. There are a lot of rocks and branches on the path. I wouldn't want you falling and getting hurt, or I might have to carry you, he said, winking at her and taking hold of her hand. She was taken by surprise when he took her hand and held it as they started walking. She didn't mind though. His hand was strong and surprisingly soft for a construction worker. As they walked along, he pointed out certain small animals that were scurrying through the bush. You really seem to know your way around here, she said, turning to look at him. My brother used to bring me out here after our parents died. I like it here. It's so quiet and peaceful. He stopped and pointed ahead. There's the river where I used to go swimming when it got too hot. He looked over at her and smiled. We could go for a swim if you want to. We didn't bring a swimsuit. Do we need one? He asked, then started laughing when he saw the shocked look on her face. It was worth a try, he thought to himself. I'm just kidding. It's not hot enough out anyways. After taking a break by the river, they continued on their hike until they both got hungry. Going back to the car, they went to a nearby diner and had lunch. He told her about some of the things that his brother's twins did that had her laughing so hard it brought tears to her eyes. So, are you still up to going rollerblading? He asked, wondering if she was too tired. Sure, why not, but I have to warn you, it's been years since I was on rollerblades. Don't worry, I'll catch you if you start to fall. A big part of him was hoping she would fall so that he could finally have her in his arms. Logan. Yes? I never thanked you for the beautiful flowers, and I'm glad they were yellow and not red. I'm glad you liked them, but why not red roses? My ex always bought me red roses after he never mind. No, tell me. I don't want to spoil this day by talking about him. He didn't want to push her, but he had a feeling the man was abusive toward her. You know you can talk to me. Let's go rollerblading and forget about the past, she said, getting to her feet. It did warm her heart knowing he was wanting her to open up to him, but she just wasn't there yet. For the first time in a long time, she was having fun and didn't want to spoil it by talking about her ex. When they got to the roller rink, he went and rented them their roller blades and even put hers on for her. She started laughing when she tried to stand up and almost fell and felt his arms catching her. A flutter of butterflies danced in her stomach when she grabbed onto his biceps, feeling how hard they were. It took about 20 minutes before she got her bearing and was able to skate beside him without falling, and it helped that he held her hand. "You're doing good. I guess I can let go of your hand now," he said, hoping she would tell him not to let go, and was jumping for joy with her response. "I'd feel more secure if you kept holding my hand." What she really wanted was to feel his lips on hers, to know what it would be like to be kissed by him. "We've been here for a couple of hours, so let's say we head to the bar, have a few drinks and a bite to eat." She felt relief. Her legs and feet were getting sore and her stomach had started to growl from hunger. "That sounds good to me." She sat her down and let him take her blades off, his fingers grazing the back of her leg, sending shivers all through her body, and she had to wonder if he was doing it on purpose. They got to the bar, and he ordered a beer for him and asked her what she wanted. He couldn't help smiling when she'd asked for a beer. They also ordered burgers, wings and onion rings, since they both worked up an appetite and were starving. Seeing he had sauce on his face from one of the wings, she used her thumb to wipe it off him. A gasp escaped her mouth when he grabbed her hand and stuck her thumb in his mouth and licked it off. The way he was looking at her, she was sure he was about to kiss her, and when he didn't, she was beginning to think he wasn't interested in her that way. She sat her back, picked up the bottle, and lifting it up to her mouth, she took a long drink. "Is something wrong?" he asked when he saw the look of hurt on her face. "No, I'm fine," she answered, not looking at him. "Care to dance?" he asked, getting to his feet. "Sure, why not?" she answered, taking his hand when he held it out. She was dying to know what it would be like to kiss him, but it was almost as if he was playing games with her. It was time for her to make him want to kiss her, so she turned her back to him, grinding up against him. It was one of those SI dances like the ones in Dirty Dancing, and she felt his body pressing up against hers, his hands sliding down her body. She could feel the heat from his hands going through the material of her clothes. His warm breath fanning her neck. He turned her around, pulling her close, and stared deeply into her eyes. She put her arms around his neck, lifting her face up as she continued grinding into him, and with the way he lowered his face, she was sure he was going to kiss her. Closing her eyes, she waited for it, but then he swung her back around so that her back was to him. Feeling hurt and disappointed, she stopped dancing and turned to him. "I need some air," she said, and took off to the nearest exit leading to the back door. He followed her outside. "Riley, what's wrong?" he asked, but he already knew the answer. "Nothing. I just needed to get out of there." She turned to look at him. "What's wrong with me?" she asked, wondering if he didn't like her in that way. "There's nothing wrong with you." "Then why don't you want to kiss me? Am I not pretty enough, or am I not your type?" She crossed her arms, hugging herself to keep warm from the cool air and feeling like she was sounding needy. This wasn't like her. She was always so sure of herself and felt she was a strong woman who didn't need a man to make her feel good about herself. Chapter 7. He walked over to her. "Oh, you are most definitely my type," he said. Putting his hands on her, he pulled her close and his lips came crashing down on hers. That's all it took. With one taste of her sweet lips, he was hooked. The hunter had now become the hunted, the feel of her hands caressing his neck hit him harder than he had ever been before. Their tongues roamed around inside each other's mouths, tickling and teasing the roof of the mouth. He couldn't stop kissing her. Using brute force, his hands moved up and down her slender form. He was like a wild savage. His kiss was demanding, passionate, and she loved how forceful he was, taking control of her mouth and body. She felt no pain when he pushed her up against the fence. Their lips still locked as he pulled down the zipper of her jeans, and his hand went inside her panties. She moaned into his mouth. When she felt his fingers stroking her clit, she could feel herself getting wet. This was something she never thought she would do, have sex outside in the open, but found it very arousing and wanted to know what it would be like. When she reached for his belt buckle and started undoing it, she felt his hand moving from her panties and he took her hand, stopping her. "What's wrong?" she asked, out of breath. "I can't do this to you here." "Yes, you can. I want you to." This was what he had planned, to fouquet her out in the open. But after getting to know her, things changed, and he wanted to make love to her in the comfort of a bed. But when she placed her lips on his, and her hand went down his pants and touched his hard snake. He lost control. He pulled her pants and panties down over her hips. Letting them land on the ground, he kicked them away along with his pants. Tearing open a condom, he placed it over him, and cupping her bum, he lifted her up, ordering her to wrap her legs around him. He thrust inside her, not giving her time to adjust to his size, and heard her gasp. Her warmth wrapped around him, and the way she was kissing him drove him wild with hunger. He pounded his shaft hard and deep inside her, covering her mouth with his to quiet the screams coming from her. She didn't have time to think about what they were doing or where they were doing it as he entered her so quickly, filling her to the very core of her being. He was hitting the right spot, making her come hard and fast, and not just once, but twice. Never had she felt anything like what she was feeling now. Never having had an orgasm before, realized what she had been missing all her life. Sadly, it was over sooner than she would have liked, but knew they had to stop now before someone showed up. She felt him lowering her to her feet, giving her another kiss before reaching for her pants and handing them to her. She put them on and watched as he removed the condom and pulled up his pants. Fully clothed and with the used condom tossed into the garbage bin, she put her arms around his neck when he kissed her again. Breaking the kiss, he lifted her chin up with his fingers. "I'd like to continue this. Can I take you home?" "Yes," she answered, out of breath. She took his hand as he led her back inside and through the crowd to the front doors. When they got to his car, and before opening the door, she was pulled into his arms for another kiss. Her body trembled, her knees felt weak, and she couldn't wait to get him in her bed. This was so unlike her, to do what she did and now take a man back to her place, after only knowing him for such a short amount of time. When they got to her apartment door, he took the keys from her hand and unlocked it. Once inside, he threw the keys on the table, and pulling her up against him gave her a kiss that had her core throbbing and her pants wetter than they already were. "Where's the bathroom?" he asked, picking her up and having her wrap her legs around him. "Why?" she asked, trying to catch her breath. "Because we need to get clean so that when I take you to bed, I can eat out your pussycat," he answered, carrying her to where she pointed. There he set her down and pulled her top up over her head, and removed her bra and removed the rest of her clothes. He stood back, looking at her as he removed his clothes. Her breasts were amazing, so firm and just the right size. His eyes moved down and his shaft got harder when he saw she was completely free of hair. "Damn, you have a beautiful body." He turned on the water and stepped into the shower, pulling her in with him. He was only intending on getting them both washed up, but seeing her completely naked, he changed his mind, putting her up against the wall. His fingers found her sweet spot and his mouth sucked on her hardened nipple. He knew she was about to come, so he worked his fingers, reaching her G-spot, until she screamed out when she had an orgasm. "My turn," he whispered into her ear, and turning her around, he placed the palms of her hands on the wall. He then gripped her hips, pulling her back a little so that her bum was up, and pushed her legs apart, so that she was in the right position for him to enter her from behind. When he put her in this position, she started feeling a little worried. She had never had sex this way and didn't know what to expect. Was he planning on going in her butthole? She had heard that some people did and it grossed her out. "Logan, I'm not sure about this." "It's okay, just relax. I'm just going to enter your vagina from behind. Trust me, you'll like it." He knew right then that she had never been made love to this way, so he was going to have to take it slow until she got used to it. Reaching his hand around, he rubbed his hand over her pussycat, kissing her back as he entered her slowly, letting her get used to him. When he felt her relaxing and heard her soft moans, he knew she was liking it, so he started thrusting faster and harder inside her until he got his own release. Knowing she did too, he pulled out and turned her around to face him so he could kiss her. After washing up and drying off, he carried her to the bedroom and laid her down. Climbing on top of her, he looked into her eyes. "You're amazing. So wet and tight for me. I can stay here all night making love to you. So now I'm going to do what I promised." "What's that?" she asked, caressing his chest. She couldn't believe how muscular his chest was. She loved the feel of him. "I'm going to eat you out and you're going to come for me, and then I'm going to get inside you and fouquet you so hard. You will be so sore and won't be able to walk for a very long time." She laid there. Hearing him talk dirty was a real turn-on. This came as a bit of a shock to her, since she never liked hearing the word fouquet. But he made it sound si when she felt his lips kissing and moving down her neck, and reaching her breast and taking one in his mouth. She started moaning, arching her back, but then when he moved down and parted her legs and put his head between them, and she felt his hot breath on her, she grabbed the sheets. Twisting her fingers in them, she began screaming out his name. His tongue moved inside her, going deep. No man had ever done this to her, and she loved how it felt, making her squirm, and it wasn't long before she felt herself coming. She tried to stop it from happening, not knowing what to do, but not being about to stop it from happening. She exploded with an orgasm that had her body twitching and stars lighting at the darkness from behind her eyes. Feeling embarrassed about what took place, she was almost afraid to look at him. But when she did, he was smiling as he wiped his mouth. He moved up, hovering over top of her and looking down. You taste amazing, and now I am going to fouquet you until you beg me to stop. He lowered his mouth down onto hers, letting his manhood rub against her pussycat. As they lay there exhausted, he held her while she rested her head on his chest. It's getting late. I'd better get going. You can stay the night if you want to. I think it's best if I go home, he said. Giving her a kiss, he slipped out of bed. He pulled on his jeans and picking up his shirt, he looked at her. I'll call you tomorrow. Okay, but tomorrow is Sunday, and as I said, you're welcome to stay. I could make you breakfast in the morning, she said, stretching. He could see the outline of her body under the sheet, her breasts partially exposed. Oh, what the hell, he said, removing his clothes quickly and got back into bed. They ended up spooning, something he thought he would never do, the same as spending the night with a woman. Logan woke up to find he was alone in bed, and the smell of bacon and eggs drifted into the bedroom, along with the aroma of freshly brewed coffee. Pulling on his pants, he looked for his t-shirt but couldn't find it. As soon as he entered the kitchen, he found where it had gotten to. She was wearing it and nothing else. So that's where my shirt went, he said. Going up behind her, he wrapped his arms around her waist, kissing the side of her neck. The kiss was tickling her neck and she giggled. Stop. You're giving me goosebumps. Oh, there's something I'd like to give you, he said, pressing himself up against her, but that smells good and I'd hate for it to go to waste. Then sit down while I dish it out. They ate while talking, and when they were done, he told her he had things to do and had to leave. He found his shoes and going back into the kitchen, he walked over to her, putting his hands on the bottom of the shirt she was wearing. I'm going to need this, he said, pulling it up over her head, leaving her in only the side handy she had on. I'll call you, he said, giving her a kiss before leaving. Locking the door behind him, she went to take a shower, but before she could there was a knock at the door. Thinking Logan had forgotten something, threw on a robe and went to answer the knock. What did you forget? She stopped talking when she saw Alyssa, who walked past her and inside. Riley, why are you still undressed, and why do you smell like SX? Oh my God, you got late, didn't you? With a smile on her face, she poured them both a cup of coffee and handed one to Alyssa. Logan spent the night. He just left. Why, you little slut, she said, smiling at Riley. About time you got late. Now sit down and give me details and don't leave anything out. After listening to what she was saying, she also knew she was keeping some of the details to herself. So how was the SX? It was amazing. I never knew SX could be that good, and I had multiple orgasms. I never experienced one before, and I tell you, it made the earth move and I thought I had died and gone to heaven. Are you going to see him again? He did say he would call me, so yeah. I'm going to shower, so lock up when you leave and I'll call you later. And if not, I'll see you Monday when we go to work. He never did call that night, but she wasn't worried. She was not one of those women who became clingy after spending a night with a man. If he was interested in her, then he would get in touch. She let out a snicker when her thoughts went to the love doctor and what he said about letting the other person do the chasing. Perhaps some of his advice made sense, and maybe she would call into the station and let him know it works both ways. She would also let him know a man could be respectful to a woman as well as good in bed. At work on Monday, her boss gave her some papers to deliver to Foster Construction. It was the one that Logan worked at, and she was worried that he would think she planned this just to see him again. She tried getting out of it, asking him to send someone else, but he said everyone was busy and he wanted her to do it. If only she hadn't given her boss the name of Logan's company. Well, she had no choice but to go if she wanted to keep her job. Chapter 8. She was nervous about going to the construction site, not because of all the whistles and catcalls she usually got from the men, but for seeing Logan and worried about what he would think. At the entrance, she asked one of the workers where she could find Alexander, and the man pointed to where he was. You need to put on a hard hat, he said, handing her one to wear. She put it on and walked in the direction he had pointed to. She was now regretting what she was wearing. She had on a black skirt that was just above the knees and a silk pink blouse and heels. She ignored the stares and whistles as she walked past the men who were there. Logan was busy working on a piece of machinery. when a fellow worker tapped him on the shoulder. "Hey, take a look at the babe walking this way." He looked up and saw Riley walking his way. Their eyes locked and he turned off the machine, wondering why she was here. "I wouldn't mind banging that," the man said, nudging Logan in the ribs. "Watch your mouth," he snapped and walked towards her. When she saw him working and the way his muscles were flexing, she felt a warm sensation coursing through her body. "Logan," she said when he got to her, "I'm not here stalking you. My boss sent me to deliver these papers to your brother." "Papers for what?" he asked, smiling as he checked her out. "I told my boss about your company, and he needs someone to build some condos. These are the blueprints and contracts for him to look over. It's a big job and will mean big money if you were to take it on. He's probably in the trailer. I'll take you to him and please watch your step. Those heels aren't meant for around here," he said, giving her a big smile as he led the way. "How can you work in this heat?" she asked, feeling herself becoming sweaty. "You get used to it," he answered, opening the door to the trailer and letting her go in first. "He's not here, but he should be back soon. I'm sorry I didn't call you last night, but I got busy." "That's okay, you don't owe me an explanation." "Oh, but I feel like I do. I had promised to spend the day with my brother and his family. It was late when I left and I didn't want to call in case you were asleep." "I understand, but thank you for telling me. I'd really like to kiss you right now," he said, standing in front of her. He touched her cheek with his fingers. Being this close to him and remembering what they had done in bed together, she felt the stirring of desire building inside her. "Then go ahead, kiss me." Looking into her smoky gray eyes, he couldn't stop himself from cupping the back of her head and pulling her close. His lips came crashing down hard on hers and he backed her up against the desk. His kiss was demanding. He dominated her mouth, taking full control over her. His hand moved to her blouse and undone a couple of the buttons, placing his mouth over her chest. He was about to undo the rest of her buttons so that he could feel her breasts, but stopped when they heard the door opening. Pulling apart, he stood in front of her, covering her so that she could do her blouse back up. Alexander walked in and saw a woman standing behind Logan. It was obvious what was going on and he was not pleased. "What's going on?" he asked, giving his brother a dirty look. He cleared his throat. "This is Miss Cooper. She's here from Hemingworth Real Estate Development Company," he said, moving aside. She moved forward and held out her hand to shake his. "My company is looking for someone to build some condos, and they asked me to bring you the information, and if you're interested in the job, they would love to get a bid from you. Here is everything you need to look at. If you could check it out and get back to us, it would be appreciated." He took the folder from her. "We're always looking for new projects and I'll go over it and get back to you." She smiled at him. "Thank you. I'll just be going now. It was nice meeting you." "I'll walk you out," Logan said, following behind her. Once outside, he grabbed her arm and turned her to face him. "I'm sorry I haven't called." "That's okay. I know you're busy. Can I see you tonight?" "Tonight's not good. I'm going bowling with some friends." "Bowling? That sounds like fun. Do you bowl?" "A little," he replied. "You could join us if you want." "I'd like that. Where and what time? Or I could pick you up." "That won't be necessary. My friend Alyssa will be driving us. I'll just meet you there, say around 7 at Mickey's." "I'd really like to kiss you, but the guys are watching." She smiled back at him. "This isn't the time or place," she said. Turning, she walked away, knowing his eyes were on her. He watched as she walked away, her hips swaying ever so slightly. Her legs were amazing and he couldn't help smiling. When he thought about how they felt wrapped around him, he took a deep breath before going back into the trailer. He knew Alexander was furious with him and wanted to delay the lecture, but it was time to face the music, and as soon as he entered, he got yelled at. Alexander's face was beet red. The anger came flowing out of him as soon as Logan walked in, and he slammed his fist on the desk and got to his feet. "Logan, damn you. This is a workplace, not a playroom for you to have sex in. Getting it on with a potential client is so wrong, and how dare you do it here where anyone can walk in and catch you?" "Well, technically she's not the client, just works for them," he said, smirking. Alexander banged his fist again on the desk. "Is everything a joke to you? You just might have lost us a job if she tells her boss you tried to seduce her. It's time you grew up." He sat her down. There were times he just wanted to beat some sense into his younger brother. "Look, before you totally freak out, I didn't just pounce on a stranger. Miss Cooper is the woman I told you about, from the radio station." His head snapped up to look at Logan. "That's Riley." "Yep, in the flesh." "Well, How did this happen? I went to the club, and just when I was about to give up, she sat next to me in the bar, and her friends came over and said her name. When she spoke, I knew it was her. I asked her out for Saturday night. Took her to dinner, and Sunday we spent the day and then the night together. So you're telling me you took her out twice before sleeping with her? So, what's wrong with that? It's just not like you to date a woman more than once, and not to bed her right away. I do have to say she's one beautiful woman. Are you going to see her again? She's different than the others, and yes, I'm going bowling with her tonight. Alexander Saturday backed down. Leaning back, he put his feet up on the desk. I never thought I'd live to see the day when you fell for a woman. I haven't fallen for her, we're just having fun. Whatever you say, little brother, he said, chuckling. Get back to work before I fire your bum, and from now on do the nasty somewhere else. Before Logan walked out, he called out for him to stop. Have you told her you're the love doctor? Logan turned back around to look at him. No, and I'm not going to. But what if she finds out? She will be pissed and dump your bum. As I said, we're just having fun, and I'll be ending things before it gets too far, so she can't find out about it. If I want to keep the gig and my identity a secret. See you later, bro. When she got back to the office, it was close to lunchtime, so she and Alyssa went for something to eat at the diner down the street. So did you run into this guy you've been seeing when you got to Foster's construction? I did actually, and I assured him I wasn't there to stalk him, that it was strictly business. I think he was surprised and maybe a little shocked to see me. Alyssa smiled wickedly. Did you two bump and grind behind a pile of wood, or do it behind the building? Riley almost choked on her coffee. Damn, girl, you're so blunt, she answered, her face turning red. Haha, I knew it. You got lucky. Riley looked around and saw everyone looking at them when Alyssa shouted out, will you please keep your voice down? And no, I didn't get lucky. She blushed. Well, his brother did walk in on us when we were making out in the trailer. You dirty girl, Alyssa said, chuckling. Oh, stop. We were just kissing. Right, just kissing. Was there any under the shirt action? It didn't get that far. You should have seen how his muscles are glistening, the way they moved when he was working on some kind of machinery. Just watching him, I got so hot and felt my panties getting wet. He is an amazing body. When do I get to meet this guy? You'll be meeting him tonight. Tonight? Alyssa asked, but aren't you coming bowling with us? Yes, but I also invited him to join us. I didn't think you guys would mind. We can always use an extra player. That's great. This way I'll be able to finally check him out. Alyssa, please don't give him a hard time. It's so hard finding an honest guy with a hot body and one who's great in bed. I'll behave, I promise. Wait, if his brother walked in on you, aren't you afraid he'll tell the boss what he saw and tell him how unprofessional it was? You could lose your job. That thought never crossed her mind until now. I don't think Logan will let that happen, but now you have me worried. When they got back to the office, she was told that the boss wanted to see her right away. She looked at Alyssa. Her heart was racing and her face turned pale. She knocked on his door and entered when he told her to come in. Mr. Burns, you wanted to see me? Yes, Miss Cooper. Sit down, he said, motioning to the chair across from him. I just got off the phone with Alexander Foster. Oh crap. She knew she was in trouble. Mr. Burns, just let me explain. He held up his hand to stop her from talking. There's no need, he told me everything. I just have one thing to say to you. She hung her head, waiting for him to tell her she was fired. Congratulations. She looked up at him, confused. For what? Mr. Foster told me that he was very impressed with how professional you were, how you explained things to him without boring him to death. He is not the first one to tell me this, so in light of all you have done for this company, your loyalty and your commitment, I have decided to promote you. You are now in charge of all of our contractors, new and old, of course. That means a raise in pay and a bonus for every contractor that we deal with. Mr. Foster has already sent in his bid, and it was very reasonable. And after checking out his reputation and hearing from some of the people they worked with, we have decided to go with them. You will have to from time to time go onto the building site and make sure things are going as planned. She couldn't believe it. She thought for sure she was going to get fired, and here she got a promotion and a raise. Thanking her boss, she left the office and went to find Alyssa to tell her the good news. That night, as she got ready for bowling, she was floating on cloud 9. She had gotten a promotion and she had met the most amazing man ever. Life just didn't get any better than this. When Alyssa came to pick her up, she took one look at Riley's outfit and shook her head. You're not wearing that, are you? Why, what's wrong with it? She asked, looking at herself in the mirror. She had on a pair of blue jeans and a green button-up shirt. Your Logan is going to be there tonight. You need to wear something SI. Here, put this on, she said, taking out a short miniskirt and a low-cut top. I'm not wearing that to go bowling, and this is what I always wear when we do, she answered, putting her skirt and blouse back into the closet. All right, suit yourself. I don't know what you're talking about. You're wearing jeans. Alyssa turned and smiled at her. True, but I'm also wearing this, she said, opening the jacket she was wearing to reveal a tank top with no bra underneath. All Riley could do was shake her head and roll her eyes. It would be fruitless to try and convince her to dress a little bit more modest. Chapter 9. They all met at the bowling alley and were curious as to where Logan was. They were wanting to meet the guy who had put a smile on Riley's face. The women all stared with their mouths open when a guy with dark brown hair and muscles rippling through his shirt walked over to Riley. Their eyes widened when he took her face in his hands, cupping each cheek and planting a long and passionate kiss on her lips. When she pulled free, she was out of breath and her whole body was trembling with the fire he lit inside her. Logan, I can't believe you did that in front of everyone. Are you embarrassed about being seen kissing me? Her face was a light shade of red. Not about the kiss, only that you did it in plain view of everyone. She then smiled. Well, since they're all watching us, let me introduce you to my friends, she said, taking his hand and walking with him to where they were standing and staring at them. This here is Alyssa. She lives down the hall from me and Julia, Chrissy, Steve, Carl, and last but not least is Carter. He said hello to the women, giving them a huge smile, and shook the men's hands. Then they all sat down and started getting ready to bowl. Logan, I just want you to know I'm really good at handling balls, Chrissy, the brunette said to him as she checked him out. Chrissy, Riley snapped. She knew what she was doing by flirting with Logan. She was always doing it to Silas. The truth was she didn't care for Chrissy at all, only tolerated her because she was Julia's friend. Riley, relax, I'm just having some fun with the guy. Logan could feel the tension between the two and wanted to stop what looked like a fight ready to break out. I'm glad to hear it, but I know someone who is amazing at handling balls, he said, putting his arm around Riley. He wanted Chrissy to get the hint that he was here with his girl and wasn't interested in anyone else. It must have worked because she ignored him after that. They started bowling, and after a few games, they grabbed some beers and took a break. By this time, Chrissy had taken off with a guy she met there. Logan leaned over to talk to Riley. If you and that other girl don't get along, why do you hang out with her? She is Alyssa and Julia's friend, and it's not like she comes out with us all the time. I hate it when she flirts with all the guys, even the ones who are with someone. I'm going to warn you. The guys are going to want to make a bet with you as to who will win the last game, and Carter's a pro. Thanks for the warning, he said, leaning over, gave her a quick kiss on the lips. Carter got up and looked at Logan with a smile on his face. Let's say whoever loses this last game has to buy drinks and wings at the Black Lion. I'm game, Logan said, getting to his feet. Since he wasn't as good a bowler as the others, he lost. And when they were leaving, a woman came running up to Logan and threw her arms around him. Hey, lover, where have you been hiding? She said, and tried to kiss him, but he turned his head from her. He looked over at Riley to see her reaction, but he couldn't read her face, so he had no idea if she was upset or not. Catherine, it's been a while. You're looking good and I've been busy. I'd like you to meet my girl Riley, he said, pulling her over and putting his arm around her waist. Oh, no wonder you've been busy, she said, then turned to Riley. Be careful with this one. He never sticks around for long. The others headed to the bar, giving Logan and Riley a few minutes to talk or fight. They weren't sure which one it would be. What was that all about? She asked, wondering if he was some kind of player. She's just someone I went out with. Nothing more. She nodded her head, then looked at him. We need to go with the others. You lost the game and have to pay, she said, and started walking out. Once she got outside, she stopped when he grabbed her arm and put her up against the wall. Are you not mad? Why would I be mad? We've both dated before we met. No, I'm not mad, just don't ever play me for a fool. You are an amazing woman, he said, placing his hands on the wall on each side of her head, and kissed her. Breaking the kiss, he touched her cheek. If I didn't have to foot the tap at the bar, I'd take you home and do some really naughty things to you. It felt good knowing she wasn't one of those women who got jealous when a man talked to another woman. At the Black Lion, they found a booth and sat her down. Logan made sure he was next to her and placed his hand on her leg. A round of drinks was ordered along with plates of wings. "We have something to celebrate tonight. Riley got a promotion and a raise today," Alyssa said, raising her glass as everyone congratulated her. Logan had his arm around her, using his thumb to stroke her shoulder. "You didn't tell me that you got a promotion." "I was going to, and I was going to ask if you had anything to do with it." "Me? What makes you think that?" "After I left the construction site, Alyssa and I went to lunch, and when we got back to the office, I was called into my boss's office. He said your brother had some good things to say about me, and that's when I got the promotion and raise." He used his finger to lift her head up so that he could look at her. "Alexander was very impressed with you, and when he sent your boss our bid, he also told him how professional he found you. I'm sure your boss had intended to promote you before that." He then kissed her, not caring they were surrounded by her friends. When the kiss ended, she wiped the lipstick from his mouth with a napkin. "Thank you, and there's going to be a small party Friday night, and I'd love it if you came as my date." Damn, he knew this day would come, the day she'd want to see him on a Friday night, when he had to be at the station. He had to come up with an excuse, and quick. "I'd love to, but I can't," he said, and seeing how disappointed she was, he continued. "You see, every Friday night I watch my brother's twins, while he and his wife go on a date night. The kids really look forward to me watching them. I can't disappoint them." "That's okay, I understand. I think it's sweet of you to do that for them." He felt like a real jerk for lying to her, and for using his family in a lie. "Let's dance," he said, taking her hand led her over to the dance area. As he held her tightly against him, he was starting to doubt himself. Since meeting her, he had broken all of his own rules. One was to never date a woman more than twice at the most. Another was never to spend the night. Yet here he was, wanting to be with her all the time. He wanted to tell her that he was the love doctor, and that he used the radio station to seek her out. The sole purpose is to forget her and then dump her. But he couldn't bring himself to tell her, knowing he would lose her, so he planned on quitting that job. He never wanted her to know what he had done, or how in the beginning he just wanted to use her. After having a couple of dances, she said she was going to use the restroom, and that he should go sit and wait for her with the others. He went and sat her down and ordered another round of drinks and talked to the others while he waited for her to come back. "She's been gone a long time. Maybe I better go see if she's all right," Alyssa said, but Logan got up and told her he would go get her. Riley had just stepped out of the washroom when someone came up behind her and placed his hand over her mouth and dragged her around the corner. She didn't have to see his face to know it was Silas. She could smell his cologne and the rum on his breath. She was flung up against the wall, his hand still over her mouth and his other hand kept hers above her head. "I've been watching you. Who is that man you're with?" He moved his hand away from her mouth but still kept her pinned against the wall. "That's none of your business," she hissed, trying to free her hands. "It is my business because you belong to me. I saw you kissing him, the way he held you so close when you were dancing. Are you fucking him?" She looked into his dark eyes that were filled with rage and she became frightened. "Silas, we've been over for a few months now. Let me go and move on with your life." It was as if he couldn't hear her, or maybe he didn't want to listen. She tried to scream out when he pushed her down on the ground, covering her mouth as he attempted to pull down her pants. They were around the corner, hidden by darkness, and there was so much noise from the music. No one would hear her even if she could scream. She tried to fight him off, but being a football player, he was much bigger and stronger than she was. His body was crushing hers. She couldn't breathe since his hand was covering both her mouth and nose. She could see darkness and knew she was close to passing out when all of a sudden Silas' body left hers, and with his hand gone from her mouth she could breathe. Sitting up, she started coughing and saw Logan and Silas fighting. Logan went to the ladies and knocked, and when he didn't get an answer, he walked in. No one was there, but when he came back out, he thought he heard a noise coming from around the corner. When he saw a man on top of Riley, he saw red. Going over, put his arm around the guy's neck and pulled him off of her and slammed him into the wall. Silas looked over at her. "I can't believe you're fucking this guy you slept." Logan went over and punched him in the gut, causing him to fall backwards, landing on his bum. "I don't know who you are, but if you ever go near her or touch her again, I'll kill you." "I'm her boyfriend," he said, getting to his feet. "No, you're not," she yelled as she got to her feet. "You're mine," he hissed and went to go over to her, only to be stopped by Logan, who again punched him. They started fighting, each throwing punches. The more they fought and got pushed around, they ended up closer to the bar where people started to notice the fight. It wasn't long before people gathered around to watch the fight, and a couple of bouncers came over to break up the fight. "All of you leave now," the smaller bouncer said. "This man tried to rape someone," Logan shouted as the other bouncer held him back. "Call the cops. I want him charged. She's my girlfriend. We were just having some fun. Isn't that right, baby?" he asked, looking at her thinking she would go along with it. "I'm not his girlfriend and he did try to rape me." "You bitch," Silas shouted as the men held him until the police arrived. Logan went over, taking her in his arms. By this time her friends came over to find out what had happened, and when the police arrived everyone gave their statements. Silas was taken away in handcuffs, and when he walked past them, he glared at Logan and Riley. "You think I won't get out of this? Think again," he said, barking at both of them. "Hey, would you like a drink to calm your nerves?" he asked her, his arms still around her in a protective way. "I think I would rather go home. Will you take me?" "Yes, of course, I'll take you home," he said, then turned to her friends. "I'm going to take her home and I'll stay with her." "That's good, Logan. Keep her safe and maybe this time he won't get away with rape," Alyssa said, giving Riley a hug before they left. Logan's head jerked towards her. "Are you telling me he did this to her before?" He rolled up his fingers, making a feast when he heard this. He wanted to know more, but knowing how upset she was decided to ask her about it later. Putting his arm around her waist, led her out of the club and to his car. He would wait until they got to her place, and then he would ask her to tell him about what happened to her when she was with Silas. Chapter 10. When they got inside her apartment, he had her sit down while he made them some tea. Taking it into the living room, he sat her down next to her. "Riley, I want you to tell me what Alyssa meant when she said she hoped your ex wouldn't get away with it this time. Had he raped you before?" She could feel the tears welling up in her eyes. Her whole body hurt from shaking. "Yes," she said. Taking a few deep breaths, she told him the whole story of the night. She came home from being out with her friends and what had taken place. When she started to cry, she felt his arms going around her, felt him kissing the top of her head. "I'm so sorry he did that to you, but you should have charged him with rape. Logan, you don't understand how it is with football players, especially if they are the star player. His manager and lawyers would all be behind him. It would be my word against his. His fans would believe I was just after his money and they would hate me. I would have been harassed, stalked and called names. I just want to go to bed and sleep. Can I stay the night? I just want to hold you and make sure you're all right, nothing else." "I'd like that, but I'm going to take a shower first." "All right, you go ahead and I'll tidy up before going to bed, and when you come to bed, my arms will be waiting to hold you." As she stood under the water that flowed down her body, she got to thinking about when she met Silas. Her friends warned her about him, said they heard rumors that he treated women badly, but he wasn't like that with her in the beginning. He was so kind and tender. That is until they moved in together and things changed. He became overly possessive. He had streaks of jealousy that turned him into a raging bull. He started mentally and emotionally abusing her. He never struck her, nor had he ever forced himself on her until that last night. The night she left him, she was still very cautious around Logan. She hadn't known him very long, and like all relationships, you never really know someone until you live with them. All she wanted from a man was honesty and tenderness, one who wouldn't try to control her, and would let her be herself around other people. After drying off, she went into the bedroom and found Logan already in bed. Climbing in next to him, it felt good when he wrapped his arms around her. She liked that he kept his promise and just held her without expecting sex, and soon she was fast asleep. He woke up early, and since she was still fast asleep, he slipped out of bed and went to take a shower. Coming from the bathroom with just a towel wrapped around his waist, he saw that she was awake, and felt his member getting hard when she stretched. "Looking as hell. I hope you don't mind, but I took a shower." "Not at all," she said, her tongue swiping over her bottom lip. When she saw the droplets of water dripping down his chest to the V-line just above the towel, she couldn't help but wonder if he was wearing the towel low for her benefit. Going over to the bed, he got in and on top of her. Taking her hands, he placed them above her head and towered over her. "You don't know how beautiful you look first thing in the morning, do you?" She blushed. "No, I don't. I look horrible." "You're beautiful," he said, lowering his mouth onto hers. The kiss turned into more than just a morning kiss. It became very hot and passionate. With her hands free, she tore off his towel, leaving him naked on top of her. As they continued to kiss, he somehow removed her nightgown without her realizing it. Though it was a work day and they really should have been getting ready for work, they instead spent the next hour making love. Later they showered together and got dressed. He looked at his watch and swore. Shit, I'm going to be late for work and Alexander is going to have a feat. Now Riley, on the other hand, still had a couple of hours before she had to go to work and felt bad for making him late. I'm sorry, I should have stopped you and now it's my fault you're going to be late for work. He put his arm around her waist and pulled her close. It wasn't your fault. I wanted you so bad and it's going to be worth getting yelled at by my brother. Had a nice time at your party. And again, I'm sorry I can't be there, but I'll call you Saturday if that's okay. I'd like that, she said, giving him a kiss goodbye when he left for work. He was just walking past Alyssa's apartment door when it opened and she walked out. Logan, how is she doing? She seems to be okay now, but I would like you to do me a favor. What kind of favor? Keep an eye on her and if that jerk comes around you give me a call. Maybe you could also stick to her like glue. Do not let her out of your sight. I'm sure he won't bother her if she's with her friends. Logan, don't worry, I'll keep an eye on her. You really care about her, don't you? Yeah, I do. I'm glad to hear that. Just don't hurt her. Saying goodbye, he walked away and headed to his car and got in. He'd be a liar if he said his conscience wasn't bothering him about the secret he was keeping from Riley. He knew that sooner or later, he was either going to have to quit the radio job or tell her the truth. But right now, he had to get to work and listen to Alexander's lecture about being on time. Where the hell have you been? Alexander snapped at him the moment he walked into the trailer. Sorry I'm late. I was with Riley. Look, I don't care when you get your rocks off, but I expect you to be on time for work. I can't show you any favoritism in front of the other guys. It wasn't like that. Oh really? Then what was it like? She was sexually assaulted and almost raped by her ex last night. So I stayed with her to make sure he didn't come back around. Is she alright? A little shaken up, but she's a strong woman. She'll be alright. I'm sorry that happened to her, but seriously bro, you really have to start being on time or the guys are going to start giving me a hard time. So, Riley again, I do believe that you have fallen for her and don't deny it. It's written all over your face. I think I have. Then you better tell her the truth about what you do on Friday nights. I've been doing a lot of thinking about that and I can't tell her. If she finds out that I used the station in order to get with her, she will never forgive me. I decided to quit that job. That way she'll never have to know. I'm proud of you, Logan. It looks like my little brother is finally growing up. I'll talk to the station manager later and see if I can get out of my contract. I am a little bit curious as to what you told her about why she never sees you on Friday nights. Logan cleared his throat, preparing for another spurt of anger from Alexander. Okay, now this might make you a little bit mad, but just hear me out. Riley asked me to go to an office party with her on Friday. I had to think of something quick, so I kind of told her that every Friday night I babysit the twins, so that you and your wife can go on date nights. Have you lost your goddamn mind? If you keep seeing this woman, she's eventually going to have to meet Anna and the subject is bound to come up. I'm already keeping one secret from my wife, and that's about you being on that stupid radio station. Don't worry about it, when the time comes I'll think of something, he said, placing his hard hat on as he left the trailer to start working. Throughout the day he made several calls to Riley to make sure she was alright, and that Silas hadn't tried to get in touch with her. He made a date with her for Saturday night, and said he would take her to dinner and a movie. Friday night, at the office party, she was handed a glass of champagne as a toast was made in her honor, congratulating her on her promotion. All of her friends were there and they all wanted to know where Logan was. I think that's so sweet of him to babysit his nephews, so that his brother and his wife can go out and have a date night. Not many guys would do that, Alyssa said to the others. It was close to midnight when she and Alyssa left to go home. Both women were tired, so they said goodnight and went to their separate apartments. After taking a shower and slipping into a nightgown and robe, she poured herself a glass of wine and sat her day down. She decided to turn on the radio and hear what the love doctor had to say. She was not impressed with what he told one female caller, who was depressed because she had just broken up with her boyfriend. It angered her when he told the woman that in order to get over someone she should get under someone. There was no empathy in his voice when he came out with that heartless piece of advice to a woman who was heartbroken. It was all nothing but a joke to him. Picking up her phone, she dialed the number to the station. Who's our next caller? Angie, Logan asked when he hung up with the previous caller. We have Miss Unfulfilled online too. Logan smiled. He was actually surprised that she would be calling in since they were seeing each other now. Hello. I wasn't sure if I would be hearing from you again. How can I help you today? You can't help me, but maybe I can help you. I can't believe you told that woman that she could get over someone by getting under someone else. She was obviously upset. What would you have told her? This is your show, not mine. No, really. I'd like to hear what advice you would give to her. I would tell her that I know how much it hurts when you break up with someone. I would tell her it's alright to be sad, and that it would take time to get over it. I would also tell her every day the pain would get less until one day she no longer would hurt. Also to give herself time before going out with someone else. She needs to get over him before she can move on with someone else. I think that's excellent advice. She was stumped at his change in attitude. Are you really the same guy I've talked to before? You seem so different. I was thinking the same thing about you. You don't sound so angry or frustrated anymore. Am I right to assume that you have a man in your life now? Well, as a matter of fact, I do. What's he like? He's warm, kind and honest. Really? I bet he's boring as shit in bed. He was curious as to what she would say, so he kept egging her on. I take it, you're still actually frustrated and unfulfilled. Look, you arrogant piece of crap, just for your information, he is a sweet and wonderful man and fantastic in bed and satisfies me more than you can ever imagine. So you see, your theory of a nice guy is wrong. If he weren't such an arrogant, self-centered, selfish bastard of a man, you would know that. Well, I guess I've been proven wrong. I am glad to hear he can satisfy you. Do you return the favor? What do you mean? She asked, wondering where he was going with this line of questioning. I'm guessing he does a lot of things to make sure you are satisfied, and I'm wondering if you've ever gone down on him. I'm sure you enjoy the pleasure of him going down on you, and I can tell you that a man loves a great BJ. Or had you tried role-playing together, tying each other up, maybe get a little kinky? Are you saying if I don't give him a BJ he'll get bored with me and dump me? Now he really felt bad and realized he was using his job as a host to manipulate her into doing something she was most likely uncomfortable doing. No, not at all. I'm just saying that whatever makes you both happy in the bedroom you should do. And no, I don't think he'll dump you. He'd be crazy too. Are you feeling all right? She asked, very confused by his comment. No, why do you ask? You're usually so arrogant. I've got to go, she said and hung up. After hanging up, she couldn't get over the change in his attitude. She found it very weird. When they went to break, Andy came storming into Logan's booth. What the hell's wrong with you tonight? Where's the crude, foul-mouthed host that everyone loves? Andy, I can't do this anymore. I'm going to quit. You have a contract and it's not up for another 6 months, and they are not going to let you out of it. Now, give our listeners what they want. He snapped and walked out. Chapter 11. It was Saturday night, and she was getting ready for her date with Logan when her phone rang. Checking the number, she saw it was Silas. For the 9th time, she blocked his number, hoping he would get the hint. Having read in the news that he had been arrested, that all charges had been dropped due to lack of evidence, she knew it would happen. His manager was always getting him out of trouble, and most likely they bribed the judge. Forgetting about her ex, she dressed in a cute little dress. He also let her hair hang loose. She was a nervous wreck. Tonight she decided she was going to give him a BJ. It wasn't something she did, but since he always made a point of going down on her, she figured he deserved the same treatment. There was a loud rap at the door that made her jump. Taking a deep breath, she went over and opened the door, finding him standing there with a bouquet of pink and white roses. Logan, they're beautiful, she said, taking them from him and stepping aside for him to enter. I'll put these in some water before we leave. I wanted to give you something to congratulate you on your promotion, and to say how sorry I am for missing your party, he said, giving her a kiss. Hello. That's okay. I told you I understood, she said, heading into the kitchen. There she grabbed a vase and filled it with water before putting the flowers in it. They really are beautiful, she said, smelling them. Is everything all right? He asked, noticing she looked a bit nervous. Everything is fine. He went over, putting her up against the counter and cupped her chin in the palm of his hand. I know you're keeping something from me. What's going on? She wasn't about to tell him what she had planned for him later, so instead she told him about Silas. I got a call from Silas, but I didn't answer it. I blocked his number. Again. I thought you were going to call and let me know if he started bothering you, and I thought he was in jail. He just called a few minutes ago. I guess you haven't heard the news. He was let go and no charges were laid. His manager most likely took care of it, bribing the judge, I guess. Why are you getting mad at me? He stood back, crossing his arms. I'm not mad at you. It's him I'm mad at. I can't believe the charges were dropped against him. I don't care how famous or rich he is. He shouldn't be able to get away with what he did to you. If I ever see him again, I'll beat that bastard into a pulp. She went over and standing in front of him, she placed her hands on his chest. Logan, promise me you won't do that. Why? Do you still have feelings for him? His tone was one of anger, scaring her a little. No, I feel nothing but hatred for the man. You don't know him the way I do. He's crazy and a fighter, and I lived with him. And I won't be involved with another man who thinks using his fists is an answer to a problem. If you're that kind of man, then I think you better leave. I just won't let anyone hurt those I care about. Sometimes a man needs to fight, and I'll fight to keep you safe. He put his arms around her waist, not wanting things to end between them. I will promise not to start anything with him. But if he starts it, I won't walk away. I don't want to leave. She chewed on her bottom lip. I don't want you to leave either. I just don't want to be with a man who fights or tries to control me. I'll never treat you like that. She put her arms around his neck. I believe you. Now, are you taking me out to dinner and a movie as you promised? He pulled her in for a kiss before they left to go to the Greek restaurant, where he had reserved a table and had a bottle of champagne waiting for them. When they arrived, they were shown to their table. This place is amazing. I've always wanted to come here, but it's way too expensive. Are you sure you can afford it? Yes. Now don't worry about it and order anything you want, he said, pouring her some champagne. I'm sorry. She looked over at him, frowning. Sorry for what? I'm sorry for not telling you how beautiful you look tonight. That dress looks amazing on you, and I can't wait until later when I take it off you. I think it will look great laying on the floor next to my clothes. She smiled back at him. What if I told you I'm on my period? That wouldn't stop me. I've heard that having sex while one is on their period feels better than when they're not on it. It may be messy, but so worth it. He chuckled when he saw the look of shock on her face. Don't worry, I know it's not your time of the month. Remember last week when we went out? You were on it then. Oh, so you remember that, she said, smiling back at him. When their meal arrived and the waiter left, Logan saw two men walk in and were seated across the room from them. He tossed his fork down and cursed. I don't fucking believe it. What's wrong? She asked when she saw the look on his face. Don't look now, but Silas just walked in and is seated across the room. He's looking this way, so let's just leave and go somewhere else. Not looking over, she put her hand over the top of his. We were here first and I won't run. So, if you think you can control yourself, let's just stay and finish our meal. Can you ignore him and enjoy the evening with me? Yeah, I can, he said, giving her one of his SI smiles. He would prove to her that he was a man who could control his anger, even though he knew Silas kept looking over at them. He did, however, glance over halfway through their meal to find him smiling at them. As much as he wanted to go over and wipe that smirk off his face, he held back. Once their meal was over and was finishing their drink, the waiter came over with another bottle of champagne. I didn't order that, Logan said, staring at the waiter. No, sir, it's from that gentleman over there, he said, pointing towards Silas. Riley saw the look that crossed Logan's face, and she knew that look. Putting her hand over his, she shook her head ever so slightly. Let's just leave, please. Not wanting to start anything, he handed the bottle back to the waiter. Give this back to him and bring me our bill. He reached out to hold her hand when he heard her thanking him. I made you a promise and I plan on keeping it. Do you still want to go to the movies? You did promise me a night out, so yeah. All right, let's get out of here. He felt bad that dinner hadn't gone as planned. What with the prick being there, watching every move they made, but he was determined to make the best out of the situation and make the rest of the evening memorable. At the theater, he chose the movie Turning. He deliberately picked a horror film so that he would have an excuse to hold her when she got scared. When they sat her down and he put his arm over her shoulder, she smiled at him. Why did you pick these seats? She asked when he led her to the back, away from everyone. So I could do this and get away with it, he answered, placing his hand on her leg. He moved it up under her dress and started kissing her. If we're quiet, I bet we could do it without anyone hearing us. She moved his hand from under her dress and scowled at him. No way am I having sex in here. Someone could catch us and we'd be arrested. Now behave yourself, she said, resting her head on his shoulder. Damn, you're so hot when you're being bossy. I'm not bossy, she said, then giggled when she looked down and saw the bulge inside his pants growing. I hope you don't get scared watching this movie. I hear it's quite scary, but don't worry. You can cuddle into me and I'll hold you. Scared? No way. I love these types of movies. When she heard a low growl coming from the back of his throat, she looked up at him. Were you hoping I'd be so scared that I would jump into your arms and bury my face in your chest? That was my plan, he answered, feeling a little disappointed. Don't look so down. I'll still jump into your arms. He smiled and put his arm back over her shoulders. You never cease to amaze me. You're smart, beautiful, and not afraid of horror movies. I think I might just keep you. She lifted her head up and stared into his eyes. I'm glad to hear that, since I'm quite fond of you too. Her hand went to the back of his head and pulled him in for a kiss. Do you know what I would like right now? What? He asked, hoping she would give in to having sex in their seats. Popcorn, with loads of butter. You want popcorn? Yeah, we can't watch a movie without it. Okay, I'll go get you some. Giving her a quick kiss, left to go to the concession stand. Standing in line, he felt someone's arms going around his waist. Turning around, thinking it was Riley, he smiled, but it soon turned into a frown when he saw one of his one-night stands. Logan, I thought this was you. I'm still waiting for you to call me after we spent that night fucking our brains out. He didn't remember her name, and moving her arms away, he put some distance between them. I'm sorry, but I got busy, and besides, I'm with someone now. He was hoping she'd leave without causing a scene, but no such luck. She slapped him across the face, called him all kinds of foul names, and stormed off. Going up to the counter, knowing everyone was staring at him, he ordered a large popcorn and soft drink and headed back into the theater. They Saturday and watched the movie, and it was he that was scared watching it. He had to cover his eyes through most of it, earning a laugh from her. They laughed, made out during the movie, and he was really enjoying himself. They left the building, walking hand in hand over to his car. They were both unaware that they were being watched. Before getting into the car, he leaned her up against it, his hands resting on the car on both sides of her. I want you to know I had the best time with you tonight, even though you made fun of me for being scared. I had fun too. He gave her a passionate kiss before opening the door for her to step in. Going around to the driver's side, he jumped in, putting the key in, but he didn't start it right away. He sat there thinking until he heard her speak. Logan, is something wrong? She asked when he turned quiet. What? You were looking so serious. He put his arm over her shoulder. He was about to do something he had never done before, but it felt right, so looking at her, he spoke, feeling a little nervous. Instead of me taking you back to your place, would you like to come back to mine? They had been seeing each other for a while now, and never once did he suggest going to his place. I'd love to, she said, seeing a smile cross his face. Her heart melted when she looked into his eyes, and felt his fingers caressing her cheek when he kissed her. It was a sweet kiss that sent the butterflies dancing in her stomach. He couldn't wait for her to see his home. He was very proud of it, seeing he helped to build it. Only his family had ever been there. He never once took a woman there. He didn't want them to know where he lived, and that was why he always went to their place, wanting Riley to see it. He knew he was falling for her. Driving for 20 minutes, he came to a secluded area, far from neighbors, and pulled into a driveway and turned off his car. Chapter 12. When they pulled into his driveway, she stared at the house before her. Oh wow, this is your home? She asked, turning to look at him. Yes, and I helped to build it. I guess it's not what you were expecting. She let out a soft laugh. No, I was actually expecting a small bachelor's apartment, but this looks so beautiful. I must say I'm very impressed. Want to go in and see it? I can't wait to see inside. Wait, you didn't bring me here to clean it for you, did you? She asked, joking. He went and opened her door, taking her hand, helped her out, and chuckled. No, I brought you here for a lot of reasons, but cleaning isn't one of them. He held her hand as they walked up to the front door. He was a little nervous and hoped she would like it. Unlocking the front door, he stepped over to the side, letting her go in first. The first thing she noticed was how clean and tidy the place was. Would you like a drink, or should I give you the grand tour first? I'd love the tour first. He took her through the bottom part of the house first, showing her the living room, the den, bathroom, dining room, and then the kitchen. Everything is so clean. How do you have time to do all this? I have a woman that comes in on Mondays and Fridays to clean. Now, shall we head upstairs? There were 3 bedrooms, a large bathroom, and then the last room he took her to was his bedroom. The bedroom was huge with a walk-in closet and an ensuite. "You have a beautiful home." "Thank you. I'm so glad you like it," he said. Walking up behind her, he put his arms around her waist. "The bed is king size and the mattress is so comfortable." With his arms around her waist, and his warm breath fanning the side of her neck, she closed her eyes when his hand moved down. Then she felt his lips on her neck. As his hand went under her dress and between her legs, there was something hot and sigh about the way he was rubbing over the material of her panties. Her heart started racing and her chest started heaving. She turned around to face him, walking him back towards the bed. She gave him a shove and he landed on his back on the bed. Then she straddled him, grinding her pelvis against him. Tonight was the night she was going to give him a BJ. She pulled her dress up over her head and tossed it onto the floor. She tore open his shirt, letting the buttons pop everywhere. Logan was shocked at how aggressive she was being, but he liked it. "Someone's hungry." "You have no idea?" she said. Her hands going to his pants, she undid them and pulled down his zipper. "What are you doing?" he asked, removing what was left of his shirt. "It's my turn to satisfy you," she said. Pulling down his pants and underwear, she removed them from him. Laying on top of him, she started off by kissing his neck and moving down over his chest into his belly. His snake was hard and standing at attention, so she wrapped her mouth around the tip of it, using her tongue to tickle his shaft as she took more of him in. He laid there enjoying the feel of her mouth wrapped around him, but then his conscience got the best of him. It was through his show that he had manipulated her into doing this. He couldn't allow her to continue if it wasn't something that she wanted to do but was only doing it because the love doctor said she should. "Riley, stop, don't do this." She stopped what she was doing to look up at him with sad eyes. "Why? Am I not doing it right?" He pulled her up and laid her on her back, getting on top of her. "I don't want you doing something you're not comfortable with. I don't expect it from you." "I want to. Now get on your back and just enjoy," she said, giving him a shove off of her. At first, she was worried that she wouldn't do it right, but hearing the moans coming from him, she knew he was enjoying it. His body trembled. He felt like he was in heaven when her warm, wet mouth wrapped around him. She was using her tongue like a pro, and he was so close to coming but didn't want to come in her mouth. He stopped her, pulled her up, flipped her onto her back, and removed her bra and panties. As he laid his body over top of hers, he smiled down. "That was amazing, but I don't want to release in your mouth. I'd rather be inside you." Laying there in the wee hours of the night, she ran her fingers over his damp muscles. "I guess you should take me home, or I could call for a cab. Or you could just stay the night and we could spend the day together." She lifted her head up to look at him. "Are you sure? I wouldn't want to be here if one of your old girlfriends showed up," she said, joking. "I'm going to tell you something." "Yeah, what?" "You are the only woman I've brought here." "Really?" "Yes, really. I never wanted to bring anyone here before, until now." "Do you know what I want to do right now?" he asked, climbing on top of her. When he rubbed his shaft over her pussycat, she had a good idea. "Yeah, I do believe I know," she said, opening her legs wider for him. The sun was starting to rise when they finally went to sleep and did not wake until noon. He kissed her good morning and suggested they take a shower together and then make breakfast. He couldn't wait to get her in there, to feel her as the water flowed over her gorgeous body. "I don't have any other clothes with me." "That's okay. You can wear one of my shirts." Side by side in the kitchen, they prepared breakfast and a pot of coffee. He kept looking at her, thinking how hot she looked wearing nothing but his shirt. Not only that, but it felt right, her being here with him like this. After they ate and washed up, they took their coffee into the living room to relax. She walked over to the pictures that were sitting on the mantelpiece. "I recognize your brother, so is this his wife and children?" He went and stood behind her. "Yes, that's Anna, his kids, Jimmy and Jack." "Are these your parents?" she asked, picking up a frame with a mature couple in it. "Yes," he said, sadly. "I was young when they died and don't really remember a lot, but I do know they were the best parents anyone could wish for." They went and sat her down. She rested her back against the arm of the sofa, draping her legs over his lap. "Can I ask you something?" "Sure." "I know you work for your brother, but how can you afford a house like this and the Ferrari you drive?" "When my parents died, the company was left to my brother and me, but I was too young, so Alexander took it over. As I got older, I didn't want to be a partner, so I let him have it. I do get the shares and the profits and a weekly paycheck, so I do all right. From time to time, I do a bit of boxing. There's good money in that." He left out the part about working for the radio station. I'm surprised by all of that you have time to date. I don't really date. That is until now. He was telling her the truth about that. He never dated. He just threw KED and moved on to the next female. They spent the rest of the day talking, watching a movie, and then later made dinner and ended up in bed for hours. I should be getting home now, she said, rolling off of him. I was thinking that maybe you should stay with me for a while. You know, in case Silas comes around bothering you. That's so sweet of you, but no. I need to go home, and besides, he'll be going back on the road in a couple of days. You really don't have to worry about me. Knowing that her ex had a game out of town, she felt safe being at home, and Alyssa lived right down the hall from her. Okay, but please be careful and don't go anywhere alone until he leaves town, he said, getting out of bed and started putting on his clothes, watching her as she did the same thing. Before leaving to take her home, he went out into his garage and picked out some tools and a deadbolt. What are those for? She asked when he put them in his trunk. I noticed you don't have a decent lock on your door, so this deadbolt will stop him if he tries to break in. I also want to check your windows and make sure he won't be able to break in. She started giggling when they got into the car. What's so funny? He asked, turning to look at her. I doubt he'll be able to get in through the window. Since I live on the 5th floor. She couldn't get over how protective he was being. It made her feel loved. He looked at her and blushed. Oh, I never thought of that. Well, at least I'll make sure the door is secured. When they reached her apartment, he got to work, wanting to make sure she would be safe. He had a bad feeling about her ex, and knew the man wasn't done causing trouble. It didn't take him long, and when he was done, handed her the keys. Thank you, she said, giving him a kiss. Would you like something to drink before you leave? I have wine, or I could make you some coffee, unless drinking it this late will keep you awake. He didn't want to leave her yet, so he said he'd love some coffee. Coffee please, and it never keeps me up. He sat her down at the table, watching as she started making it. Do you know what I like about that dress you're wearing? No. What? She asked, looking over her shoulder at him. That it was laying on my bedroom floor and you were naked in my bed. She turned and walked towards him, carrying his coffee, handing him the mug. She smiled back at him. It did look good there. Putting the cup down, he pulled her onto his lap. You really are an amazing woman, and I'm so glad we met. Look, if that prick comes anywhere near, you call me and I'll be by your side in a heartbeat. All right, I will, she said, putting her arms around his neck. I have to bring over the contracts for your brother to sign on Tuesday. I'm telling you this, so that you don't think I'm there checking up on you. You should also know that once your company starts building, I will be coming from time to time to check on how it's going. I know you're not, and I also know that's part of your job. I just hope I'll be able to control my lust when I see you. I can picture you naked on the desk wearing nothing but a hard hat. Damn, I have to keep the thought out of my head when I go to work, or I'll be walking around all day with a heart on. Oh, you are terrible. Now finish your coffee and go home, she said, laughing as she got off his lap. She really liked that he could always make her laugh, and the fact that he was hot and great in bed was a bonus. He finished his drink and got up to leave, pulling her into his arms. There's something I want to do before I leave. What would that be? She asked, knowing damn well he was going to kiss her. And she was right. It would be a kiss that had her wanting more. This, he answered, bringing his mouth down onto hers. He kissed her with such passion, their mouths moving in perfect harmony. His tongue explored inside her mouth, making her moan and feeling her body pressing harder into him. He knew he could have had her right there and then, but wanted to leave her wanting more, and to look forward to when they would be together again. Pulling apart, he smiled, knowing she was turned on. I'll see you on Tuesday, and maybe we can have lunch together. I'd like that. Say around 12, she said, feeling as though her body was on fire. That kiss had her toes curling and her core throbbing, but it was late and they both had to go to work, so she didn't let it go any further. Chapter 13. This time going to the construction site, she wore jeans and shoes with no heels. As she walked towards the trailer, she didn't see Logan, so figured he wasn't there, or maybe he was waiting inside the trailer. She knocked once and a voice told her to enter. Going in, she saw Alexander with the woman she recognized as his wife, Anna. Logan was also there and got to his feet when she entered. He went over, putting his arm around her waist and gave her a kiss on the cheek. I want you to meet my sister-in-law, Anna. It's a pleasure to meet you, she said, holding out her hand to shake Anna's. Right away she liked this woman. She had a warm smile and appeared to be very kind. I've heard so much about you and I'm happy to finally meet you. I'm glad I'm here, so that I can invite you and Logan to dinner on Saturday. You are the first woman that he's been out with that I've gotten to meet. Dinner? I would like to, she said, looking over at him to see if he was all right with that. After all, meeting one's family was a big deal. Getting a smile and a nod from him, she knew it was safe to say yes. Great, I'll see you then, she said, giving Alexander a kiss on his cheek, said her goodbyes and left them to conduct their business. As soon as the contracts were signed, Logan took her to lunch. They went to the park and had hot dogs and onion rings. Finding an empty bench, they sat down and started eating. She noticed he was quiet. You're quiet. Has it got anything to do with Anna inviting me to dinner? No, I'm glad she invited you. Then what's wrong? Nothing. I'm just tired, he said, but he was really worried that his lie would catch up to him, so he had to think of something quick. Are you getting tired of me? Do you want to break things off between us? She asked, feeling sad that it might be over just when she found the perfect guy. He turned so that he was facing her, putting his hands on her shoulders, staring into her eyes that were glossy. Oh, God no. You are the best thing to come into my life. He was so tired of lying to her. It was eating away at him, but here he was, about to tell another one. Then what's wrong? Okay, Alexander and Anna have been having problems. They are thinking about not going out on Friday's date night, and had been arguing about it. So I think it's best not to mention it at all. It might just start an argument. But they seem so happy just now. I hope they can resolve it, and I promise I won't say anything when I see them. He pulled her into his arms and gave her a hug. Thank you. That would mean a lot to me. He had never felt this bad about lying to anyone as he did right now. He let go of her and his lips came down on hers, giving her a long and tender kiss. I should be getting back to work, she said when the kiss ended. I'll drive you to work. Okay, as long as you have time. I do, he said, taking a hold of her hand. They walked to where his car was parked. When he stopped in front of her workplace, he gave her another kiss before she got out. I'll call you, he said, waving goodbye as he drove off. The next few days, they were both busy and didn't get to see each other, and to their relief, Silas was out of town, so they didn't have to worry about him. Saturday afternoon, Logan went and picked her up for their dinner at his brother's place. As soon as she let him in, he grabbed her, kicking the door closed with his foot and wrapping his arms around her, gave her a long and passionate kiss. I've missed kissing your beautiful lips and I miss being with you. She laughed and backed away. It's only been 3 days. 3 long days, and I've been walking around with a heart on whenever I thought about you, which was most of the time. She covered her mouth and tried not to laugh. Maybe if you didn't wear such tight jeans, it wouldn't be so noticeable. She liked how he wore them. It didn't leave anything to the imagination. To be honest, I missed you too. When she stood closer and he looked into her eyes, he felt himself getting hard. If we don't leave now, I'm going to carry you to bed and we'll be staying there all weekend. Knowing my sister-in-law, if we don't go, she'll be calling me nonstop. Logan was nervous and knew he had to stay close to her, just in case either she or Anna brought up Friday nights. They arrived on time, and taking her hand they went to the front door and knocked before walking in. Right away 2 little boys came running around the corner, jumping into Logan's arms. How are my 2 boys doing? He said, hugging them both before putting them down. Jack, Jimmy, I want you to meet a friend of mine. This here is Riley Cooper. Say hi to her. Hello, Miss Cooper. Nice to meet you. She couldn't believe how well-mannered and grown-up they sounded. It's a pleasure to meet you both, but please just call me Riley. Okay, Jack said, taking her hand and started pulling her along with him. Mom and Dad are out back. They said for us to bring you out there. Alexander and Anna stood up when they entered. It's so nice to see you again, Anna said, giving her a hug, and then she looked at the guys. Don't just stand there. Get the girls something to drink. What would you like, dear? Alexander asked. A beer will be fine, she answered, and went and sat her down with Anna. Logan came back with 2 beers and handed her one, sitting down beside her. I see my brother is barbecuing his famous burgers. It's such a beautiful evening. We thought it would be nice to eat outdoors. They sat around talking for about an hour before Alexander started the barbecue. Logan went to help him, while the 2 women went inside to make the salad. When it was made, they took out everything that was needed for the meal and started setting up the picnic table. Anna looked over to where the guys were and back at Riley. He really likes you. I've never seen him look at another woman the way he looks at you. He has never brought anyone here before, until now that is. I like him too. He's so honest and treats me well. Your boys are so adorable, and well-mannered and identical. How do you tell them apart? Jack has a couple of freckles on his nose. Jimmy doesn't. They're great kids but can be a handful. Now tell me about you. Logan was helping to flip the burgers, every now and then looking over at Riley. Aren't you worried she might say something to Anna about the lie you told, about our so-called date nights? I had to tell her another little lie. What have you done now? Alexander asked angrily. I told her you and Anna were having fights over the date nights, that you didn't want to do it any longer, so I asked her not to mention it. Again you are dragging me into your lies. Don't you know that when you lie once you have to cover it up with another one? How many more times are you going to keep doing this to her? If you care about her you have to come clean. I can't tell her. If I do it'll be over between us. I had decided to quit the radio job, but they won't let me, so I just have to wait 6 months until my contract runs out. You know, there will come a time when she'll want to come with you to watch the twins. What are you going to do then? Logan nervously ran his hand through his hair. I don't know. 6 months, Alexander laughed. I'm telling you, bro, women talk, and seeing how our ladies are getting along it's only a matter of time before one of them brings it up. You don't have 6 months. You better think of something quick and leave me and my family out of your lies. While they were sitting around the picnic table, the twins kept staring at her. Alexander noticed and told them they were being rude. But she's so pretty, Jimmy said, then looked back at Riley. Are you Uncle Logan's girlfriend? He asked with the innocence of a child. Clearing her throat, she glanced over at Logan before answering. I'm not sure if I'm his girlfriend or not. Perhaps you could ask him. She was wondering what his answer would be, though she had a good idea but wanted to hear him say it first. He gave Jimmy a smile and nudged him in the arm. Yeah, buddy, she's my girlfriend, so don't go trying to steal her from me. The twins looked at each other and smiled. We'll see, they both said, looking back at their uncle. Everyone just had to laugh, thinking that what they had just said was so cute. Watch your back, brother. I think the twins are going to give you some competition, so you better treat her right, he said, staring at Logan and letting him know what he meant, though the others didn't have a clue. When the twins started whispering into each other's ears, and then giggled, Anna put a stop to it. Boys, do you care to share whatever it is that's so funny? Jimmy looked at Jack and they started to giggle again. Uncle Logan has puppy eyes. What do you mean he has puppy eyes? When he looks at Riley it's the same look the neighbor's dog gives when he's getting a treat. Everyone couldn't help laughing. The way Jimmy said it came out so funny. Logan looked at Riley and smiled. Since I'm giving you the puppy eyes, does that mean you're going to give me a treat? If you're a good boy I might, she said, giving him a big smile. Do you and Riley have sleepovers together? Jimmy asked his uncle. Anna started choking on her drink, getting a pat on the back from Alexander. Okay boys, that's enough. You're done eating, so go on upstairs and get ready for your bath. When the boys took off running, Anna turned to Riley. Her face was a light pink shade. I'm so sorry about that. No, it's fine. Your boys are adorable. Even though she was just slightly embarrassed, she knew they were just children and their idea of a sleepover was totally different from that of adults. After the mess had been cleaned up, and Anna had gotten the twins to bed, they went back outside to the patio, having a beer and talking. Logan Saturday next to Riley with his arm over her shoulder, and Anna Saturday on her husband's lap. It was getting late, so Logan said that it was time for them to leave. Riley got up and gave Anna a big hug. Thank you so much for inviting me over. I had a wonderful time, and you have a beautiful home and a lovely family. Thank you, and we'll see each other again soon. I have a feeling we are going to become very good friends. Would you mind if I use the restroom before we leave? Oh goodness, not at all, Anna said and waited until she was out of earshot and turned to Logan. I really like her, so don't go breaking her heart. Now why would you think I'd break her heart? Are you kidding me? I've known you a long time and I've seen how you are with women. You take them out once and then you never bothered to call them again. But I must admit I am a little surprised that you've been seeing this young lady for a while now. You must be serious about her. Logan let out a sigh. She's special. I really like her. Just then Riley came back, causing them to stop talking. After all the hugs and kisses, they left and got into his car. Once he got inside the vehicle, he turned to her, his fingers softly grazing the side of her neck. Would you like to come back to my place for a sleepover? How can I say no when you're giving me those puppy dog eyes? She had to laugh. remembering how one of the twins said he had puppy-dog eyes. Will I be getting a treat? If you're good you might. She shifted in her seat to look at him. Shouldn't we stop at my place, so I can get some clean clothes for tomorrow? You won't need any clothes, he said, giving her a wink as he started the car up and drove off. Chapter 14. Taking her into his arms. The moment they walked in the door, he leaned her up against the wall and started kissing her. I've been waiting all night to kiss you, and to carry you up to my bed and make love to you. So what are you waiting for? She asked, putting her arms around his neck when he lifted her up. He carried her up the stairs and into the bedroom. There he put her down. Smiling, he removed the belt from around her waist and started undoing the buttons on the front of her dress. He liked that she was wearing one that had buttons that started at the top and went all the way down. With the dress now opened, he placed his mouth over her breast as he slid the dress over her shoulders, letting it fall to the floor. He stepped back to remove his clothes, his eyes taking in her amazing body. Take off the bra and panties, he said in a demanding tone, and smiled when she obeyed him. Both naked and standing in front of each other, she reached over, running her hand down his chest and made her way to his erection, grabbing a hold of him. Logan, I want you inside me. He pulled her into his arms. His mouth came down hard on hers as he lowered her down onto the bed. Hovering over her, he looked down with a sly smile on his lips. Would you be up for something a little more daring to spice things up? Like what? I'd like to tie you up and place a blindfold over your eyes. That way you won't know what I'm going to do, and I promise you'll enjoy it. I don't know. You're not going to do anything weird, are you? Please tell me you aren't into whips and body clamps. She had heard how some people use some strange things that could be painful, though they said it did bring pleasure. No, nothing like that, and if I do something you're not comfortable with, all you have to do is tell me to stop. I just think we know each other enough to experiment a little. All right, I guess so, she said, and watched as he went over to his closet and pulled out a small box. He then took out a blindfold and some long silk scarves. When he straddled her, he took her hands, putting them over her head, and tied them to the bedposts. She lay vulnerable under him as he placed the blindfold over her eyes. Where are you going? She asked when he got off her and out of bed. I need to get something from the kitchen. I'll be right back. Laying on the bed, totally naked, her nipples got hard. She wasn't sure if it was from the coolness of the sheets or from the excitement of the unknown. Moments later, she heard him entering the room and heard a noise, like the clinking of ice in a bowl. She couldn't see anything, but heard him placing a couple of things on the nightstand. What have you got? She asked, squirming a little. Just lay there and don't speak unless you are asked a question. Right now I am your master and you will do as I say. Is that clear? Yes, she answered, breathing heavily. Good girl. Now just relax and enjoy. Logan, she said, panting. I didn't ask you anything, so now I need to punish you. He turned her over a little and gave her a slap. Not enough to hurt her though. She gasped when he spanked her. It stung, but she found herself getting a little turned on. She could feel the wetness pooling between her legs. Then she felt something cold going over her nipples. It was whipped cream, and she arched her back when his mouth clamped over one of them and started sucking off the cream, his teeth grazing her erect nipple, and then he did the same to the other one. When she let out a scream, he slapped her bum again, telling her to stay quiet, as he put his mouth over hers in a kiss that showed her he was in charge. When the kiss ended, she could feel the softness of what she assumed was a feather moving slowly over her neck to her breasts and down her stomach. By this time she was wet, her core throbbing and her skin damp with sweat. Then when he spread her legs and tickled her pussy cat, and used his finger to open her, he used the feather along her sensitive folds. She couldn't help moaning out loud. Her body was trembling. She was so turned on, wishing it was his mouth and tongue on her. Are you enjoying this, baby? He asked, his neck rock hard when he saw how excited she was, and the way her body was swarming and twisting on the bed. Yes, she managed to say. Logan, I want you. Please, she begged. Not yet, he said. Tossing the feather, he reached for an ice cube and placed it in his mouth. Pushing her legs apart once again, he placed his mouth over her pussy cat, using the ice over her folds, making her squeal. As expected, the ice melted right away, so he used his mouth and tongue to pleasure her, and just when she was about to come, he stopped. Hearing her curse at him, he gave her another light slap on her bum. Didn't I tell you not to talk unless spoken to? Yes, she replied. Yes, what? He asked in a demanding tone. Yes, master, she answered sarcastically. She was totally enjoying everything except the master part, which she would give him hell for later. He had to hold back his laughter when he saw the look on her face and knew he was in trouble once this was over. He began to massage her breasts, running his thumb over her erect nipples as he kissed and sucked on her neck. His shaft rubbed against her wet opening, teasing her before sliding inside her. "Baby, is this what you want?" he asked, thrusting a little faster and deeper. She wasn't sure if she was allowed to speak, so she just nodded. "It's okay. You can speak, so tell me what you want and talk dirty. It's a real turn-on." He wasn't sure if she would, but when she began talking like a truck driver, he became more excited as he looked at her face. Keeping her eyes closed, she figured she'd better do as she was told, so to her surprise, she came out with some very colorful language. "I want you to ride me hard with that huge snake of yours. Fucking me long and hard. I want it so hard that my insides will throb and my legs so weak that I won't be able to walk. Faster," she cried out when she felt how hard he was pounding into her, their skin dripping with sweat. By the time he finished, he was totally exhausted and collapsed on top of her, kissing her dampened lips. "Logan," she said with a smile on her face. The whole experience was new and exciting, and her body was fulfilled with satisfaction. "Yes?" he asked, kissing the side of her neck. "You can untie me now." He rolled off her and onto his side, his hand moving all over her body. "I don't know. I kind of like you this way, all tied up and helpless. Why, I could do anything I want to you, and there's not a thing you can do to stop me. Logan, if you don't untie me now, you won't be getting another piece of the pie ever again." She felt his manhood touching her belly when he straddled her, and reaching over he untied her wrists before removing her blindfold. She pulled him down on top of her and gave him a kiss that got him hard again. This time she was able to hold him as he made love to her. Later, as she cuddled into him, she started asking him questions about if he was into more kinky stuff in bed. "I do like what we've been doing, but as far as whips and chains and body clamps, that is where I draw the line." He climbed back on top of her. "You don't have to worry. I would never ask you to do anything you aren't comfortable with. To be honest, I like being on top of you and inside you. Our bodies joined as one." He smiled down at her. "Go take a shower while I change the sheets and then I'll join you." "Okay," she said, sliding out from under him. "Don't take too long." The next morning, she used his washing machine to wash her dress and panties while they ate breakfast. "I have a boxing match on Monday. I was hoping you'd come and watch." She looked at him, her smile turned into a frown. "I really don't enjoy that type of sport. To me, it's so violent and people get hurt. I only do it for exercise and for fun. It's not a professional match, just one we guys do for fun. No one gets hurt. Well, sometimes we get bruises and cuts, the odd bloody nose. I'd really like for you to be there. It would help me to win." "Well, seeing it's all for fun, then yes, I'll come. I'll bring Alyssa with me. She likes men who are sweaty and wearing nothing but shorts. Just tell me where and when." "Great. You'll be my good luck charm. What would you like to do today?" "Let's go to the market and pick up some things for me to make you for dinner. That is if you want me to stay for dinner, or you could take me home now." "No, I want you to stay. As a matter of fact, I'd like it if you were to stay permanently." He meant what he had said. He wanted for them to live together. "Are you asking me to move in with you?" Yes, I am." "Logan, I really like you, but we've only been seeing each other for 2 months. It's way too early for us to be moving in together. The last time I jumped into living with someone, it didn't go well. I'm just not ready." "I'm not Silas. I'm nothing like him," he said, feeling hurt that she would even think that. She placed her hands softly over his. "I know you're nothing like him, but I need more time to get to know you. I just need more time, and I hope you understand." He mentally slapped himself. What was he thinking, asking her to move in with him? There was no way he could ever hear with him still working at the radio station. He had to find a way to break his contract before she found out he was the love doctor. He was too much of a coward to tell her the truth. "I do understand. That prick did a number on you, and I know you still have trust issues. I'm willing to wait until you're ready." Later at the market, and after picking up what she needed to make veal parmesan, a man came over to them. "Riley, oh man, it's so nice seeing you again," he said, putting his arms around her and giving her a big hug. Logan stepped in, putting his hand on the man's chest and pushed him away. "Back off, man," he said, his eyes lighting up with anger. She stepped in between them, putting her hand on his chest. "This is Charlie. He's an old friend of mine from college. We haven't seen each other in years, so stop being so rude. She couldn't help but wonder if he was going to end up being a jealous and controlling freak. But then what he did next changed her mind. Charlie, look man, I'm really sorry for shoving you. That's okay, Charlie answered back. We were just going for some coffee and lunch. Why don't you join us? That way you and Riley can catch up. My treat. Thanks, but I have other plans. He turned to her. It was really great seeing you again. Perhaps we can all go out sometime for dinner, he said, giving her a quick hug and shaking Logan's hand before leaving. Later, when he came from doing some work in the garage, he went into the kitchen where she was making their dinner. Going over, he put his arms around her waist, resting his chin on her shoulder. That smells amazing. When she didn't reply, he asked her if she was upset about earlier. She stopped what she was doing to turn around and look at him. I'm hoping you aren't going to be the jealous type. I lived with a man who was so jealous I couldn't even look at a man without being accused of cheating on him. I was in constant fear of what he'd do if a man so much as looked at me. I'm not like that. It's just the way he ran up to you, putting his arms around you. I didn't know what to think. You are your own person and can talk to anyone you want to. I won't say I'll never get jealous if a guy flirts with you, but I promise not to act out in a violent way. Logan, I don't mean to keep comparing you to Silas, but he did a number on me. So I'm having some trust issues, but I am slowly getting over it. Now, are you ready to try the special dish I made just for you? Yeah, I'm starving. Chapter 15. It was agreed that since Logan had to go early to the match, that Riley and Alyssa would meet him there. The seats up front were reserved for them. That way they would be able to see the match up close. She was a bit wary about watching a fight, whereas Alyssa was the opposite. She was excited to be able to watch a boxing match up close. This is going to be so exciting. There's nothing hotter than a couple of half-naked men fighting and getting all sweaty. Seriously, Alyssa, seeing two men fight is what gets you all revved up. She looked at Riley, twirling a strand of hair around her finger. Come on, you can't tell me that it won't get you all wet when you see your guy all sweaty and fighting. I don't like sports where there's fighting, so no, it does not turn me on. Since Logan's fight wasn't to start until after the first two fighters were finished, she avoided watching. Alyssa nudged Riley in the ribs. Annoyed and thinking that her friend just wanted to point out another guy, she turned her head to look at her. What? She asked in a snarky tone. Guess who just walked in and is sitting 2 rows away? Who? She asked, turning her head and seeing Silas, who was staring at her and smiling. What the hell is he doing here? Alyssa asked, grabbing hold of Riley's arm. I don't know, but I'll bet he's here to cause trouble. You should go and see if you can talk to Logan and let him know that he's here. They're not going to let me go in the back, especially just before the fight. Leave that to me, she said, grabbing Riley's hand. They headed towards the back where a guard was standing. Now I'm going to distract him, and when I do, you sneak in and go find Logan. We're going to get in trouble for this. Don't be such a pussycat, Alyssa answered, dragging her along. When they reached the guard, who was tall and quite muscular, Alyssa stood in front of him, placing one hand on his chest. Hi, I just wanted to tell you that I noticed you from my seat, and just had to come over and introduce myself to you. I'm Alyssa and you are Steven. Oh my, you are so much more handsome up close than you are from far away in these muscles. You must get a lot of women throwing themselves at you, she said, and when she had his full attention, she used her free hand behind her back and waved Riley in. It didn't take the guard long to be smitten by Alyssa's flirting and charm, so she took that opportunity to slip in through the door and into the back room. There was a mixture of cologne and sweat in the air as she walked down the hallway. What are you doing here? A gruff voice boomed loudly, making her jump. I'm looking for Logan Foster. You and every other broad in the city. What the hell? Since you made it past the guard, he's in that room, the one on the left. She swallowed hard. This guy was scary, so she quickly opened the door to the room and walked in. Logan was sitting with his manager, who was helping him to put on his boxing gloves. When he saw Riley, he got to his feet. Hey, how did you get in here? I sneaked in. He turned to his manager. Give us a minute. You got 5 minutes until your match. Don't be late, he said, nodding at her as he walked out. Logan, I know I'm not supposed to be back here, but I had to warn you. Warn me about what? He asked, walking towards her and backing her up against the wall, putting his hands on either side of her head, his lips dangerously close to hers. I think you missed me and you can't stay away from me. Just as he was about to kiss her, she placed her fingers over his mouth. "Well, you really think you're all that, don't you?" "Yes, I do," he said with a twinkle in his eye. "I'm trying to be serious. I wanted to let you know that Silas is out there, and I'm sure he's only here to cause trouble." He backed away, his face showing concern. "Is he bothering you?" "No, only for the fact that he's here. He's up to something, so please be careful tonight." "He can't do anything to me while I'm in the ring. It's you I'm worried about, so I want you to go back to your seat and stay there until I'm done with my match, and then I'll come and get you. Promise me you won't leave your seat." "I promise." "Good, and don't go anywhere near that man. Now how about a kiss for luck?" he said, lowering his mouth onto hers. "Now, get out of here before we both get into trouble," he said, giving her a light slap and opened the door for her. She left the back room and found Alyssa still hanging all over the guard. Going over, she grabbed her arm, saying they had to get back to their seats. "Damn girl, you were all over that poor guy. Riley, he's such a hunk, and we have a date Friday night, and man, I'm going to be all over his junk." "So what did Logan say?" "He said for us to stay in our seats until he's done, and then he'll come and get us. I don't think he's worried about Silas doing anything to him. He's more worried about me. I got a bad feeling that he was up to something." After the last fighters left and the ring was cleaned up, they announced Logan, who came out with his hands in the air while everyone cheered for him. She couldn't stop thinking about how hot he looked in his robe and boxing gloves. Then when he looked at her and smiled, her heart melted. The announcer cleared his throat and then spoke. "Ryan Neal, who was supposed to be fighting Logan, can't make it, but we do have a replacement. Give it up for Mike, the Terminator." Riley felt sick when she saw a giant of a man walking down the aisle towards the ring. She recognized this man as one of Silas' friends, who was a professional boxer and was known to be mean as hell. Her head snapped towards her ex, who was staring back at her with a smirk on his face. Getting to her feet, she ran towards the ropes, calling out to Logan. He turned when he heard her and went over, kneeling down. "Baby, it's about to start. You have to take your seat. You can't fight him. He's one of Silas' friends, and I'm sure he planned this in order to hurt you. You don't have to fight him. Call it off. It's too late, and besides, this is a friendly match and no one will get hurt." He watched as someone took her back to her seat and looked over at Silas. As soon as he saw him wink, he wanted to jump over the ropes and beat him to a pulp. The bell rang and the first round started. Logan stared into the man's eyes as they started their little dance before throwing the first punch. The first round was as it was supposed to be, where they threw some punches, more for show. In the second round, Mike jabbed him in the ribs before hitting him in the face with a right hook, causing him to stumble backwards. "Hey man, this is a friendly game, so take it easy." Something in the man's eyes told Logan that this was going to be more than a friendly fight. Punches were thrown, both men giving as good as they got. By the end of the fourth round, Logan's face was bruised and bloody. When the bell rang between rounds, and as he was being cleaned up, he looked over at Riley, who had tears in her eyes. He glanced over at Silas and saw him giving Mike a signal. Right then he knew what the man was up to. When the bell rang, he jumped to his feet. Logan knew he had to take this man down before he himself was taken down. He started with a left hook to his jaw and then pounded into his ribs. Mike staggered backwards. Now all he had to do was give one more punch to knock him out. Before he could do that, Mike regained his balance and charged him, putting him into a headlock as he punched him in the gut. Over and over, the referee tried to pull him off of Logan, but found himself on his back on the ground. "When I'm done with you, I'm going to bang that cute gal of yours." What had started off as a friendly match had now turned into a bloodbath, and both men ignored the ringing of the bell. The crowd went wild, yelling and throwing things into the ring. Logan felt as if his ribs were being broken. The pain was unbearable, but he kept swinging at Mike. After what seemed like forever, he knocked the giant out, his body making the floor shake when he hit the ground. Out cold, Logan looked over at Riley with blood running down his face. She was the last thing he saw before passing out. She watched in horror as the men continued to fight. There was so much blood, and most of it belonged to Logan. When he dropped to the ground, she screamed and ran to the ring, climbing under the rope to get to him. "Logan, oh please be all right," she sobbed, stroking his face, not caring she was getting blood all over herself. Alyssa was by her side, pulling her away so that the paramedics could check him out before putting him on the stretcher. "Is he going to be all right?" she asked, her body trembling as the tears rolled down her face. The one paramedic looked at her. "He's in bad shape with a couple of cracked ribs and a possible concussion." We need to get him to the hospital now. You and your friend can ride with us. You go with them. I'll take the car and meet you at the hospital, Alyssa said, giving her a hug and reassuring her that he would be all right. When they got to the hospital, she was made to wait in the waiting room. One nurse gave her a damp rag so that she could wash the blood off of her hands. Alyssa arrived moments later and Saturday down next to her, putting her arm around her. I know Silas had something to do with this. He paid that man to beat up Logan. Oh God, I need to call his brother and let him know what happened. Let me call him for you. Are you sure you don't mind? Riley, I'm your best friend, so how can you ask that? I'll make the call now. You just try and relax, she said. Getting up, she dug her phone from her purse and going over to the window, she made the call. Coming back, she sat her down. He's on his way. There was so much blood and he's really hurt bad. She looked at Alyssa and started crying, feeling her arms going around her, holding her until the doctor came out. Seeing him, she jumped up. Is he all right and can I see him? Mr. Foster has two cracked ribs, a sprained wrist and a concussion. You can go in and see him, but he's been given some strong medication, so he may be asleep for quite some time. Alyssa, you don't have to hang around. I'll be fine. I'll stay until his brother gets here, and when you're ready to come home, call me and I'll come and pick you up. Alyssa waited in the waiting room while Riley went into Logan's room. Going over to his bedside, she felt like crying. He was cleaned up, but his face was covered in bruises. His eyes were swollen and his body was also covered in bruises along with the bandage that was wrapped around his ribs. She leaned over him, gently touching his cheek before moving his hair back from his forehead. He was out cold, so she leaned over and kissed him on his swollen lips. I'm so sorry this happened to you. I love you, so please get better. She hadn't realized that she had fallen in love with him until she saw him lying in the hospital bed so lifeless. She knew she was a long time ago but wouldn't admit it to herself. Just so you know, I won't let you box anymore. Yes? She knew he was out cold and couldn't hear her, but she had to say it regardless. Pulling up a chair, she sat her down, holding his hand. An hour later, the door opened and Alexander and Anna walked in, rushing over to his side. Alexander was in tears. After all, this was his baby brother who he had raised. Damn you, Logan. You better be okay or I'll wring your neck. He looked over at her. How are you holding up? I'm fine, but I'm worried about him. He hasn't woken up yet. He will, Anna said. We talked to the doctor, and he said it will be a while before he wakes up. I told your friend to go home, that we would drive you back when you're ready. I'm going to stay with him until he's released from here, and then I'll take some time off work to take care of him. Are you sure? I mean, he can come home with us, Alexander said, looking over at Anna, who nodded her head yes. I want to do it. He is my boyfriend. Alexander snickered. I'm sure he'd rather be with you. I'm glad he met you. You've made him a better man. Why do you say that? She asked, wondering what he meant. Nothing. I just know he has deep feelings for you. Chapter 16. An hour later, they saw that Logan was trying to open his eyes and he called out her name. After a few moments, they were opened. Riley, he said, reaching for her hand. She took hold of his hand, bringing it to her face and placed it on her cheek. Logan, I was so worried about you. I never want you to box again, she said, sniffling. Alexander and Anna are here to see you. He turned his head slowly to the other side, giving them a smile. I'm all right. You didn't have to come. I had to come and see you. You're my brother. Boy, he sure did a number on your face. Do I look that bad? You do, and I'm surprised that Riley doesn't turn and run, he said, chuckling. What the hell happened? I thought the matches you and her are all for fun and to help raise money for charity. I'm not sure what went wrong. The man I was to fight couldn't make it, but someone else took his place. I was set up to be beaten. I'm pretty sure Silas had something to do with it and wanted to teach me a lesson. Silas Dawson, the football player, Alexander asked, then looked up at Riley. Your ex, right? She felt guilty that Logan was beaten up because of her and all she could do was nod. That son of a bitch, he swore. It broke his heart to see his brother hurt. I'll see to it that there is an investigation into the fight and the two men. If Silas had anything to do with it, he will be punished. Anna moved closer. Looks like you're going to be laid up for a while. And Riley insists that she's going to be taking care of you, unless you'd rather come home with us. He smiled back at Anna. Thanks, that I will go home with my gal. I figured you'd say that. Riley was still holding his hand when she looked at Anna. I hope you understand that he won't be able to watch the twins this Friday night. Both Alexander and Logan looked at each other and frowned. Anna tilted her head to the side, her eyes narrowing. Friday. Alexander moved quickly, taking a hold of her arm. Sweetheart, let's leave these two alone for a few minutes while we grab some coffee. He ushered her out of the room before the two women could say another word. Alexander, what the hell is going on? She asked once they left the room. Sweetheart, I have something to tell you, so let's go sit down. When they were seated, he took a deep breath. He knew he was also going to be in trouble. He told her the whole story. How Logan was the love doctor from the radio, and how he used his job to hook up with Riley, and that he planned on sleeping with her and then dump her. Anna felt her face turning red from anger, not only with Logan but also with her husband for keeping it a secret. But he's still with her. He fell in love with her. Then he has to tell her the truth. He's afraid if he tells her it will break them up. He's trying to get out of his contract with the station, hoping she'll never find out. Anna shook her head. Their relationship is built on his lies, and trust me, she will find out, and when she does it will break her heart. I like Riley. She's so sweet, and she told me how honest Logan is. Oh God, if only she knew the truth. You're not going to tell her, are you? I should, but Logan has to be the one to tell her. I am so angry with him and you. How can you keep something like this from me? I'm your wife. How dare he drag you and me into his web of lies? Alexander went and put his arms around her waist. I know Logan loves her, and he wants to tell her, and I'm sure he will. Even if he were to get out of his contract, he has to tell her. I keep telling him that. Let's go see how he's doing, and then we should go home before the twins drive the babysitter mad. They entered Logan's room, and Anna found it hard not to yell at him, but seeing how badly he was hurt, she kept quiet. For now, she was still furious with Alexander for going along with his brother, and once they got home he would be getting an earful. Logan could tell that Anna was wanting to say something, and he was sure Alexander had told her about his other job. Taking Riley's hand, he smiled at her. Would you mind going and getting me a ginger ale from the vending machine? Sure, I'll be right back, she said, kissing him on the cheek. Anna waited until she was out of the room before going over to his bed. If you weren't hurt, I'd slap you so hard your ears would be ringing for a week. How can you keep this from her? My God, Logan, it's so obvious she's in love with you, and when she finds out it will crush her. I'm going to give you time to tell her, and if you don't, then I will. There's no need for her to know. I'm quitting that job. Keeping a secret is no way to start a relationship, and they always have a way of coming out. So be a man and tell her. Nothing else was said when they heard Riley coming back in. Well, we have to leave now. Would you like us to give you a ride home? Anna asked, giving Logan the snake eye. No, I'm staying, but thanks anyway. All right, and Logan, you don't have to worry about watching the kids this Friday. We might even look for a new babysitter now that you are dating. Bye, darling. His eyes grew wide and glanced at Alexander, who avoided looking at him. This was going to put him in a real bind. If he couldn't get out of his contract, he felt sick to his stomach. Now he had no choice but to tell her, but he would wait until he was better. He would need all of his strength to face her and try and salvage his relationship with her once she found out. What was that look she gave you? What look? He asked, knowing what she meant but decided to play dumb. It's like she's not at you. I'm sure it's nothing. I heard you. What you said before everyone got here. I don't know what you're talking about. You said you loved me? She blushed. No, I didn't. Yes, you did, and just so you know, I love you too. Logan, it's too soon for us to say it. I've been in love with you since the first time I saw you at the bar. I love you. Now I want you to say it again. Okay, I love you. There, are you happy now? Very much so, and there's something I need to tell you. What is it? She was wondering why he all of a sudden turned so serious. But before he could tell her that he was the love doctor, the door to his room opened, and in walked two of the men from the construction crew. They were loud and had smuggled in some beer and pizza. Hey, Logan, man, you look like shit, said one of the guys. They all went over to his bedside and started joking, cracking open some of the beer. I'm sorry, guys, he can't have any beer or pizza at the moment, she said, taking the beer before Logan could grab it. So who's the pretty warden? One of the other guys asked. This is my girl, Riley Cooper, so behave yourselves. Sweetheart, meet Trevor, Christopher, Philip and Keith. Nice to meet you, Riley. When you get bored with this guy, just give me a call, Trevor said with a wide grin on his face. After 20 minutes, they packed up the empty beer bottles and were getting ready to go. Hey guys, do me a favor. I want you to give Riley a ride home and make sure she gets inside all right. Logan, no, I want to stay with you. Baby, you're tired and I need to get some rest. I'll be getting out tomorrow, so you can come back then. Well, okay. I was just wondering, will you be comfortable at my place, or would you rather I come over to your place with you? My place is much bigger, so it would probably be better to stay there. All right then, I'll pack my suitcase, and I'll be back first thing in the morning, she said, leaning over to give him a kiss. Make sure to lock your deadbolt, and if Silas bothers, you call the police right away, and whatever you do, don't let him in. Don't worry about me, I'll be all right. You get some rest and I'll see you tomorrow. He looked over at his friends. Guys, behave yourselves when you give her a ride home. And don't be telling her any stories about me. Also, don't just drop her off outside her apartment. Go in with her and see that she gets inside safely. Don't you worry about your girl. We'll take good care of her, Christopher said, putting his arm around her shoulder. Since you can't eat any of this, I'll just take it with us, Trevor said, grabbing the pizza and walking out with it. After they left, he laid down flat on his back, closing his eyes. Even though he was in a great deal of pain, he still felt like the luckiest man in the world when she confessed her love for him. Reaching for his phone, he dialed the number for the station manager. He had to let him know what had happened, and that he wouldn't be able to make his show this Friday. He knew the man was not going to be happy, and would probably have to run a tape from one of the previous shows. But he didn't care, and he was still determined to break his contract. After making the call, he closed his eyes and went to sleep. Trevor and Keith were the ones that drove her home, and when they got there, they both walked her up to her apartment. Thanks so much for giving me a ride home. I really appreciate it, she said when she unlocked the door. Hey, we'll do anything for our boy, and I think he would want us to come in and check the place out to make sure no one's inside. That's not necessary, she said, thinking how sweet it was of them. It'll just take us a minute and then we'll leave, Trevor said as they walked in with her. After checking things out and seeing everything was as it should be, they said their goodbyes and left. Once they were gone, she called Alyssa to let her know she was home. After telling Alyssa there was no need for her to come over and check up on her, she soon gave up when she insisted on coming over. She went and opened a bottle of wine for the two of them, looking out the peephole before opening the door. How's Logan doing? He's in a lot of pain, but they gave him a lot of medication, so I imagine he's asleep now. I'm going to take a few days off work and go stay with him at his place. You are? Yes, I offered. You've fallen hard for him. Are you in love with him? Yes, and I told him I loved him. Girl, you never tell a man you love him before he tells you first. I said it when I thought he was unconscious, but he heard me anyway. He told me he loved me too. He wanted me to move in with him, but I told him that it was too soon. I'm glad to hear you say that. After what that other prick did to you, it's good to be cautious and to take things slow. I just keep getting this feeling that he's keeping something from me. Before I move in with him, I want to be absolutely positive that I can trust him. Could it be another woman? I don't think so. I sometimes wonder if I'm just trying to find an excuse not to move in with him. Well, just take things slow. That way you'll get to know him better. Riley poured them another glass of wine, sitting back down at the table. If there are any problems at work, you can call me, but I'm sure there won't be. There are no contracts to deliver new clients this week, so it should be okay if I take a few days off work. After talking for another hour, Alyssa finally left, so Riley went and took a shower. After showering, she took out her suitcase from the closet and started packing everything she would need for the rest of that week. Just before going to bed, her phone rang, and thinking it was Logan, she answered without checking the caller ID. How's your boyfriend doing? As soon as she heard Silas' voice, she hung up. He had a lot of nerve calling her, and what she wanted to do was give him a piece of her mind and tell him she knew it was him that hired someone to beat Logan up. But to do that would only encourage him to keep calling. So once again, she had to block his number. She wished there was a way to show the world just what kind of a guy he is, which is a bully and a rapist. After hearing his voice, it took her forever to fall asleep, but she finally did. Chapter 17. With her bags packed, she had Alyssa drive her to the hospital. She was also going to drive them back to his place. So, you're moving in with Logan, Alyssa said once they were on their way to get him. No, I'm not moving in with him. I'm only staying until he's better. A few days. Wait until you see his home. It's beautiful. Logan was sitting up, trying to put his shirt on when they walked into his room. Riley rushed to his side to help him. Why didn't you wait for me to help you? She asked, taking the shirt out of his hand and helping him into it. I didn't want to keep you waiting, he said, groaning when a pain shot through his ribs. Alyssa kept staring at his chest, her eyes checking out how his muscles flexed with every movement he made. She thought about how lucky Riley was to have a man that looked like him as she stared at his biceps. While she was doing up the shirt, he put one arm around her waist, pulling her closer. I'm glad you're staying with me. You can think of it as a trial run if you decide to move in with me. Logan, we've talked about this. Please don't pressure me into moving in. I need more time, she said, placing a soft kiss on his swollen lips. Now let's get you home and into bed. Oh, I like that idea, he said, winking at her. There will be none of that for a while. You need to heal. It's not my snake that got hurt. Alyssa cleared her throat. Guys, have you forgotten I'm in the room? When they got to Logan's place and inside, Riley turned to her friend. You can go and make us some tea while I put Logan to bed. Do you need me to help undress him? She asked, smiling wickedly. Riley rolled her eyes. Very funny, but I'm sure I can handle it on my own. Helping him up the stairs and inside his room, she had him sit down as she started removing his clothes. Her eyes teared up when she saw the bruises all over his body. Promise me you won't box anymore. Baby, this was a one-off. You can't ask me to stop. It's what I like doing. She let out a sigh. I just don't want to see you get hurt again. Whether he liked it or not, she was going to convince him not to fight anymore. How about if I just box at the gym and don't enter any more matches? I guess I could live with that. Now let's get your pants off and into bed. She started laughing when she had him lay down and she pulled his jeans off. Usually it's you removing my clothes, not the other way around. Are you getting turned on? He asked, getting under the covers. A little, she said, leaning over to kiss him. You get some rest and later, I'll make you some lunch and bring it to you. He grabbed her arm with his good hand. I hate that you have to take care of me. I'm the man and I should be taking care of you. But since I don't have a choice, maybe you could get one of those short SI nurses' uniforms to wear. We could play naughty nurse and the patient. Leave it to you to suggest that when you're in so much pain. Giving him a kiss, left to go see how Alyssa was making out with the tea. Good, you're here. I just finished making the tea. I just got Logan settled into bed and wouldn't you know it, he wanted to fool around even though he's in pain. She started laughing as she thought about his request. What's so funny? Alyssa asked, taking a sip of her tea. He wants me to wear a nurse's uniform, a short SI one. Oh, kinky, and you should do it. That is when he's feeling a little better. He sure has a beautiful home. You're a lucky girl to be living here. Alyssa, for the 10th time, I'm not living here. It's just temporary. When you're done with your drink, I'll show you around and just wait until you see the patio and pool out back. He helped to build this house, and Anna helped with picking out the furniture and the decorating. After Alyssa left, she went and made a sandwich and soup for Logan and took it up to him. He was still asleep, so she placed the tray on the table and went and sat her on the side of the bed. She felt like crying as she looked at his face, which was so bruised. His one eye was practically swollen shut. She hated seeing him this way. Hey, don't cry, he said, reaching up. He wiped her tears away. I thought you were asleep. I was, but I woke up when I felt an angel touching my cheek. How are you feeling? Not too bad, he said, and winced when he felt the pain in his ribs. She reached over and grabbed the bottle of painkillers, taking out 2 and handed them to him along with a glass of water. Here, take these. It will help to take away some of the pain. I also brought you up some lunch, she said, putting the tray over his lap. These pills make me sleepy, he said, grumbling as he swallowed the pills, washing them down with some water. That's good. You need as much rest as you can get. I don't want to force feed you, so start eating or else. When he was done eating, she took the tray from his lap. Now lay down and sleep. Get naked and come lay with me. No, now go to sleep, she said, smiling when she saw his eyes closing. She went back downstairs. She cleaned up the dishes and started preparing a roast for dinner. Making herself some iced tea, she took it outside and sat her down on one of the chairs on the patio. With no neighbors around them, she enjoyed the peace and quiet. In the back of her mind, She hoped that Silas was done bothering them. He was famous, good-looking and rich, so he could have any woman he wanted. It was a puzzle to her as to why he wanted her back. It's not like their relationship was that good, and thinking back, it never was. It was a warm day, and as she stared at the pool, she was wishing she could go for a swim, but she had to finish dinner and check on Logan. Going back in, she went straight to his room and saw he was sleeping. So she went back down and started on the potatoes and vegetables. After everything was done cooking, she made up 2 plates and took them upstairs. She didn't want him eating alone. "Good, you're awake," she said, setting the tray over his lap and putting her plate on the nightstand. "I just woke up and wow, this looks and smells good. I really hate you having to do so much work for me." "I don't mind, I rather like taking care of you. Just don't overdo it. How much longer do I have to stay in bed? I'm getting so bored and all I've been doing is sleeping. I wouldn't mind it though if you were in bed with me." She laughed. "Even if I were, there's nothing you can do until your ribs heal. Don't forget you have one sprained wrist, so you're limited as to what you can do." She was getting a kick out of teasing him. "Do you want to bet?" "Just eat your dinner," she said, rolling her eyes at him. "If you're feeling better tomorrow, I'll let you go downstairs and lay on the sofa. That way you can watch TV." When his eyes lit up, she laughed to herself, thinking how when a man was sick they acted like little children. Later that night she took a shower before going to bed. At first, she thought it was better that she slept in the guest room, but changed her mind when he got upset. Slipping her nightgown over her head, she grabbed her hairbrush. Going into the bedroom, she sat on the bed brushing her hair. "I wish I had brought my swimsuit. Your pool looks so tempting." "You don't need a suit," he said, watching every stroke she made, her hair flowing down her back. "I have no neighbors and I often swim in the nude." Placing the brush down, she climbed into bed, laying on her side. "I've never done anything like that before. I'm not sure I could." "Yes, you can, and I'll be with you." "We'll see," she said, giving him a quick kiss before going to sleep. For the next 2 days, she allowed him to lay downstairs where he could watch TV. She only had to put a stop to him wanting sex a couple of times, saying it was too soon. Alexander, Anna and the twins came over on the 3rd day to see how he was doing. "Riley, now that Uncle Logan is broken, I'll be your boyfriend," Jack said, giving her a big smile that showed off his dimples. "I want to be her boyfriend," Jimmy said, giving his brother a shove. Riley couldn't help smiling. "I'm a little old for you. I bet there's a girl your age out there who would love to be your girlfriend." "Girls our age are yucky. You're pretty and you smell good," Jimmy answered, squeezing between her and Logan. "Mom is always saying that Uncle Logan can't settle down with one girl, so I'm ready to take his place anytime." Anna nearly choked on her coffee. "Jimmy, I never said that." "Yes, you did." Both boys said at the same time. "Go outside and play." When the boys ran outside, she turned to Riley and Logan. "I'm so sorry about that. I might have mentioned it once, but that was before you came into his life. He's changed a lot." "It's okay. I understand. The twins are really taken with you. You're all they can talk about." "I'm very flattered, and once they get a little older they'll forget about me when they meet a girl their age. I have a feeling the women are going to chase after them, especially when they show off those beautiful dimples." Anna stood up and turned to Riley. "Let's take our wine outside. That way we can keep an eye on the twins." As they were leaving, she gave Alexander a look and pointed toward Logan. "Let me guess, she took Riley out so that you could talk to me alone." "Yes, she wanted me to find out when you're going to tell your girl about the radio job. Anna is giving you 2 weeks, and if you haven't by then she's going to tell her. I tried to talk her out of getting involved, but you know my wife, so I suggest you tell her soon." "Logan, if she loves you, and I know she does, she will forgive you in time." "I've been doing a lot of thinking while being laid up and I've decided to come clean. I'm still going to quit that job though. I know when I tell her she'll break up with me, but I plan on fighting for her. It may take time, but I'll win her back. I just have to find the right time and the right words to say." 2 hours later, they left Logan's place. Getting into bed that night, her phone started ringing. Picking it up, she let out a sigh and tossed it on the table. "Aren't you going to answer that?" he asked, wondering why she looked so upset. "Who is it? Is it that damn Silas?" She looked at him and could see the anger in his eyes and heard it in his voice. "Yes." She didn't want to tell him, but if she had, he would think she was hiding something from him. "Well, block his number or change yours." "I keep blocking him, and I even changed my number a few times, but he still finds it." I don't know how, but he does, and I never answer him. When her phone rang again, he told her to hand him her phone. When she did, he answered it, knowing it was Silas. Listen up, you motherfucker. Stop calling her and get a life. When I get proof that you set me up to get a beating, you'll be sorry. When all he got for an answer was laughter, he hung up. I swear that man is going to get what's coming to him. Maybe I should talk to him, get him to see that what he's doing is wrong. Maybe I can convince him that he doesn't really want me, that it's his pride that got hurt. Hearing this from her, he sat her day up, looking at her as though she had lost her mind. Are you fucking kidding me? After what he did to you, there's no way I'll allow it. Seeing the hurt on her face when he swore, he felt like a heel. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have sworn at you. The man is crazy. He won't listen, so promise me you'll stay away from him. Riley, please promise me. You're right, and I won't go near him or talk on the phone with him. She laid down on her side, facing him. We should go to sleep now. Chapter 18. Thursday he was feeling better and was able to move around. So they went for a walk down the trail behind his property. Are you sure you're up to this? She asked, not wanting him to overdo it. He held her hand as they walked. I'm fine, and I will be going back to work on Monday. He stopped and put her up against a tree, his hands on her waist. In fact, I'm feeling so much better, and I'm thinking of laying you down on the ground and making love to you. Placing her hands on his chest, feeling his muscles, she was tempted. It had been a while since they made love, and she was missing the feel of him. Not yet lover boy. I'm a fast healer and horny as hell. She laughed. Looking down, she saw how horny he was. You can wait a little longer. Taking his hand, started walking, not giving him a choice but to follow. Growling, he followed her, but he had made up his mind that tonight he would have her. When they got back to the house, she made him lie down while she made dinner. He went to sleep, but it was more out of boredom than being tired. He had never been one to lay around. He was used to doing things and going places, but it was worth it, just to have her here with him and wake up to her every morning. Wake up, sleepyhead. Dinner is ready, she said, kissing him softly on the lips. She watched as a smile appeared on his face when he opened his eyes. She was glad to see that his face wasn't as swollen, and the bruises had started to fade a little. You're an amazing cook, he said, chowing down on the chicken parmesan. My mom taught me, and if you like my cooking, just wait until you taste hers. Are you saying I'm going to meet your parents? I have told them that I've been seeing someone, and they would like to meet you, but it's too soon for that. He reached over, placing his hand over hers. When are you going to trust me? She looked at him. She still felt as though he was keeping something from her. I don't know. I just have to be sure that you aren't like the others, always lying and keeping secrets. I do love you though, and I'm getting there. Slowly. He got up and went over to the fridge, taking out a couple of beers. He knew he had to tell her, and he would, but he wanted to have this week with her first, because he knew that once he told her the truth, she would leave him. She watched him, seeing his muscles tense up. Is there anything you want to tell me? He went back over and sat her down. Just that I love you. You're the only woman I've felt this way about. Let's go for a swim later. It was getting dark when they went outside, so he turned on the backlights. Wow, I can't get over how warm it is. He turned to look at her with a devilish grin on his face. Take off your clothes and join me in the pool, he said, stripping as he made his way over to it. I can't, she said, staring at his naked butt. Her mouth began to water. He jumped into the pool and waved her in. Yes, you can. Come on in. The water is wonderful. It's refreshing. All right, but don't look, she said as she started unbuttoning her shirt. Baby, I've seen you naked. I know, but this feels different, so turn around. He laughed as he turned his back to her. He was rather looking forward to seeing her strip out of her clothes. When he heard the splash, he turned back around. Are you totally naked? Yes. He swam over to her. Now isn't this nice? It feels good, and I'm feeling a little naughty doing this naked. He pulled her closer so that their bodies were touching and groaned. When he felt her against him and his member got hard, he lowered his mouth onto hers, kissing her passionately as he tightened his arms around her. Hearing a soft moan escape her lips, he had to have her. Backing her up until her back touched the wall, he continued to kiss her, his fingers going between her legs. He used them to pleasure her as he stroked inside her. Loken, she moaned when she felt his snake sliding inside her. Hush, just enjoy it, he said, kissing her as he started thrusting inside her. Oh, how he missed being inside her. Feeling her heat wrapped around his snake, he had forgotten about using a condom as he continued until they both came hard. Water splashed all around them. Hermoines and screams filled the night air around them. It was a good thing they were in the pool, because there was no way she could have stood on her feet. Her arms around his neck, her heart pounding, she felt like she was in heaven. Who knew that being naked and making love in a pool could be so amazing? It was even more thrilling than doing it in the shower. For the first time in what seemed like forever, she was happy and truly in love. If only Silas would stay away and leave them alone, her life would be perfect. Baby, that was amazing. You're wonderful. I told you swimming naked would be great, and doing it in a pool makes it even better. Logan, I've fallen deeply in love with you, she said, her eyes tearing up when she looked into his. I feel the same way about you. Now I know what my brother meant when he said I would fall in love when the right woman came along. Let's take this upstairs and finish what we started. Laying in bed, he climbed on top of her, kissing the side of her neck, as his one hand moved down her body and between her legs. Logan, oh my God, I just thought of something. What's that? He asked as he continued sucking on her neck. In the pool, we didn't use protection. He stopped what he was doing to look at her. Shit, I never thought of that. I'm so sorry. I got carried away. I've never had sex without a condom. Me either, he replied, but to be honest, it felt so much better without one. Wait right here. I'll go get one now. Wait, she said, pulling him back down on top of her. Since we have both always used a condom, and I am on the pill, I don't see any reason why we need to use them. I'd agree. Now spread your legs for me, baby, so that I can get my treat. After finishing up and taking a shower, they went downstairs and made a snack. Taking it into the living room, he opened a bottle of wine and poured them both a glass. Remember me telling you about that guy on the radio who everyone calls the love doctor? Yeah, what about him? In his last couple of shows, he was behaving really weird. How so? He wasn't as arrogant as he usually is. Before, he always spoke from a male player's point of view. It seems like he's changing in the way he thinks about relationships, and being more sensitive to the woman's point of view. His show is just about to begin. Let's listen to it. What? No, we don't need to listen to him. You told me what an arrogant pig he is. She jumped off the couch and walked over to the stereo and turned it on. I want to hear what he has to say. She looked back at him and smiled. I will admit he can be quite entertaining. Logan started to sweat. His palms felt sweaty and his heart was beating fast. He didn't know what the station had planned for him not being there. He just hoped that nothing was said about him being hurt and couldn't make it in tonight. He held his breath, waiting for it to begin. Andy's voice came over the radio. Ladies and gentlemen, I regret to inform you that the love doctor will not be joining us tonight. He seems to have gotten himself into a bit of trouble and is laid up for a few days, but I'm sure he'll be back next Friday, so in the meantime, let's just listen to one of his previous shows. I will be here to answer any questions if you have any. Well, that is kind of disappointing. I really wanted you to hear some of the male chauvinist things he might have said. Switching to another station that was playing music, she went and sat her back down next to Logan. She took one look at him and knew something was wrong. She could see he was sweating and he looked nervous as hell. Are you all right? Yeah. Why do you ask? You've turned so pale and you're sweating. I knew it was too soon for us to make love. You better go back to bed and this time get some sleep. I think I should lay down. Laying in bed, he stared up at the ceiling, listening to her even breathing as she slept. He knew what a close call that was, and was glad that she didn't connect the dots. Since Anna had given him 2 weeks to come clean, he only had 1 week left to tell her. He started forming a plan in his head. He would rent a boat and take her out far from shore and then tell her. He thought if he did it this way, she wouldn't be able to escape, and he could then explain everything and try to make her understand. The next day when she went shopping with Alyssa, he called the station manager and asked if he could come in and have a meeting with him. Getting the okay, he hopped into his car and took off. It felt good getting behind the wheel of his car again. Logan, it's good to see you and I'm glad to see you're doing better. Please have a seat and tell me what's on your mind. Mr. Bridges, it's about my contract with the station. I really need to get out of it. Is there anything I can do to make that happen? He leaned back in his chair. You've become quite the talk of the town. The callers love you. I will need you to finish it out, and I'm hoping you'll sign up for another year. Logan got to his feet in anger. Sign up again? Why would I do that when I just said I wanted out of this one? I'm willing to double your salary. No thanks, and whether you like it or not, I'm not doing the show any longer. You don't have any choice. Then if I don't have a choice, you'll find a different love doctor on the air. The ratings will go down and people will stop listening. We both know that anyone can do what I'm doing. Hell, let Andy do it. I'm sure he'd love to try it. Mr. Bridges knew that Logan was right. He could totally make it so that the listeners would get bored. I hope you read the fine print. It says if you refuse to do the job or want to break your contract, you have to pay a total of $25,000. Do you have that kind of money? If I pay it, you release me from the contract. Yes, but on one condition. What's the condition? You finish up this month and do the last 2 shows. Logan smiled. This was easier than he thought. You have a deal. He left the office feeling like he was on cloud 9. All he had to do now was to do 2 more shows and then he would be done. He just might be able to get away with not telling Riley about him being the love doctor. The only obstacle in his way was Anna. Now to convince her to keep quiet is going to be one hell of a task. He stopped to buy Riley some yellow roses, and he also picked out some Chinese takeout for their dinner tonight. He couldn't imagine not waking up to her every morning, so he was going to try and talk her into moving in with him. As he was driving home, he had a change of heart about telling her. Anna was right. Riley had a right to know, and he didn't want their relationship to be built around Li. Riley was waiting for him by the door, her arms crossed and tapping the floor with her foot. Where have you been? You're supposed to be resting if you plan on going to work Monday. He gave her one of his special smiles, the one that always had her mouthing. I bought supper and I also got these for you, he said, holding out the flowers. Just seeing the look she gave him when he handed her the bouquet of roses, he knew she was going to forgive him. Chapter 19. You don't play fair, she said when she saw the flowers and the Chinese food. You know how much I love Chinese. There was no way she could be mad at him now. Taking the flowers, she headed to the kitchen to put them into a vase. He followed right behind her. I know you're not happy about me going out, but I'm feeling 100% better and was getting bored, he said as he took down some plates and placed them on the table. I'm not mad. I just what? He asked, looking at her. It's Saturday and I'll be going back to my place and we'll be back to work. This week has flown by so quickly. I hate to see it end, but now that you're all better, there's no reason for me to stay. Taking hold of her hand, pulled her down onto his lap, his arms going around her waist. He too felt sad and didn't want her to go. It doesn't have to end. Move in with me. She ran her fingers through his hair, smiling at him. But you never give up. Will you at least think about it? She melted when he gave her that S-size smile of his. All right, I'll think about it, but it won't be for a while. As long as you give it some serious thought, then I won't keep bugging you. I just want to say, if you decide to move in, nothing will change. I will never tell you what you can or can't do or who you can talk to. I'm not him. I won't ever try to control you. Looking into his eyes, she could tell he was being sincere. I know, she said, lowering her head to kiss him. While they were eating, he looked at her. Your friends are going to the Black Lion bar tonight, aren't they? Yes. Why? I think we should go and have some fun. You really want to? We haven't been out in a while and I like your friends. After everything that's happened, I think we deserve to go out and have some fun. Only this time, if you need to use the ladies' room, I'll be going with you. She giggled. You're not allowed inside. Haha, funny. I'll wait outside the door for you. I'm not taking the chance that something will happen to you. So, do you want to go? Yeah, I do. She and her friends usually went on Fridays, but this past one they were too busy with other plans, so decided to go this Saturday instead. Are you sure you want to go? You are still healing. I do. Now finish your dinner and get ready. After eating, they put the leftovers in the fridge and then they went and showered. Once they were dressed, he called a cab to take them since he would be drinking and didn't want to drive just in case he drank too much. By the time they arrived at the bar, her friends were already there and waved them over to the table. Riley was glad that Chrissy didn't show up. The girl was always trouble and they didn't like each other. Your face is looking much better now than when I last saw you, Alyssa said, giving him a quick kiss on the cheek. She turned to Riley. Have you seen the news today? No. Why? It's about Silas. He's engaged to a Victoria's Secret model. Well, that's good. Then maybe he'll leave Riley alone, Logan said, placing his hand on her knee and giving her a smile. The others were listening and each one had a strange look on their face. What? She asked when she saw the look they were giving her. Logan's right. He'll leave me alone now that he's moved on. But I do feel sorry for the girl. She has no idea what kind of man he is. Show her, Steve said, nodding his head. Show me what? Alyssa took out her phone and clicked on a photo. This is her, she said, handing her phone over to her. Logan looked over her shoulder and his eyes widened when he saw the model. Oh my God, she looks just like you. He hasn't moved on. He's replaced you with a look-alike. The man has gone insane. Once he realizes she's not you, her life and yours could be in danger. He's a bully and a rapist, but he's not a killer. Look, we came here to have some fun, not to talk about him. She right, Logan, Keith said, getting up, took her hand. Come dance with me? He looked at Logan. Do I have your permission to dance with your gal? Riley doesn't need my permission to dance with another man. She's her own woman and it's totally up to her. He was not going to be one of those controlling men who wouldn't let her be friends with other men. What he said must have pleased her when she gave him a big kiss before heading down to the dance floor. Logan watched as they headed down the steps. Their table was on the top floor overlooking the area where the dancing took place. He felt someone's hand on his arm and turned to find Alyssa staring at him. Logan, I agree with you. About what? It's weird that Silas picked someone who looks like Riley. I have a bad feeling about it. It's like he's going to try and turn this model into her. If he doesn't succeed, he might go over the edge and do something to harm both of them. Is there anything we can do? There's nothing we can do until he tries something. All we can do is keep a close watch on her. If only she would agree to move in with me. I don't suppose you could convince her. She has told me you asked her, but she's very stubborn. And if either one of us pushes her, it will only make her more determined not to. But you could spend as much time with her as possible. And we work together and live next door, so I can keep an eye on her. We all will, the others said as they listened in on their conversation. Hearing them say this made him feel so much better and happy that she had such great friends. I appreciate that since I know that Silas has no intention of leaving her alone. Now, if you all excuse me, I think I'll go dance with my gal. He got up and made his way down to the dance floor. Going over, he tapped Keith on the shoulder. Mind if I cut in? Be my guest, he replied, placing her hand in Logan's. Thank you, she said when his arms went around her. What for? Keith is a great guy but a terrible dancer. He kept stepping on my toes. I promise I won't step on your toes, he said, pulling her close to him. He was happy that they had finally played a couple of slow songs. Are you horny? He asked, smiling as he looked down at her face. What? She asked, blushing. No, I don't know why you would think that. I think that because I can feel how hard your nipples are against my chest. We could go out back and then I could take care of your needs. He wasn't expecting her to agree, but he was pleasantly surprised when she stopped dancing and took his hand, leading him out the back way. As soon as they were outside and out of sight, she jumped into his arms, kissing him passionately as if their lives depended on it. Her hand moved to his belt buckle, and undoing it, she pulled down the zipper on his pants. She reached in, taking hold of his member. I'm not wearing any panties, she whispered into his ear as she nibbled on his earlobe. Oh God, he groaned. He was already turned on, but hearing this drove him mad with desire. His hand moved down and under her dress, his fingers finding their way to her damp pussy cat. With his member hard, he lifted her one leg up, placing him at her wet opening and entered her roughly, making her gasp. He began thrusting faster. His heart was racing as he kissed her. Her moaning into his mouth made him more excited as he pounded into her as she held onto the railing. He released inside her sooner than he intended to, but then, she had him so revved up he lost control. This was so dangerous and exciting, had her so wet and her core throbbing. He entered her a bit rough, and when he started thrusting faster, she knew she was so close to coming. She had to hang onto the railing at the top of the wall. He had one hand around her waist and the other held up her leg, as he gave her an orgasm that had her heart pounding and her inside throbbing. She wrapped her arms around his neck when he put her leg down. Logan, that was so hot. He smiled, doing up his fly and adjusted her dress. Damn it, woman, what are you doing to me? I lose all control when I'm with you. We need to wash up before going back to our friends. I'll walk you to the ladies and wait for you. Just curious, why didn't you wear any panties? I did. But, where are they? She let out a giggle. I removed them at the table, when you were busy talking to the others, and put them in the pocket of your jacket. I was hoping we could repeat what we did last time. And we did. You are a very naughty girl. Well, the love doctor suggested I try some different things to spice up my love life. I'm glad I listened to him, even though doing this kind of stuff is out of my comfort zone. Hearing her talk about the love doctor had him feeling guilty and also angry. I wish he would stop listening to him. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's a fraud. It was killing him, knowing he manipulated her into doing the things he wanted, ones she would never have done without being persuaded. He turned his back to her. He just couldn't face her, doing what he had done. She couldn't understand why he was getting so upset. Turning him around to face her, she cupped his face in her hands. You sound jealous. You have nothing to worry about. It's just that he has helped me to get over some of my fears, and to enjoy sex with the right man. Am I the right man for you? I love you and the sex is amazing. You're what I've been looking for. You're honest, great in bed, and this body of yours is so hot and SI. Tell me what's really bothering you. It's nothing, and I love you too. I just don't want to lose you. You'll never lose me. I'm all yours, forever. Oh Riley, I don't deserve your love. What are you talking about? If anything, it's I who doesn't deserve you. Sometimes I can be so pig-headed and argumental. Being with Silas made me feel worthless, and like I wasn't my own person. But with you, I can grow, be myself, and not worry that you'll blow up if I say or do something you don't agree with. He looked at her, putting his arms around her waist. I just want you to know that whatever happens, I really love you and I never want to hurt you. You won't hurt me. That's not who you are. I think we better go back in. The others will be wondering where we got to. She reached up, pulling his head down to kiss him. Where have you been? Philip said, slurring his words and putting his arm over Logan's shoulder. We're going back to my place to party. Logan and Riley looked at each other. Neither one felt like going to a party. Pal, you know what? I think we're going to call it a night. But you all go ahead and enjoy yourselves. He wanted to spend time alone with her. He was getting tired and knew she was too. Tomorrow was Sunday and their last day together, before she went back to her apartment. After saying goodnight to everyone, he ordered a cab to take them home. On the drive home, she fell asleep with her head on his shoulder. He caressed her head, looking down at her when a chill ran down his spine. He had a feeling of dread, like something bad was coming their way. Chapter 20. She was awakened the next morning by his lips on her neck, moving up to her mouth. Oh, what a nice way to wake up, she said when the kiss was broken. It made her feel sad knowing this was the last morning they would be waking up together. His lovemaking was so tender and sweet. It was as though he was feeling the same way as she was. Later they lay together, his arms wrapped around her. What am I going to do tomorrow, when I wake up and you're not here? He asked, choking up. Her fingers moved lightly over his shoulder. You can always take a cold shower or masturbate, she said, giggling. He rolled her onto her back and climbed on top of her. But it's much more satisfying making love to you. I really wish you didn't have to go home today, so why don't you stay one more night? It wouldn't just be one more night. It would turn into more. We both have jobs to go to, and I've already taken too much time off. It's not like we won't be together again. Now that you guys have started the condos, I will be coming around to check on how things are going. He rolled back onto his back, putting his hands behind his head and stared up at the ceiling. I know, it's just not going to be the same as having you here, when I go to sleep and when I wake up. You can still go bowling with me and my friends, who by the way really like you. He turned his head to look at her. I like them too. He couldn't wait until he did his last show, and he had already rented a small boat for that following Saturday where he was going to tell her everything. Being at their last day living together, they stayed home. The morning was spent making love, and then they had pancakes for lunch. They went swimming, took a walk along the path, and told each other all about their lives growing up. The time had come for Logan to take her home. His heart was filled with great sadness. He barely spoke when he carried her suitcase inside her apartment. He wanted to stay the night, but she said it was better if he didn't. He pulled her into his arms, giving her a kiss that left them both breathless. Now don't overdo it at work, she said, holding back the tears that were threatening to flow. I'll see you on Wednesday for bowling. I'll be there, but I'll call you before that, he said, giving her one more kiss before leaving. He got in his car, looking up at her building. Leaving her was one of the hardest things he had ever had to do, but knowing he would be seeing her soon made him feel a little better. Monday at work. Hey, are you ready to go to lunch? Alyssa asked when she burst into Riley's office. Then she saw the red roses in the trash bin. I gather those aren't from Logan. He would never send me red roses. They're from Silas. The man is engaged to someone else. Why is he sending you flowers? She asked. picking up the card and reading it. Riley, my true love, I miss you so much. I want to give you the world if you let me. Love, Silas. My God, this man is sick in the head. Are you going to tell Logan about this? I don't know. If I tell him, he'll go mad and might do something stupid. Let's go to that new diner down the street. I hear it's very chic. Yeah, and way too expensive for me, Alyssa said, grumbling. Riley smiled at her. It'll be my treat. Well, you do make a lot more money than I do, so okay, let's go. Wait, won't we need to make a reservation to get a table? I already took care of that first thing this morning. Grabbing her purse, she laced her arm through Alyssa's and they headed out. She was feeling good about her job after her boss talked to her. She had found a piece of property that was for sale at an amazing price, and after telling him, he was able to get it even cheaper than it was going for. The company would make a huge profit once it was fixed up and sold. She in return would receive a large commission. Once they were seated and given the menus, they looked around in awe at the elegance of the place. The waiters wore black dress pants, white shirts, and the waitresses wore black skirts and white shirts, and they all wore little black bow ties. Alyssa looked at the menu and almost choked on her glass of wine when she saw the prices. Riley, even a simple salad cost $10. Don't look at the prices. It's my treat, so order whatever you want. After they ordered their meal and the waiter left, Alyssa noticed two women staring at them, and not in a friendly way. Her mouth dropped open when she saw the one woman she recognized as Scylla's fiancée. Don't look now, but your twin is here and she's giving you the snake eye. Riley turned her head ever so slightly and found herself looking into a pair of angry eyes. She does look a lot like me from here, but why is she looking at me like she wants to kill me? I don't know, but she and her friend are headed this way. She looked at the woman who was standing before her and thought how much they did look alike, but this woman was much taller and had brown eyes, not to mention the ton of makeup she wore. Can I help you? Riley asked, staring back at the woman. My name is Savannah Dunn. I'm engaged to Silas Dawson, and I'm here to warn you to stay away from my man. Oh, believe me, I have no intention of going near him. Savannah leaned over, placing the palms of her hands on the table. He told me all about you, how you keep calling, wanting him back and stalking him. Get it through your head. He wants nothing to do with you. Riley was in shock. Silas was turning it around, making her out to be the crazy one. Look here, you crazy bitch, Alyssa said in anger. He's the one who won't leave Riley alone. Why, just this morning, he sent her a down red roses, and he keeps calling her even though she has a boyfriend. You're a liar, she snapped, looking at Alyssa. Miss Dunn, you need to know what kind of man he is. He's a bully and a rapist. He raped me when we were together, and he tried again at the Black Lion bar. He'll start off being all sweet and loving, then he'll turn nasty. He will start to control who you talk to and what you wear. Or has he already started? Was it Silas who suggested you style your hair that way and start wearing those clothes? Can't you see that he's trying to turn you into me? I chose this look, and let's face it, it looks better on me. Just stay away from him or I'll make you wish you were never born. She turned to her friend. There's a bad stink in this place. Let's get out of here. Yeah, you better leave. Skinky bitch, Alyssa said when they walked away. Not so loud or we'll get kicked out, Riley said, feeling a headache coming on. I can't believe that jerk told her I've been chasing after him. She looks like you from a distance, but up close not so much. She has your hairstyle and even dresses like you. Silas is so obsessed with you he's cloning her to be just like you. That's really scary and something has to be done to stop him. Let's just enjoy our lunch and not think about them. I tried to warn her, so there's nothing else I can do. That night as she was getting ready for bed, Logan called her. They talked for over an hour, and she told him about meeting Savannah and what all was said. After she assured him she would stay away from him, and if he showed his face, she would call the cops. Before hanging up, she told him she would meet him at the bowling alley on Wednesday. Wednesday night, he walked into the bowling alley and headed straight over to her and her friends, which had now become his friends too. She stood when he got to her and he pulled her into his arms, giving her a long and passionate kiss. It's only been 2 days, but I've missed you so much. Man, are you ever pussycat wept? Trevor said, laughing as he chugged down his beer. Logan still had his arms around her and smiled at Trevor. Call it what you want, but I love this woman. And she has me wrapped around her little finger. Now, are we going to play or not? Sitting down, she picked up her beer. We were going to the Black Lion on Friday, so can you come to now that you don't have to babysit? He cleared his throat. Only 2 more weeks until he confessed everything to her. Actually, you should make it a girls' night out. I don't think my brother has a new sitter yet, but they should have one after next week. I'm disappointed, but I understand, and maybe next time I can go with you and help you watch the twins. He nodded his head, taking a swallow of his beer so that he wouldn't have to answer. He ended up spending the night with her, getting up in the wee hours to leave for work. They made plans for Saturday. She would be staying with him for the remainder of the weekend. He was also getting nervous about the following weekend, when he was going to take her boating and tell her what he's been hiding from her. Friday night, Riley along with Julia and Alyssa were at the bar having a good time when Silas showed up, and without an invitation sat her down beside her. You better leave before I call the cops, she said, feeling scared when he moved closer and tried to touch her leg. Don't touch me, go back to your girlfriend. Savannah, she's not you no matter how much I tried to change her. So where's lover boy tonight? I'm surprised he let you go out without him. Unlike you, he's not a controlling freak and he's with family, so get lost. You heard her. Beat it, Alyssa snapped. He looked at her with dark eyes. Shut up, bitch, he said, turning back to her. You really don't know anything about that guy or what he does on Friday nights. Babe, I'll let you in on his dark secret. Logan has no secrets, she said, pushing his hand away from hers. You are such a fool. Go home and turn on the love doctor. There you will find out what he really does on Friday nights. After you find out the truth, give me a call and I'll come to you, he said. Sliding out of the booth, he walked away, knowing the damage he was causing. Don't listen to him. He's just trying to upset you, Julia said, glancing over at Alyssa. Riley picked up her purse. It was half an hour before midnight, and she was curious as to what Silas was talking about. I'm going home. Are you girls coming with me? When they got to her place, she turned on the radio and tuned into the Love Doctor. They all sat her down to listen, wondering what Silas was up to. At the radio station, Logan put on his headphones, and looking at Andy through the glass asked who their first caller was. We have a first-time caller. He's having a problem with his girlfriend. How can I help you, pal? Well, Doc, I have this girlfriend who's been cheating on me with a man who has been lying to her for months now. He used his position to get into her pants, got her doing things she would never do with me. Logan felt the hairs on the back of his neck standing up. The voice sounded familiar to him, but he couldn't place it. Maybe she's not the girl for you and you should just move on. Now I can't do that. She belongs to me, Logan. Fouquet, he swore to himself. Right then he knew it was Silas. I don't know what you're talking about. My name is Logan. Oh, but you are. I've had you followed for the past few months. Just so you know, I talked to Riley and Wright. Now she's listening to us talking. While Silas kept talking, Logan signaled for Andy to switch to music, but when he didn't, he tore off the headphones and took off. It was only then that Andy switched on some music. He jumped into his car. He had to get to Riley and explain. He could only imagine what she was thinking, and was hoping that she didn't listen to the show. Hearing what was being said, she knew it was true. Getting to her feet, she let the glass of wine fall from her hand, landing on the carpet. Her eyes filled with tears and the room felt like it was spinning, going around and around. She couldn't hear the others talking to her nor felt them as they guided her back onto the sofa, making her sit down. Her mind was in a fog. She stared straight ahead. Her heart ached. It felt like someone had stabbed a knife through it. She couldn't move, couldn't speak. She didn't want to believe it, but she heard the truth in Logan's voice when he tried to deny it, and then when the show switched to music, she knew it had to be true. Chapter 21. The girls tried to talk to her, but she wouldn't answer, and they were starting to get worried, and then they heard a knock at the door. Alyssa went and looked out the peephole and saw Logan standing there. It's Logan, she shouted out. Hearing it was him, she got up. Let him in. Riley. No, Alyssa said, seeing how upset she was. I said, let him in. She opened the door, giving him a look of hate and contempt. You bastard, how could you do this to her? He looked past her and saw Riley standing there, wiping her tears away even though they kept falling down her face. He walked towards her, stopping before he reached her. All the way here he thought about what he would say, but now, seeing her, he was at a loss for words. His legs felt weak, his body shook, and his face was as white as a sheet. Look who's here, girls. It's the Love Doctor, she said, staring at him. We'll leave you two alone to talk, Julia said, getting to her feet. No, stay, Riley shouted. Sit down, she yelled at them. She then walked over to Logan. Raising her hand, she slapped him so hard across his face it made his head jerk to the side. You rotten son of a bitch. I was going to tell you. Just let me explain. There's nothing to explain. I heard it all. You used me to get your rocks off and had me do things to you that you wanted. The BJS, SX outside behind the bar and the other things we did in bed. It was all for you. I thought you were honest, a decent guy, and to think I was actually going to tell you that I would move in with you. You're no better than Silas. At least he showed his true self, whereas you kept who you really were a secret. I'm nothing like that man. No, you're 10 times worse than he is. You had me believing your lies, thinking you loved me when all this time you were playing me for a fool. I do love you. I have from the beginning. When I first talked to you on the radio, I did trick you into telling me your name and where you hung out. I did plan on fucking you that first night at the bar, but once I talked to you I changed my mind. I felt this connection between us, and I knew I had to get to know you better. There were so many times I wanted to tell you. Then why didn't you? I was afraid I'd lose you. Even Alexander and Anna told me I had to tell you the truth. They knew about what you were doing, she asked, feeling more betrayed than ever. She wiped her tears away once again. Alexander always knew I was on the radio. Anna only found out the night I was in the hospital, and she was the one who told me I had to tell you or she would. I was going to take you out boating next Saturday and tell you everything. I quit the radio job, but I have to finish the last 2 shows, which is next Friday. So you never had to babysit on Fridays. That's why Anna looked surprised when I told her you wouldn't be able to watch the twins. Riley, before I met you I was a pig, a player, and I never gave a shit about women and used them for sex. But I swear it was different with you. With you I wanted to be a one-woman man. I'm so sorry for hurting you, and I should have told you right from the beginning. I love you so much and it kills me that I've hurt you. Please give me another chance to prove how much I love you and how sorry I am. I would rather spend the rest of my life with Silas than with you. I hate you and I never want to see you again. Get out. Riley, please? You don't mean that. Get the fuck out of my home and my life, she yelled, pointing towards the door, as she wiped the tears from her face as they flowed from her eyes. When he went to go to her, Alyssa stepped in front of him, putting her hand on his chest to stop him. You've hurt her enough. You better leave now. How could I have been so wrong about you? I will never forgive you for hurting my best friend. Now leave or I will call the police. Riley Saturday back down on the sofa. The energy just seemed to drain from her body. The lies, deceit, and knowing he used her for his own personal sexual gain destroyed whatever self-respect she had for herself left. She thought she could trust him. She thought he was one of the good guys, but he turned out to be worse than she could ever imagine a human being to be. She curled up into a ball on the sofa. She felt numb, couldn't even cry anymore. Her whole relationship with Logan was built on lies, destroying her, and she knew she would never forgive him. Riley, I'm so sorry. What Logan did to you was terrible, and I know how much you are hurting. Is there anything we can do? Julia asked. No, just go home. I want to be alone. If you need anything or want someone to talk to, I'll be down the hall, Alyssa said, not really wanting to leave. Once they were gone, she went into the kitchen and opened up a bottle of wine. Not bothering to use a glass, she drank straight out of the bottle. She was going to drink her pain away. Wanting to forget Logan, she polished off the bottle, grabbed another one, and staggered to bed. How she managed to undress and put on her nightgown will always remain a mystery to her. But no matter how drunk she was, she couldn't get him out of her head and cried herself to sleep. In the morning, Alyssa used the spare key that Riley had given her to enter the apartment. Not getting an answer when she called out to her, she went into the bedroom and found her passed out in bed. 2 empty wine bottles lay on the floor. Her clothes were spread all over the room. Going over, she shook her until she opened her eyes. Riley, what have you done? Go away, she moaned and closed her eyes. I can't believe you drank 2 bottles of wine after we left you. She left the room and came back with a large glass of water. Riley, get up and drink this. Go away, she snapped. I'm not going anywhere until you drink this, and I know you're okay. Cursing and grabbing her head that was throbbing painfully, she sat her day up, taking the glass from Alyssa's hand. It was either do as she was told, or she would have to listen to her friends nagging until she gave in. Finishing the water, she handed back the empty glass. There, I finished it now. Will you please go and leave me alone? I'm going to make you some coffee while you take a shower and get dressed. No, I'm tired and going back to sleep. She closed her eyes and refused to talk and was glad when she heard Alyssa leave the room. It was mid-afternoon when Alyssa came back into Riley's bedroom, carrying a cup of coffee, and shook her awake. "Go away. I'm not going anywhere. Now sit up and drink this coffee." She watched as Riley started drinking. She hated seeing her friend in so much pain. Her eyes were red and swollen, her face pale. "Do you want me to tell them at work that you will be taking a few more days off?" Riley shook her head. "I can't afford to take any more time off. Besides, I need to keep busy." Her eyes filled with tears and she looked up at Alyssa. "What is wrong with me? Why do I keep falling for guys who lie to me? I really thought Logan was the one. I hate what he did to you, but I saw his face and he really did look sorry. Do you think that maybe you should talk to him? I know you both love each other. I never want to see him again and I'm through with men. From now on I'm just going to concentrate on myself and my job. I will never give my heart to another man. I'm going to go make you something to eat. Go take a shower and freshen up." "Alyssa, thank you for being here for me. I don't think I could go through this alone." She went and took a shower, and as the water flowed over her body she tried to think of what she could do to get out of going to the construction site, where Logan would be working. Perhaps she could talk her boss into having someone else go in her place. It would be worth a shot to ask him. She felt better after she put on some clean clothes and went out into the kitchen. Her stomach growled when she smelled the bacon and eggs. Alyssa looked up when she entered the room. "I know it's kind of late for bacon and eggs, but you really don't have much food in your fridge." "This will be fine, thank you." They both sat down at the table and started eating. "Logan called a few times but I didn't answer the phone. He did leave a couple of messages for you and he sounds terrible." Riley picked up her phone and deleted the messages without even listening to them. "Why didn't you listen to them first?" "Because I don't want to listen to any more of his lies. I'm going to have someone else go to the construction site in place of me. I just can't deal with seeing Logan or talking to him, and I know he'll want to." Alyssa placed her hand over the top of Riley's. "Why don't we go and see a movie? It'll do you good to get out." "No, I don't feel like going out. I'd rather just stay in. You could order a pizza and we can watch a movie here." "Okay, that sounds good." They both jumped when there was a loud knock at the door. "I'll go see who it is," Alyssa said, getting to her feet. "If it's Logan, tell him to go away." She went to the door and looked through the peephole, and was shocked to find Silas on the other side of the door. "Who is it?" Riley asked, walking towards the door. "It's Silas," she whispered back. "Riley, I know you're in there. I need to talk to you, and if you don't open this door I will break it down." "Go away or I will call the cops," she yelled back at him. "I just want to talk. Just give me 5 minutes and I'll leave." "Let him in." "Riley, no. It's okay. He's not going to do anything with you here." Reluctantly she opened the door and stepped aside to let him in. "Leave us alone to talk," he ordered Alyssa. "I'm not leaving her alone with you." "Riley, I'd like to speak to you privately." "Whatever you have to say you can say it in front of Alyssa. You have 5 minutes, so start talking." "I just wanted to tell you how sorry I am about Logan and how you found out. I didn't want to hurt you, but it was the only way I could get you to see who he really is." "You didn't want to hurt me. You humiliated me on air. You used my name and Logan's name. Everyone is going to know it was me and what happened between us. Now that you know what kind of man he is, we can get back together. I want to marry you." "Are you forgetting that you're engaged to Savannah?" she asked, looking at him as if he were crazy. "I'll dump her. It's you I love, not her. She looks so much like you. I thought I could make it work with her. I even had her get the same hairstyle as you and took her shopping, and bought her the same type of clothes that you wear. But no matter what I did, she still wasn't you. You're sick. You raped me, Silas, and you tried again at the Black Lion. I don't love you and there's no way I'm going back to you. So I want you to leave and never bother me again or I'll call the cops." He started moving closer, causing her to back up. "I can do to you everything he did. I've been listening to the program, and what you both have been saying, and I know what you want now. Marry me." She was starting to get scared when she looked into his eyes, which turned dark and menacing. She looked over at Alyssa, who was reaching for her phone. "Silas, I'm calling the police now." He snapped his head towards Alyssa. "Put the phone down, bitch. I'm leaving." He turned back to Riley. "You're making a big mistake. I was trying to be nice, but next time I see you I won't be. Whether you like it or not, you belong to me, and I will have you." As soon as he walked out the door, she locked it, leaning against it. Alyssa, I'm sure he was just trying to scare me. Well, he scared the hell out of me. I think you need to go to the courthouse and get a restraining order against him. Riley nodded her head. I think you're right, and I'll do it first thing on Monday. She slid down to the floor. Covering her face with her hands, she began to sob. Not only was she heartbroken over what Logan had done, she now had to worry about what Silas might do. Feeling her friend's arm going around her, she cried harder. Her voice shuddered when she spoke. How am I going to leave without Logan? Chapter 22. Logan felt a cold chill run down his spine when the caller started talking. At first he didn't recognize the voice, but then it hit him. It was Silas. He tried to get Andy's attention, but for whatever reason he ignored him. When Silas mentioned both his name and Riley's, he knew his cover was blown. The things that I was saying about what he and Riley had done, it was obvious that he was spying on them for quite some time. He had to get to her, and as he raced to her place he prayed that she wasn't listening to the program. But as soon as he entered her apartment and saw the look on her face, he knew she had heard everything. He had practiced on the way there what he would say to her, but standing before her he frowned. The look of hurt and betrayal on her face was heartbreaking to see. If only he had listened to his brother and sister-in-law and told her from the beginning what he had done, she would not have been this devastated. He did this to her. He broke her heart. He destroyed every bit of trust she had left after being with Silas. Seeing her cry so hard, the way her shoulders shook when she still ripped his heart into pieces. Then when she walked up to him and slapped him across the face, it stung, and he knew there would be a red mark. But seeing the pain in her eyes was so much worse than the beating he got from boxing. Riley, I am so sorry. Let me explain. Let you explain. You've been lying to me from the moment we met. You used your position to get into my pants. You manipulated me into doing extras that you wanted. I've been humiliated, and now everyone who knows us will know the things we've been doing. I thought you were different. I thought you were honest, and to think I was going to say yes to moving in with you. Well, you got what you wanted. You fucked me. So why didn't you dump me after the first time like you planned on doing? When I met you, I knew I couldn't go through with it. I wanted to get to know you, to spend more time with you. Why do you think I didn't get you into bed the first night? It was because I was falling for you. I love you. You're the only woman I've ever loved, the only one I ever will love. I hate you, and I never want to speak or see you again. Get out of my home and out of my life. No, she yelled at him. He tried to talk to her, but Alyssa was shoving him towards the door, and he was sure that she was going to slap him too, but instead she had a few choice words for him before slamming the door in his face. He left her place with a broken heart, but he knew it was his own doing. He didn't blame Riley for hating him. He hated himself much more than she ever could. He didn't get any sleep that night. All he could think about was Riley and how much he hurt her. Grabbing a beer from the fridge, he went in Saturday on the front porch. He couldn't stop the tears from falling, and he kept calling and leaving messages. He didn't know what to do, but he had to talk to someone, so Saturday morning, he headed over to Alexander's place. He was glad that Anna and the twins had gone out. You look like shit, Alexander said, handing him a hot, steamy cup of coffee. Do you want to tell me what has you looking this way? Has it got something to do with Riley? I take it you didn't listen to last night's show. No. Why? What happened? Alexander asked, sensing it was really bad. Logan told him everything that happened. Boy, I told you this would backfire on you. Why in the name of God did you not tell her a long time ago? I was going to next Saturday. The radio station is letting me break my contract, but I had to do the last 2 shows. I was waiting until then to tell her. I love her and I hate myself for hurting her. You should have seen the look on her face. She was crushed. Alexander, how can I fix this? How can I get her back? I don't know. Just give her some space. Maybe after she's had time to think about things, then you might be able to talk to her and work things out. I really hope you can, because she's the best thing that has ever happened to you, and the twins love her. Stay here for the rest of the weekend, and right now go on up and take a nap. I can't sleep, and thank you for inviting me to stay, but I think I'll go home. I'll keep busy by working on the car I've got in the garage. When did you get another car? About a week ago. I bought it for Riley, and I was going to fix it up and surprise her with it. Logan, before you start working on the car, take a nap. You're exhausted. I don't want to see you getting hurt again. I do expect you back at work on Monday. Placing the coffee cup on the table, he stood up. Okay, I will. If you or Anna do happen to talk to Riley, please tell her how sorry I am. I'll see you later." When he got home, he took his brother's suggestion and went and laid down. He did manage to get a couple of hours of sleep. When he got up, he tried calling her again, but it kept going to her voicemail, so he left her a message, hoping she would call him back, but she never did. He went and worked on the car for hours, then went back inside and had something to eat before going to bed. Sunday morning, he was going out of his mind with worry about Riley, so he decided to drive over there. He wanted to do what Alexander told him, to give her space and time, but he just couldn't go without seeing her again. He got to her apartment and knocked on the door, praying that she would let him in. Hearing the knock at the door, Riley looked out the peephole and saw him. She turned to Alyssa. "It's Logan. Tell him to go away and that I don't want to talk to him. And if he comes back here, I will call the police and have him arrested." "Arrested for what?" "Just do it, please," she said, and headed to her bedroom. Alyssa did not open the door. She chose instead just to shove through it. "Logan, go away. I need to talk to Riley. Please let me in." "She doesn't want to talk to you. Haven't you heard her enough? If you don't leave now, she is going to call the police and have you charged with harassment." He leaned his forehead against the door. His eyes filled with tears and his heart was filled with sadness. "Alyssa, just tell her that I love her and I'm so sorry for what I did, and if I could turn back time I would. I won't keep bugging her. I'll patiently wait for her to call me when she's ready to talk." Alyssa could feel his pain and heard it in his voice. She could tell how bad he felt and how much he loved Riley. "Logan, just give her some time. Now go." She looked through the peephole and saw him walking away. She actually felt sorry for him. Chapter 23. Monday morning, she crawled out of bed. She didn't want to go to work, but she still needed to earn a living. Going into the bathroom, she turned on the shower and after taking off her nightgown, she looked in the mirror. Her face was all blotchy, and her eyes red and swollen from crying herself to sleep. Before heading to work, she applied a little extra makeup to cover up the dark circles under her eyes. As soon as she got to work, her worst nightmare came true. Her boss, Mr. Burns, wanted her to go to the site where the condos were being built. "Sir, would it be all right if I sent someone else? I really have a lot of paperwork to catch up on." "Riley, I gave you a promotion for a reason. It's your responsibility to make sure things are going as planned. You are good at spotting trouble and knowing what needs to be done to fix it. So the answer to your question is no." "Yes, sir. I'll go right away," she said, leaving the office and going to her own to make a phone call to Alexander. It was awkward talking to him after what happened between her and Logan, but he was very understanding and promised to send him out on an errand. Grabbing the keys to the company vehicle, which she was allowed to use when going on company business, she headed out. She was nervous when she pulled into the site parking lot. She prayed that Logan had left already. She just couldn't face him right now, and maybe she never would be. Taking a long, deep breath, she knocked before entering the small trailer where Alexander had set up as his office. "Riley, it's nice to see you again." He saw her eyes wandering around the room and knew she was checking to see if Logan was here. "It's okay. He's gone on an errand and won't be back for a couple of hours." He handed her a hard hat to put on. "I'll show you around and let you see what we've done so far." "Thank you," she said, putting the hat on and following him out. With a clipboard in hand, she made notes as they walked around. It took an hour before they finished with the tour and went back to the trailer. Alexander offered her a coffee, but she refused. "Do you have any questions or have you noticed something that's not right?" "No, everything looks good, so I should head back to the office." "Alexander, I'm sure Logan told you what happened and I want to thank you for making sure he wasn't here. I hope that when I do come back you can arrange for him to be away." He leaned his back against the desk, his coffee in his hand. "Riley, I know what he did was unforgivable and I also know he's really sorry. My brother had never been in love before and did a stupid thing, but he really does love you and isn't bits over it. Can you see it in your heart to meet with him and talk it over? I know you love your brother, but he had plenty of opportunities to come clean in 4 months. He kept it a secret from me. He was going to tell you next Saturday when he took you boating. You want to know what I think? I think he would have chickened out again and never told me. It's only because Silas found out and cornered him on the radio that he came clean. He lied to me, and we might have lived our whole life with me in the dark. I'm sorry. I never want to see him again. I'll see myself out." Just then the door opened and Logan walked in. He frowned when he saw Riley. Neither one said anything, just stared at each other. "Why are you back so soon?" Alexander asked, seeing how Logan was looking at her. I'll walk you out, Riley. No, I can find my own way out. She walked past Logan. It was a shock to see him and her knees felt like rubber, and she fought to keep the tears that filled her eyes from falling. As soon as she was out the door, she rushed to her car and got in, wiping the tears that finally came. When Logan went to follow her, Alexander grabbed him by the arm. Leave her alone. I need to talk to her. What you need to do is give her time. If you keep bothering her, you will just push her further away. Is that what you want to do? Logan ran his fingers through his hair. Was she not here to see me? No, she was here on business, and I made her a promise that you wouldn't be around when she came. She's really hurting, so you have to stay away from her. I know that seeing her is killing you, but you might have to accept the fact that she might never forgive you. I just miss her so much. It feels like I have this hole in my life. I better get back to work. I'll see you later. He had no intention of giving up on them, and would find a way to get her back. When she got back to the office, she walked past the others and headed straight to her own little office. Closing the door, she sat her day behind her desk and started crying. She knew it was going to be hard seeing him again, but wasn't expecting to so soon. This was how Alyssa found her, and going over, she put her arms around Riley. I take it Logan was there. It hurts so much, she answered, bawling like a baby. Alyssa held her, stroking her hair. I know, but in time the pain will go away. Let me take you out to lunch. No, I don't want to go anywhere, she said, pulling away. Grabbing her purse, she took out her small mirror and tissue and started cleaning up her face. I can't let anyone see me like this. They'll know I've been crying. Then I'll go get us a couple of coffees and something to eat. I'll be back soon. Alyssa, thank you. Hey, no need to thank me. It's what friends are for. The next 2 weeks she threw herself into her work, working long hours and taking the paperwork home. She was glad that Logan hadn't tried to get in touch with her, and she also never heard from Silas. Her friends did talk her into going bowling, and it did feel good getting out for a bit of fun. Carter spotted Logan coming into the bowling alley and pulled Steve over to the side. Logan's here. What are we going to do? We can't let Riley see him just when she's starting to have some fun. Let's go over and get him to leave, Steve said, walking towards Logan. They walked over before Logan got close and stood in front of him. Hey man, you shouldn't be here, Steve said, looking over his shoulder to make sure she wasn't looking, and was glad to see her back was to them. I just want to see how she's doing. How do you think she's doing? She's heartbroken, and it took a lot of persuading to get her to come out. The last thing she needs right now is to see you. Just go. Leave her alone, Carter said in an angry tone. Logan looked at the men before him. His eyes were glossy. I really am sorry for hurting her, but I do love her, and don't want to cause her any more pain. Then leave her alone, both men said at the same time. All right, I'll go, but do me a favor. What? Silas is still out there lurking. Keep an eye on her and make sure she's safe. I really liked hanging out with you guys, and I'm glad she has good friends who look out for her. I guess I'll be seeing you around, he said, taking one last look at the woman he loved. Turning around, he left the building. Damn, Steve, I feel sorry for the guy. Yeah, me too. It's so obvious how sorry he is and how much he loves her. I wish there was something we could do to get these two back together again. Maybe there is, Carter answered. What do you have in mind? Not sure yet, but we should talk to the others and come up with a plan. They're both hurting so bad and they belong together. Let's get back to the game. After they were done bowling, they went to the Black Lion for a few drinks. The guys got her up dancing and she was having fun. It felt good to laugh, but she still missed Logan. Life just wasn't the same without him, but she had to move on for her own sake. When she got back to the table and found Alyssa and Julia watching something on their phone, she asked what they were looking at. Alyssa looked up, telling her to sit down. There's a news press about Silas and Savannah. He's bragging about how he was the one to win the last game he played, and is showing off the ring he gave her. She took the phone and watched it. That's some rock he gave her, and I see. They're getting married in 3 months. That's good. Maybe he'll leave me alone now. Has he been in contact with you lately? Carter asked, glancing at the others. There's been a couple of text messages, just asking how I'm doing, but I never replied. I do feel sorry for her though. Julia took the phone from Riley. Let's not talk about him. I have this friend at work, Jim. He's a super nice guy, and I told him all about you and he wants to meet you. How about going to dinner with him Friday? You're setting me up on a blind date. Not really a date, more of a get-together. No thank you, I'm not interested, it's getting late so I'm going home. I'll give you a ride, Carl said, getting to his feet. I can take a cab. Since they had all gotten together and made a vow that they wouldn't let her go anywhere without one of them, Carl insisted on taking her home. When she opened the door to her apartment, she thanked him for the ride home. Thanks again for the ride, but you can go back to the others and have some fun. When he asked if he could come in for a minute, she knew what was going on. I know what you're doing. I'm not doing anything, he said innocently. Carl, you just want to come in to make sure no one is hiding in here. I'm not stupid, you know. I know you've all talked about not letting me be alone. I love you guys and love that you all want to protect me, but I'll be okay. It's just that we're afraid Silas might try and hurt you. We're also worried about you. It's been a month since you and Logan broke up and we know you're still hurting. It'll take time, but I will get over him. Even hearing herself say it, she didn't believe it. She was never going to get over him, that she wasn't getting back with him. The trust was gone forever. Now go. Have fun, and if you drink too much, take a cab, she said, placing a kiss on his cheek. Okay, but first I want to check the apartment before I go. He went through the living room, bedroom and bathroom and found nothing out of place. Turning to her, he smiled. It's all clear, and if you need me or any of the others, just call. I will now go, she said, laughing as she lightly pushed him out the door. Leaning against the door, she looked around, feeling so lonely. Going into the living room, she stood by the window looking out. Tears fell from her eyes and rolled down her cheek when she thought of all the times she stood there, watching for his car. A smile would cross her face, and her heart would start racing when she saw him get out of his vehicle. He would look up and wave to her, causing the butterflies in her stomach to dance. Wiping her tears, she spotted a car that was parked with its lights off. It was a black BMW, one she had never seen before, but she had the feeling that whoever was behind the wheel was watching her. It gave her the creeps, so she quickly closed the drapes. Carl got back to the others and ordered a round of beers. So, did you check the place out before leaving her? Alyssa asked, not letting him take a drink until he answered her. Yeah, I checked out every room and no one was there and nothing was out of place. By the way, she knows that we've been watching her, so what have I missed? We're coming up with a plan to get Riley and Logan back together. I think the only way to do that is to lock them in a room and leave them there until they make up, Julia said, taking a drink of her rum and coke. Carl looked at the group and beamed from ear to ear. We don't have to lock them in our room. I have a better idea, but we'll all have to work together for my plan to work. I guarantee that by the end of my amazing plan, they'll be back in each other's arms once again. Now here's the plan, he said, leaning in towards the others, having them move forward to hear what he had to say. Chapter 24. Okay. My uncle owns a small cabin out in the woods. It's very secluded. It's so far away from everything and everyone. No, not this weekend, but the next we'll take them out there on Friday and go back and pick them up on Sunday. Just how do you plan on getting them up there? No way will she go if she sees him, Alyssa said, even though she liked the idea. Carl smiled at her. We guys will tell Logan that we're going to the cabin to fish and have some fun, and we'll tell him we'd like for him to go with us, saying he could use some time alone with friends. He'll drive with us and you girls will talk Riley into going with you. I'll make sure Logan is kept busy out back, saying we have to leave to pick up some more supplies. Once we're gone, you will bring her, drop her off, saying the same thing. They will be trapped there until Sunday, together and alone. Alyssa's eyes lit up. That's a brilliant plan. With nowhere to go and no one else around, they'll have no choice but to talk to each other. It just might work. Or they'll end up killing each other, Carter said, chuckling. He'd known Riley for years and knew she had quite the temper. He almost felt sorry for Logan. So, is it a plan then? Carl asked, looking at each one of them. They all agreed and shook hands on it. Friday rolled around and Riley was beat. What with all the overtime she was putting in, all she wanted to do was stay in and relax with some wine and a good book. Alyssa was out on a date, so she was all alone. When midnight came around, she was curious as to if Logan was doing his last show, so she turned on the radio station. She listened to him give advice, and for once it was good advice. Then he made a speech that floored her. Well, folks, this will be my last broadcast. I want to thank you all for tuning in, and I want to give you one last bit of advice. For all you men out there that love playing the field, be careful who you hurt. Women are not to be treated like a piece of meat. Don't use them and toss them aside like they're nothing. The same goes for women. I myself made a terrible mistake. I'd used women for sex and never called them again. I had no idea, or maybe it was because I didn't care that I was playing with their emotions. I was wrong. I lost the most amazing woman because of my ignorance. I'd lied to her, used this job to meet and sleep with her, but I ended up losing her. And if she's listening, I want her to know how sorry I am, and I love her with all of my heart. I know I broke your trust, and that you'll never forgive me. But I am truly sorry, and I will always love you. So you see colors. Using someone could backfire and you'll be the one getting hurt. The tears rolled down her face as she turned off the radio, wishing now she hadn't listened to him. He was right about one thing. The trust was broken and she would never forgive him. She wiped her tears away when she heard a knock at her door. Going over, she looked out to find Alyssa there, so she let her in. "Why are you home so early? I thought you were on a date." "I was, but he was such a jerk," she said, then noticed that Riley had been crying. "What's wrong?" They went and sat her down. She told her about what Logan had said over the radio. "I should not have listened to that damn show. Oh, Riley, he really does love you, and I think he's hurting as much as you are. You need to forgive him or you'll never be happy. You know men think with their snake, not their brain. Don't give up on him. It wouldn't work. I'd never be able to trust him. But you love him and he loves you." "I do still love him, but if we got back together, I wouldn't be able to believe anything he tells me, and that would make for a bad relationship. It's better we move on and forget we ever met." "You know what you need." "What do I need?" she asked, looking at Alyssa while wiping her tears away. "A girls' weekend away. Julia and I are driving to the country to a friend's cabin next weekend, so come with us. We'll leave Friday after work and come back on Sunday. We'll take some wine, a bathing suit to swim in the river, and pig out on comfort food. Will you come with us?" She sat her day back and thought about it. "You know, it might be fun to get away from here and go somewhere different. It might be just what I need to get my mind off Logan." "Yes, I'll go." "That's wonderful. I'm going home now. So are we on for the Black Lion tomorrow night?" "You guys go without me. I have so much paperwork to catch up on." She walked Alyssa to the door, making sure to lock the deadbolt. It was a relief that Silas hadn't bothered her in a long time, and it appeared as though he had moved on with Savannah. Alyssa was beaming when she entered her apartment and called the others, letting them know Riley had agreed to go with the next weekend. Now the guys had to get in touch with Logan and talk him into going. The next night the gang met at the Black Lion, all except for Riley. "So when are you going to get a hold of Logan?" Alyssa asked. She was anxious to get the plan in motion. "I called but didn't get an answer," Carter answered. She smiled. "Well, here's your chance. He just walked in and sat her down at the bar. Go over now and talk to him. You have to convince him to go with you or our plan won't work." Carter made his way to the bar and placed his hand on Logan's shoulder. "Hey buddy, how's it going?" Logan turned around as he took a drink from his beer. "I'm not here to cause trouble. We worked on the construction site today and just got done working, so I came in for a quick beer, and then I'm leaving," he said, looking around the room. "Relax, Riley's not here. It's just the rest of us. Why don't you come over and sit with us?" He looked over at the other four and shook his head. "I don't think I'm their favorite person right now. They're not as mad at you as you think they are. Yes, they are a little pissed as to how much you hurt Riley, but they also know that you love her. I miss her like crazy." Carter sat her down next to him. "I know you do. And if it helps at all, we all know she's missing you too. That you're doing the right thing by getting her time and some space. Wait a minute. If you're all here, who's keeping an eye on her? That damn Silas is still out there and she could be in danger. She's all locked up inside her apartment, and she knows not to open the door for anyone. Besides, she's a smart cookie. Any signs of him, she'll call the cops, and there is a restraining order out on him." Logan finished off his beer and got to his feet. "Well, I'm heading home. Come on, have a beer with us." "No thanks. I've not been in the mood lately for socializing." Steve was watching from his seat and could tell that Carter wasn't having much luck getting him to come over, so he headed over there. "Hi, Logan. Has Carter asked you to come over and have a drink with us?" "Yes, he did, but I'm just heading home." "Okay. What are you doing next weekend?" "Nothing. Why?" "We guys are going fishing next weekend, and we were wondering if you'd like to join us." "I'm afraid I wouldn't be much fun." "Logan, we know how much you're hurting and you deserve to have a bit of fun. It'll just be us guys, fishing and having a few beers. What else have you got to do other than mope around at home? We leave Friday after work and come home Sunday afternoon. Logan let out a sigh. What's Riley going to think about you guys hanging out with me? Steve and Carter looked at each other and shrugged their shoulders. We won't tell her. Besides, she knows that we like you and she wouldn't stop us from seeing you. I haven't been fishing since I was a kid. It would be kind of nice to do it again. All right, I'll go. The other two men looked at each other and winked, giving Logan a pat on the shoulder. That's great. We'll pick you up Friday, say around 7 o'clock. Sounds good. I'll see you then, Logan said, and after thanking them for inviting him, he left. The two men went back to the table where the others were sitting. Well, did he agree to go with you? Alyssa asked impatiently. Yes, it's all set. Just remember not to get there before we do so that we can drop him off first. We're not stupid, Julia said with a hint of annoyance in her voice. You just make sure that he's busy chopping wood out back when we drop her off. Are you sure he's not going to hear my vehicle pull up to the cabin? Don't worry, he'll be way out back and he won't be able to hear your car. What's going to happen if this plan doesn't work and they don't get back together? Carl, who was being quiet, asked. We all agreed we had to do something. With no TV and nowhere around that they can go to, they'll have no choice but to talk, Alyssa said, smiling with satisfaction. With any luck at all, they'll be humping like bunnies in the woods. As Friday approached, Riley was actually looking forward to getting away for the weekend. She stopped at the liquor store and picked up a few bottles of wine. It was going to be a weekend of drinking, girl talk, and just having a few laughs. It would take her mind off of Logan, she hoped. When Friday rolled around, Alyssa called the others to make sure that everything was going as planned. She was thrilled to hear that the guys had made sure the cabin was stocked with food and clean sheets on the bed. They even surprised her by having fresh flowers inside the cabin. It was all falling into place. Now all she had to do was get Riley packed and into the car. As soon as work was over, she put her arm through Riley's and headed out. What's your hurry? I just want us to leave as soon as possible. It is a 2-hour drive. Riley launched. Come down. I'm all packed and ready to go. I just have to change into jeans and a top. Julia arrived at their apartment at 5 on the dot. She and Alyssa had suitcases that they had put in the back of her vehicle, which were empty, except for Riley's. Girls, are we ready for a weekend of fun? Julia asked as she pulled out of the driveway. I know I am, and I brought plenty of wine for all of us, Riley said, giving them both a huge smile. It's really good to see you smile again, Julia said as she looked in her rearview mirror at her. This is just what I need, a weekend away with my best friends who have always been there for me. I thought we would stop and have something to eat before we get to the cabin, Julia said, glancing over at Alyssa. They had to make sure that the guys got there first and dropped Logan off. Meanwhile, back to Logan, Steve, Carl and Carter showed up at Logan's place at 6 sharp. They too had empty suitcases in the bag. Logan tossed his bag into the back and went back into his house and came out with a case of beer, putting it in the back of the vehicle. Hey, if we're going to be doing some fishing, where are the fishing rods? The guys looked at one another, and not having thought about putting any in the bag, they had to come up with an excuse. We didn't need to bring any. There's plenty up there already. All right, let's do this, and as soon as we get up there, we can crack open some beers, Carter said as he got behind the wheel of his truck. 2 hours later, they went down an old dirt road and pulled up to a very small cabin. Meanwhile, the girls had stopped to get something to eat. It was important that everything was timed perfectly. Chapter 25. You can't believe my friends would do this to me. Just wait until I get my hands on them. The guys got out of the vehicle and Logan looked around. Wow, it's so quiet and peaceful here. I like the cabin. It's small but nice. Yup, and there's no one around for miles, Carter said, taking Logan's bag from the truck. Grab the beer and let's put some in the fridge to get cold. Once inside, he turned to Logan. We need to go get some more supplies. Great, let me put some beer in so it'll be cold when we get back. Actually, we were hoping you could go cut some wood for the fireplace. It gets quite cool at night. I assume you know how to use an axe, seeing you're in construction and all. Logan laughed. So you're going to make the new guy do all the work, are you? Well, Steve here would end up chopping off his foot and just look at me and Carl. We have a hard time carrying a case of beer, but you have muscles. Yeah, right. Okay, where do I go? Just go out the back door. The axe is right outside and the wood is just a little way behind the cabin. We won't be gone long, Carter said, motioning for the other two to follow him. "All right, seeing that I'm the new guy, I'll play along." Once they were gone, he picked up the beer and carried it over to the fridge. When he opened the fridge, he frowned. It was full of food. "What the hell?" he said to himself and checked the cupboard. It too had food inside. No, why would they have to go for more supplies when there was more than enough food to last the weekend? He started putting some beer in the fridge to get cold and then going outside. He grabbed the axe and headed to where Carter had told him to go. He was a bit suspicious when all of them left. Did they really need the three of them to go? He chuckled to himself. Maybe they brought him here and planned to leave him as some sort of revenge for hurting Riley. The women arrived an hour after Logan was dropped off. "Good, we're finally here," Alyssa said, getting out of the car. "Riley, you grab your bag and I'll bring the wine." When she noticed that Julia was still sitting behind the wheel, she went up to the driver's window. "Aren't you coming in?" She saw that Alyssa had already walked into the cabin. "Oh, Alyssa and I forgot a few things, and we're going to drive back to the town. We had dinner and pick up some more things. I promise we won't be gone long. You just go in and relax until we get back." As she was walking towards the cabin, Alyssa came rushing out, giving her a big hug. "We'll be back." She turned to watch them leave. They were behaving weirdly, and if they needed more things, why didn't they pick them up when they were in town? Shaking her head, she headed inside to put her things away. Going over, she looked in the fridge and wondered why there was beer. And there was lots of food, so what could they possibly need? She opened one of the bottles of wine and poured herself a glass. Looking around the small cabin, it was cozy and she liked that it had a fireplace. Meanwhile, back to Riley's gang of friends, they met up at the diner. That was 20 miles away from the cabin and went in for coffee and to talk. "You do realize our plan could backfire and she'll end up being mad at us," Steve said, picking up his coffee and starting drinking it. "She loves us and will forgive us and it could work," Alyssa replied. "I wish I could be there to see the look on their faces when they see each other and figures out we're not coming back," Julia said, giggling. "Let's just hope that they make up," Alyssa said, looking at the others. She just knew that if they were forced to be alone, cooped up in a small cabin, they would have to talk and with any luck would get back together. "So who's going to be the one to pick them up on Sunday?" "I'm telling you right now it's not going to be me," Steve said, looking back at her. "You're such a coward," Alyssa said, rolling her eyes at him. "Carter and I will go pick them up, won't we?" she asked, looking at him. "Yeah," he replied, nodding his head. An hour later, she was checking out the cupboards to see what she could make for a snack when they got back. She jumped when she heard the back door opening, and it felt like her heart stopped when she saw Logan walk in, looking hot and sweaty. "Logan. Riley." They stood there, staring at each other for what seemed like hours until she finally spoke. "What the hell are you doing here?" she said, feeling dizzy. "What am I doing here? What are you doing here?" "I'm here on a girls' weekend with the others." "Well, the guys invited me here for a weekend of fishing." Picking up her glass, she brought it to her lips and took a swallow of wine. "I don't believe this is happening. No way would they arrange for us to be here at the same time. Unless they planned it to try and get us back together," he said, opening the fridge and taking out a cold beer. "I think they tricked us." "Do you think they'll be back?" He shook his head. "I doubt it. They didn't leave any luggage." He moved closer to her, causing her to back up. "Your friends set us up." When he got closer to her, she backed up. Seeing him made her heart pound. It hurt to be in the same room with him, and here he was, looking all hot and SI. "What are we going to do?" "Well, it's 20 miles to the nearest town, and we don't have a vehicle, so it looks like we're stuck here together for the weekend." To be honest, he was not upset with this fact, and was silently thanking her friends for doing this. He had until Sunday to win her back. She turned her back to him, crossing her arms. We'll just have to make the best of the situation. It's starting to get chilly in here. I'll start a fire." She didn't like the situation one little bit, but she had no choice in the matter. "I should have known something was up when Alyssa and Julia started acting strange. After I start the fire, what would you like to do since there's no TV?" She was so glad that she decided to bring a book along with her. "I don't know about you, but I'm going to read." "So what am I supposed to do?" "I don't care what you do. Go for a swim or a hike. Better yet, take your luggage and start walking. Maybe someone will drive by and pick you up." Going over to the fireplace, he put some wood inside and got the fire started. "It's getting too dark out to go hiking. I'll go tomorrow or we could go fishing," He turned to look at her. "I'm not going anywhere. Look here, just because we're stranded here does not mean that we're going to be doing anything together," she said, digging her phone out of her purse and cursing when she got no reception. "Is there a problem?" he asked with a smirk on his face. He could have told her she wouldn't get any reception out here, but he chose to let her find that out for herself. "Damn phone doesn't work." "It's not that late, so how about we roast some marshmallows?" he said, changing the subject. She shook her head and rolled her eyes. "Do what you want, but I'm going to bed." "Good idea. Let's do that," he said and followed behind her. "Just where the hell do you think you're going?" she asked when he started following her. "Going to bed too." She was tired and not in the mood for his fooling around. "Not with me. Find your own bedroom to sleep in." After she had changed into her nightgown, she slid under the covers, grabbed the book off of the end table and started reading. When she heard the bedroom door open and saw him walking in wearing only his briefs, she sat her day up, covering herself with the blanket. "What the hell are you doing in here? There's only one bedroom, so I'm going to have to sleep in here with you." "Like hell you are. Did you not see the size of the sofa out there? It's not big enough for me to sleep on, so I'm sleeping in here whether you like it or not. Get out," she yelled at him, and when he wouldn't leave and kept walking toward her, she picked up the lamp and threw it at him, missing him and hitting the wall. She then picked up the other lamp and threw it, cursing when all he did was laugh at her. "Those lamps don't belong to you. You're going to have to pay for them." He climbed into bed next to her, turned and smiled at her, just like old times. She jumped out of bed and glared angrily at him. "Fine, stay here and I'll sleep on the sofa." When she went to leave, she heard him getting out of bed and felt his hand grabbing hers, sending shivers throughout her body. Just the mere touch from him brought back the memories of the nights they shared together. She fought to hold the tears back. It was all still so fresh and painful. "Get your hand off of me. I can't let you sleep on that sofa." "I will." He walked out of the room, knowing that this was going to be a very long weekend. A smile crossed his face when he took one step outside of the bedroom, and he heard her calling him back. "Logan, wait, come back here." He turned around and went back in, trying to hide the smile that appeared on his face. "You changed your mind?" She picked up a pillow and a blanket and handed them to him. "No, I didn't change my mind, but I thought you might need these," she said, shoving the bedding into his arms. "So you're really going to make me sleep out there on that old sofa?" "Damn right I am, and if you try to sneak into bed with me you'll find yourself missing one of your balls. Whatever happened to that sweet woman I fell in love with? You broke her heart, destroyed her trust in you. That's what happened to her. Now just get out," she said, pushing him out the door and shutting it. She got back into bed and pulled the covers over her head. This was supposed to be a fun weekend, one to make her forget the pain and suffering she was feeling over Logan, but here he was, making her feel more hurt and sad than ever before. Just knowing that he was in the other room was breaking her heart, and she couldn't stop herself from crying. There was no way she could spend the weekend with him, so tomorrow morning she would get dressed and try to walk the 20 miles into town. It was like she could read his mind, and since he valued his balls, he decided not to sneak in when she was asleep. He lay there on the floor and could hear her sobbing. He wanted to go to her, but he knew she would just kick him out. It killed him to hear her cry, knowing it was because of him and what he had done to her. Sleep did not come easy for him that night. The sun was just rising when she opened her eyes. Getting up, she got dressed. Being quiet, she went into the other room and found him still asleep on the floor. His hands were behind his head, showing off his biceps, his muscular chest rising and falling with every breath he took. She missed laying her head on his chest, missed his strong arms around her. Watching him, she couldn't control the raging desire that raced through her body. If things were different and they were still together, she would have jumped his bones in a heartbeat. What she wouldn't give for one more night with him. She gave her head a shake, knowing she had to stop thinking that way. Putting her shoes on and grabbing her purse, she snuck out the door, leaving him asleep. With a bottle of water in hand, she started the long journey into town. Once there, she would call someone to pick her up, and her friends could bring back the luggage she left behind. Chapter 26. When Logan woke up, he couldn't find her anywhere, and he noticed her purse was gone and figured out that she had decided to walk to town. Cursing out loud, he quickly got dressed and went out looking for her. It really didn't take him that long to find her, and he had to run to catch up. Grabbing her arm, swung her around to face him. "Riley, what the hell do you think you're doing?" he snapped angrily at her. "Get your damn hand off of me." "No, not until you tell me where you're going." "I'm walking into town where I'll find a way home." "Are you out of your mind?" It's 20 miles from here, and you don't know what trouble you will run into. There are wild animals out here, maybe bears and God knows what else. I don't care, she yelled, pushing him away. I can't let you do that. She stared at him, lifting her chin up. There's not a damn thing you can do to stop me. No one is going to tell me what to do, especially you. You think there's nothing I can do? That's right, bumhole, she said. Turning, she went to walk away. He could feel the anger rising. There was no way in hell that he was going to let her walk into town. Getting to her, he swung her around and picking her up tossed her over his shoulder, as one would do to a sack of potatoes. Put me down, she started yelling and hitting his back with her fist. Stop it, he snapped and gave her a hard slap. Ouch, that hurt, she cried out. If you think for 1 minute I'm going to let you walk 20 miles in the wilderness, you have another thing coming. I swear I have never met anyone as pig-headed as you, and you deserve a spanking. Now we're going back to the cabin, and you're going to stay put until the others come to pick us up. Put me down. Not until we get back. He carried her all the way, and once they reached the cabin and inside, he then put her down. You don't know how hard it is being near you, she said, her tears starting to fall. You really hurt me. How could you do that to me? You used me, lied to me, and made me fall in love with you. I pictured spending my life with you, of having your children, and I thought I could trust you. He looked at her. His own heart was breaking. I'm going to make some coffee. It's time we had a long talk. Once the coffee was made, they both sat down, each with a cup of steaming hot coffee. Riley, as you know, I lost my parents when I was young. It changed me, and as I grew up, I refused to fall in love. I was afraid of loving someone, only to lose them, so I buried my heart deep inside me, so that I wouldn't get hurt. I used women for sex and dumped them right after. The first time I heard your voice, I wanted to meet you, just so I could forget you. But the moment I laid my eyes on you, something inside me changed. I no longer just wanted to get you into bed. I wanted to know you. That's why I didn't try and rush you into having sex. After Silas, it took a lot for me to trust you, and you broke that trust along with my heart. Why didn't you tell me from the beginning? You had so many opportunities to do so. I wanted to, and I did try a couple of times, but I chickened out. I was so in love with you. And the longer I waited, the more I knew you'd hate me. I was going to tell you when we went boating, but that prick somehow found out before I could. So, the boating trip, you chose that because you knew I wouldn't be able to run away. I still wonder, if Silas hadn't made it known, would you have told me, or would you have chickened out again? No, I was determined to tell you. Riley, I love you so much, and I'm begging you for another chance. You messed with my head and my heart. I will never be able to trust you again, and that wouldn't be a healthy relationship. I'm sorry, Logan. I can't get back with you. She pushed her coffee away and stood up. Logan also stood and got in front of her, putting his hands on her shoulders. You love me, and I know in time I will be able to earn your trust again. All her emotions came rushing out. Hurt, anger, the feeling of being betrayed, and she went crazy. She started hitting him, her fists pounding against his chest as her tears flowed like a river down her face. She wanted to hurt him, to make him feel the pain she was feeling. I hate you, she said over and over as she kept hitting him. He let her vent her anger out on him. Her sobs were gut-wrenching. He knew she had cried before, but was sure that she never really let it out, or her anger. But now she was. He finally grabbed a hold of her wrist, then put his arms around her, letting her cry some more. He felt her arms going around him, her sobs subsiding. They stayed that way for some time, before she moved out of his arms and turned her back to him. I'm sorry, Logan. I just can't take you back and risk being hurt again. No, I won't let it end, he said. Grabbing her, he turned her around, pulling her into his arms. His mouth came crashing down hard on hers. His arms tightened around her waist so that she couldn't escape. At first, he felt her struggling, but soon she was returning his kiss. The feel of her lips sent him into a tailspin of emotions. Desire, lust, and most of all love. Her mind was saying stop. Her body was saying something totally different. Their hearts were beating faster than a drum against each other's chests. The sound of their moans and their heavy breathing rang loud throughout the small cabin. She pulled his shirt up over his head, and he did the same to hers. With his lips on hers and his hands on her waist, he lifted her up, feeling her legs wrapping around him as he carried her to the bedroom. With the palm of his one hand on her back to support her, he placed the palm of his other hand on the bed, as he lowered her slowly down onto the bed with their lids still locked. That night there was no wild sex, no going down on each other. It was just plain old-fashioned lovemaking, sweet and tender, two bodies joining as one. Later he held her in his arms. Finally, his life felt normal again. It once again had meaning. Riley, I love you. I love you too. I never stopped loving you. Does this mean you forgive me and that we're back together? I don't know. I'm afraid of getting hurt again, and I don't think my heart could take it, she said, feeling close to crying again. He rolled her onto her back and climbed on top of her. Let's start over and see what happens. I promise I will never hurt you again. I don't expect you to forgive me or trust me right away. All I'm asking is that you give us a chance. In time, I will prove myself worthy of your love. All right, let's start over. She decided to listen to her heart this time instead of her head and give them one more chance. He smiled down at her. You won't be sorry. I'm going to do everything in my power to make you happy. He held her in his arms as she slept, thanking God that he gave him another chance with the only woman he had ever loved, and he was not going to screw things up again. She woke up and reached over but found that Logan wasn't in bed. She could smell bacon and eggs. She looked at the time and was shocked to see that it was almost 2 in the afternoon. Grabbing his t-shirt, she put it on and walked out into the kitchen. You cooked? He looked over and smiled at her. Yeah, I'm starving and I thought you would be too. I am starving, she said. Going over to the counter, she poured herself a cup of coffee and then sat her down at the table. In seconds he had placed a plate of food in front of her and sat her down. She took one bite of her scrambled eggs and smiled. Not bad at all. What would you like to do today? He asked, his fingers lightly touching her cheek. What is there to do around here? She asked, digging into her food. Well, I was kind of looking forward to doing some fishing, but seeing that you're a girl, I doubt you'd want to do that. She shook her head at his remark. That is such a sexist remark. Just because I'm a woman doesn't mean I don't, or wouldn't enjoy fishing. Just so you know, my father used to take me fishing all the time when I was little. He smiled back at her. Okay, then fishing we will go. Later they went fishing and he was impressed at how big she was. She even caught a big one that they decided to cook for dinner, and the smaller ones they threw back in. The day was turning out to be a warm one, and when they had enough of fishing they laid down on the grass. I hear that Silas is getting married, he said, turning his head to look at her. She turned and looked at him, reaching over to touch his cheek. Yes, now he'll leave me alone and move on with his wife-to-be. I just hope he treats her better than he did me. I hope so, but I think he's still obsessed with you, so please be careful. I don't want anything to happen to you, he said, moving over and on top of her. It's time for me to do some personal fishing. It's time for me to put my rod inside you. She giggled and tried to stop him from undoing her pants. Logan, not here, she said, putting her hands on his chest. Yes, here, and don't worry, there's no one around. After they were done and fully clothed, they grabbed the fish and the fishing gear and headed back to the cabin. That night they enjoyed what she had caught along with salad and apple pie for dessert. When they were done eating, he poured her a large glass of wine and grabbed himself a beer, and they went outside and sat her down on one of the chairs. She sat her on his lap. My friends tricked us both and I think we should get some revenge. Well, I'm glad they did because it brought us back together. I know, but when they come back, on Sunday they'll have a surprise waiting for them, she said, smiling wickedly. Just what do you have planned? I'll tell you later, she said, leaning over to kiss him. I need some more wine. Can I get you another beer? Sure, he said, watching her bum as she walked away. Are you planning on drinking all of that? He asked, pointing to the full bottle of wine. Yup, I came here to drink and have fun. She sat her next to him, pouring some wine into her glass. Logan. Yes, he said, putting his arm around her shoulder. I want you to know that I do love you, and I don't want you to be upset with what I'm about to say. He felt his body tensing up, wondering if she was going to tell him this was a one-time thing. Are you breaking up with me already? Cupping his face in her hands, she looked him in the eyes. No, that's not it. I want us to go slow. I need to be able to trust you before we go too much further in our relationship. So I'm asking you not to ask me to move in with you. There's nothing I want more than for us to live together, but I will respect your wishes. In fact, I will let you be the one to tell me when you are ready. Thank you. That means a lot to me. Giving him a smile, she got to her feet. She was starting to feel the effects of the wine and was feeling naughty. "Would you like to play cards?" "Sure, what are we playing?" She grabbed his hand and pulled him up. "I think we should play poker. Strip poker, but I should warn you that I'm not very good at it." His eyes lit up and his little buddy from down below came alive. "That's okay. I don't mind, and just so you know, I'm really good at poker. I never lose." He practically dragged her inside, and there, he started hunting around for a deck of cards. "What's wrong?" she asked when she heard him cursing. "I can't find any damn cards," he said, searching through every drawer. He stopped looking when he heard her laughing. "Why are you laughing?" She held up the deck of cards. "I've had these the whole time you were searching for them. I was having fun watching you, the way you were frantically rooting through all the junk in the drawers." "Oh, you naughty girl," he said. Then he went over and took them from her hand. "I was going to take it easy on you, but not now. You'll be totally naked before you know it, and I'll be fully dressed." She put her arms around him, her lips going to his neck. She whispered in a sigh voice, "Then I will enjoy removing your clothes, piece by piece." Chapter 27. "See, I told you I'd have you naked in no time. Now, what am I going to do to you, my beautiful angel?" "I think you know what to do," she said, lifting her head to kiss him. The heat from the fireplace was nothing compared to the heat in her body. "Make love to me." "It'll be my pleasure," he said as his lips moved down her neck. There was just something so arousing about feeling his naked skin on hers. The way his snake was rubbing between her thighs had her moaning, her legs open wider for him to enter her. Her hands moved up and down his back. The muscles so hard had her crooning. "Loken," she called out when he started thrusting faster. She arched her neck when he sucked on it, as he brought her to a hot and wild orgasm. "It feels like I'm home when I'm inside you. So warm and tight." Sliding out of her, he rolled over onto his back, putting his arms around her when she rested her head on his chest. "While we were apart, all I could think about was how much I had hurt you. I was miserable. Miss you like crazy, and there were times I wished that I could have gone to sleep and never woke up." She looked up at him, shocked. "Loken, you should never feel that way over anyone. I'm not that special, and you would have found someone else." "That's where you're wrong. You are that special, and there would never be another woman for me. Some people can't love more than one person in their lifetime, but for me, there is only one love, and that is you." "Smooth talker," she said, reaching up to kiss him. After weeks of hurting and missing him, feeling as if her life was over, she was now happier than she had ever been. They spent the rest of the night making love, moving it into the bedroom. The next day, they had a leisurely breakfast and went for a hike, stopping at the river for a swim. They were anxiously waiting for her friends to pick them up, wanting to put their revenge plan into action. Carter and Alyssa were the only ones brave enough to go pick up Riley and Logan, but it was her they were more afraid of. She had a temper and could hold a grudge longer than anyone else they knew. "You better pray our plan worked, or she will kill us," Carter said, glancing over at her. "When we get there, I'll let you go in and I'll wait in the car." "Like hell you will. I'm not facing her alone, so you're going in with me." They pulled into the driveway and he parked the car. They both sat there staring at the cabin. It was so quiet, and no sign of either Riley or Logan. "Something is wrong," she said, looking at Carter. "Go in." "I'm not going in. You go in," he said, shaking his head. "Oh my God, you are such a coward," she said, rolling her eyes, letting him know she was pissed off at him. "All right, you big baby, we'll go in together." Getting out of the car, they walked towards the cabin and knocked. When there was no answer, they entered, calling out their names. "Maybe they're not here," he said, looking at her. "Someone is here. I can hear crying," she answered. "It's coming from the kitchen." They walked into the kitchen and found Riley there with her head in her hands. There was a butcher knife on the table with what looked like blood on it. Alyssa made her way over to her, placing her hand on her shoulder. "Riley, what's wrong? What happened?" Riley looked up at her. There were tears in her eyes. "I'm so glad you're here. I've done something really bad and you need to help me." She looked at Carter, then back to Riley. "What have you done?" "Logan, I've killed him." "What?" Alyssa and Carter said at the same time, shocked. "I didn't mean to, but when I saw him I snapped. I need you guys to help me dig a hole outside so we can get rid of the body." She had to cover her face so that they wouldn't see the smile that broke out on her face. "I don't believe you," Alyssa said, feeling the color draining from her face. "Go see for yourself. He's in the bedroom. I covered him up with a sheet." Carter looked at Alyssa. His hands were shaking and he started to sweat. We better go take a look. Taking her hand without realizing it led her towards the bedroom. Open the door, he said to her. No, you open the door, she answered him. With hands that shook, he slowly turned the doorknob and swung open the door. The two of them stood there, staring at the bed where it was obvious there was a body under the sheet. Fouquet, she did kill him, Carter said, swallowing the lump that was lodged in his throat. Go over and make sure he's dead, she said, giving him a shove forward. He grabbed her hand, dragging her with him. You're coming with me. When they got to the bed, he let go of Alyssa's hand and looked at her. Pull down the sheet. Fouquet, that. You do it, she said, feeling as though she was going to throw up. Go on, he might still be alive, so check him. Now who's the coward? He asked and started pulling the sheet down. They both jumped back and screamed when Logan Saturday up and yelled out, boo. What the Fouquet? Man, Carter cried out, his voice shaking. Riley was watching from the bedroom door and burst out laughing. Logan just started laughing his head off. Oh my God, you should have seen the look on your faces. It was priceless, Riley said, holding her gut as she continued to laugh. This wasn't funny. You scared the shit out of us, Alyssa said, giving them both an icy stare. Why would you do this? Logan got out of bed and walked over to Riley. They were both still laughing so hard they could barely speak. It's payback for what you did to us, Riley said, her laughter slowly coming to an end. You all tricked me and Logan. Well, you're so stubborn. And we knew you were both meant to be together, so we had to do something. We figured if we got you trapped here together, you'd have no choice but to talk things out, Alyssa said, noticing that Logan had his arm around Riley's waist. It looks to me like our plan worked. Yes, it worked. Lucky for you, Riley answered and then looked up at Logan. Carter was still shaking, running his fingers through his hair. Really, you guys, this was a nasty trick to pull on us. I really thought Riley was serious about having killed you. You should have seen the look on your faces when I jumped up and said boo. Let's pack everything up and go home, Carter said. He was still a little pissed off at them. The sound of Logan and Riley kissing in the back seat had Carter turning the radio up higher. He looked over at Alyssa and rolled his eyes. Are we going to have to listen to this all the way home? Shut up, Carter. At least they're not fighting anymore. She Saturday back with a smug look on her face. She was so glad that the two had made up and Riley could be happy again, but she was still shaking from the trick they pulled on her. She smiled to herself thinking that her friend might have lost her calling. She could have been an actress. She was that good. When they got back to town they dropped Logan off first. He asked Riley if she would like to come in, and he would drive her home later, but she said she had a lot of work to do. He was disappointed, but he understood and didn't want to rush her, so they agreed to meet Wednesday at bowling. He gave her a long and passionate kiss before she got back into the car and they all drove off. He was happy and sad at the same time. Happy that they were back together, but sad that he wouldn't get to see her until Wednesday. He would call her before that, which she said she was okay with. Alexander was sitting behind his desk going over some papers when Logan walked in, whistling. Someone's in a good mood. I take it your fishing trip went well. I had the best weekend of my life, was one of the biggest smiles on his face. He's Saturday down across from Alexander. Riley and I are back together. What? How did that happen? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Logan told him how their friends tricked them and left the two of them together alone at the cabin, and how one thing led to another. Alexander leaned back in his chair. I'm really glad to hear that. Now maybe you won't mope around so much. Anna and the twins will be thrilled to hear about this. Just don't screw it up this time. Oh, believe me, I won't. I just have to take things slow until I've earned her trust. Someday I'm going to marry that girl. I never thought I'd see the day you'd settle down, and it's about time. Riley's a special woman. She's as strong as she's beautiful. Next thing you know, you two will be moving in together. We both talked about that, and she doesn't want me to push her about it. So I told her I wouldn't mention it again, and that she would have to be the one to tell me when she's ready. Wednesday night, Logan picked her and Alyssa up and drove them to the bowling alley. Alyssa went ahead inside, giving the other two a few minutes alone. He put her up against the car, and with his arms around her waist, he pulled her close, kissing her passionately. I've missed you, he said when the kiss was broken. I've missed you too. Oh, Anna called me on Monday night, and she's really happy that we're back together. They want us to go over for supper Friday night, and I told her yes. Maybe I should have asked you first, but I didn't think you'd say no. "That's fine with me. I just hope the twins don't try to steal you away from me," he said, laughing as they walked into the bowling alley. Neither one realized that somebody was watching and taking pictures of them. When they were all done bowling, everyone wanted to go to the Black Lion for a few drinks, but Logan and Riley declined, saying they just wanted to go home and relax in front of the TV. The gang all winked at one another. They all knew the couple wasn't going to be watching TV. As soon as they got inside her apartment, they wasted no time. Within moments of kissing and groping each other, they were both naked. With her legs wrapped around his waist, he carried her to the bedroom. Later she lay on top of him, kissing his neck. "I'd like it if you stayed the night." "Are you sure?" he asked, feeling himself getting hard when she kissed his neck. "I thought you wanted to take things slow." She lifted her head to look at him. "I do, but there's nothing wrong with spending a few nights together. Don't you want to stay?" she asked, feeling a little sad. "You know I do, and I was hoping you'd want me to stay." "No. Lift up a little so that I can get inside you and then you can ride me." He placed his hands on her hips. His eyes closed. He moaned when she took over full control. For the next few weeks, everything was running smoothly. They spent every weekend together and went bowling on Wednesday, going to the bar afterwards. Riley was the first one to notice that there was something going on between Alyssa and Carter, so she pulled her into the ladies' room. "Is there something going on between you two?" "I don't know what you're talking about," Alyssa said, checking her makeup in the mirror. "I see the way you two look at each other, and I also saw the way he touched your hand when you reached for a ball." "Spill it." "All right, we've been spending more time together, alone, but we don't want anyone to know about us yet." "Why not? I think it's great." "Riley, Carter and I have been friends since grade school, and it's kind of weird being intimate after all these years, but I think he's the one I want to grow old with. You two were always bickering back and forth, and I think that was because you guys had feelings for each other. I'm happy for you both, but you need to let the others know. They're your friends and will be happy to." When Logan drove her home, after leaving the bar, she told him about Alyssa and Carter. "I kind of thought something was going on when I noticed him getting jealous when a guy started flirting with her. When I mentioned it, he just said she was his friend and didn't want some jerk hurting her." When they got out of the car, he put his arms around her, giving her a kiss. "Will I be staying the night, or would you rather I go home? If you make breakfast in the morning, you can stay." "Deal," he said, picking her up, carried her inside and straight to her apartment. Chapter 28. "What do you mean they're back together?" Scylla shouted at the man who he had hired to keep an eye on her. He was so sure that once she heard who Logan was and what he was hiding from her, she would never have anything to do with him again. "I'm just telling you what I've seen." "What have you seen? Tell me everything." "I've seen them together, holding hands and kissing. Sometimes he stays at her place and other times she goes to his place. Sarah, they look like they're very much in love. Here are some pictures I took of them." He looked at the pictures. The more he looked at them, the angrier he became. He knew Riley would need time after the breakup before he got back with her. That's why he stayed away until he figured the time would be right. But now she was back with that prick, and he wished he had him killed when he fought Mike in the ring. His anger quickly rose. He could hear the sound of blood and thunder going through his head, letting out a roar, and in his rage, he picked up the TV and threw it, smashing it to pieces, tipping over the coffee table, and proceeded to trash the rest of the apartment. The other man, fearing for his life, slipped out the door and ran to his car and drove off, his tires squealing. When Savannah came home and walked in, her jaw dropped open when she saw the mess. She then saw Scylla sitting on the sofa, a half-empty bottle of whiskey in one hand, a glass full of alcohol in the other hand. What happened here? When he didn't answer, she asked him again. Only this time she yelled. As soon as she yelled, she knew it was a big mistake. When his eyes turned to her, she felt the hairs on the back of her neck standing up. His eyes had turned dark, evil, and she suddenly became afraid. "Bitch, you dared to yell at me," he said, dropping the bomb. He got to his feet. She backed up when he charged at her, putting his hand around her neck. "Scylla's, I'm sorry, please let go." He spit at her in the face. When he called her all kinds of foul names, she tried to scream when he dragged her into the bedroom with his hands still around her neck. Shutting the door behind them, Alyssa and Carter were having a late lunch at a bar. There was a TV screen next to them, and she saw a picture of Scylla's. "Carter, turn the volume up." He got up and did what she asked, and went and sat her down beside her as they listened to the announcer. "Famous football player Scylla's Dawson is wanted in questioning for the brutal rape and assault on his fiancée. Victoria's Secret model Savannah Dunn He is considered armed and dangerous. Anyone who knows of his whereabouts is advised to call your local police station. Do not approach him. Oh my God, he has gone insane. I have to call Riley and let her know, Alyssa said. Picking up her phone, she dialed her number. Damn it, she's not answering. Maybe she's with Logan. No, she said he had to work today. Then call him on his cell. She dialed his number but didn't get an answer. He might not be able to hear his phone, or he might have left it in the trailer. We need to go to him. Maybe she went there. She waited for Carter to leave money on the table, and then they rushed out to his car. Maybe she's at home sleeping, and that's why she didn't answer her phone. We should go there and check before worrying Logan, Carter said as he turned his car around. You're probably right, she said, nervously playing with the hem of her dress. When they got there, she used her key to Riley's apartment to get in, calling out her name. Getting no answer, they searched the other rooms. She wasn't there, and Alyssa was getting worried. It's not like her to not let me know where she's going. Her eyes filled with tears as she grabbed his shirt. What if Silas has taken her? Don't jump to conclusions. She could be at the construction site visiting Logan. We'll go and find out. Logan and Alexander were in the trailer, discussing what had to be done next when Alyssa and Carter walked in. He knew something was wrong the moment he saw her face. Getting to his feet, he felt something had happened to Riley. Why else would she look so scared? What's wrong? He asked, moving closer to them. Is Riley here? She asked him. No, why? Have you heard from her recently? Not since this morning when I left for work. Even though it was Saturday, he had to work and left her place as the sun was coming up. Why are you asking me? I guess you haven't heard the news, Carter said. Taking out his phone, he played the video to the newscast he taped. Oh my God, Logan said out loud. We have to go look for her. I swear if he has her and touches her, I will kill him. He turned to Alexander. We're going to drive around and see if we can find her, Silas. I need for you to call the cops and let them know what's going on. Yes, you go and keep your phone close in case. I need to get a hold of you. The three of them drove around to all the places Riley was known to go to. No one had seen her. They kept the car radio on, in case there was word on Silas. Alyssa also called their other friends to see if they had heard from her, and they too went out looking for her. Logan was getting frustrated. He pounded his fist into the dashboard of Carter's car and swore. Fouquet, we're not getting anywhere this way. I know the prick has her. But where would he take her that the police wouldn't know about? Logan, relax. We don't know for sure he has her. She could be shopping or something. He looked back at Carter. You don't believe that any more than I do. You say his girlfriend is in the hospital. Yeah, from what we've heard, she's hurt real bad. We have to go and see her. Why? What good will that do? If Silas has Riley, he might have taken her to a place that no one knows about. Savannah might know if he owns some property that he's kept from the public. It's worth a try. You might not get in to see her. Alyssa was sitting in the back listening to them, and she was worried sick. For Fouquet's sakes, Carter, just take us to the hospital. When they got to the hospital and found her room, they entered. Savannah was asleep, and when Alyssa saw her, she choked back a sob. She didn't like the woman, but she also didn't think she deserved what Silas did to her. She lay there with a brace around her neck. Her face was swollen with dark bruises, and one of her eyes was swollen shut. There were tubes hooked up to her. Logan walked over to the bed and looked down at the woman who had been brutally attacked. It broke his heart knowing that a man could do this to a woman. She could feel someone watching her, so she slowly and painfully opened one eye. I know you, she said, her breathing coming out in shallow gulps. We've never met, he replied. No, not in person, but I saw pictures of you and Silas X kissing. They were laying on the floor, torn in pieces. Savannah, I'm so sorry for what he did to you, but can you tell me what happened? When I got home, the place was trashed. He destroyed everything. I saw the picture of you and Riley on the ground. He was drinking, polished off half a bottle of whiskey. I never liked it when he drank. He would become violent. I made the mistake of yelling at him. It's my fault. If I hadn't yelled at him, he wouldn't have done this to me. Shaking his head, he took a hold of her hand. No, never blame yourself for what he did. It wasn't your fault. No man has a right to hurt a woman, and what he did to you, he will pay. He dragged me into the bedroom where he started beating me before he raped me. He kept using her name, calling me Riley. He said if she hadn't slept with you, he wouldn't have to do this. When I tried to tell him I wasn't her, that's when he really went crazy. 4 months he tried to turn me into her, only I didn't see it until it was too late. I'm sorry, but I have to ask you, if Silas has a piece of property that no one knows about. somewhere where he could take her without anyone knowing. Please, if you can think of anything I need to know. Not that I know of. Wait. I did see a receipt for a storage unit outside of town. I asked him about it and he said it was to store some of his stuff. I thought it was strange. He didn't rent one in town. But Silas is not one you ask questions to. Logan felt his adrenaline pumping. He had to hurry and get the answers he needed before it was too late. You have to think. What was the name of the storage place? I don't remember. Savannah. Riley's life is at stake. Think. Damn it. Brick. That's it, the brick. Thank you, he said and started to leave, but she grabbed his hand, stopping him. Be careful. Silas has gone insane and he's so dangerous. If your girl is smart, she will play along with him and not make him mad. It's when he's mad that he's the most dangerous. I hope you can save her. Logan left the room and told the others what she had said. By this time the whole gang was there. Okay, so what is our plan? Steve said. He would do anything to help Riley. She was his friend and had helped him through some tough times. I'm going to the storage place. He might have her hidden there. I'll go alone. You guys stay here and let the cops know and keep me informed on anything new. No way, we're going with you, Carter said, and the other nodded. All right, but Alyssa and Julia stay here, Logan said, looking over at them. He couldn't risk them getting hurt. Does anyone own a gun? I do, Steve said, nodding his head. Good, go get it and I'll meet you there, Logan said, looking back at him. Carl can drive with Steve. I'll go with you. Look, guys, this could be dangerous. Logan, Riley is our friend and we want to help, Carter said, touching his shoulder. We know you love her, but so do we. All right, let's go. Carter pulled Alyssa into his arms and kissed her. Sweetheart, call the cops and let them know what's going on. She put her arms around him. Be careful. I love you. That's the first time you've said that. I know, and I should have told you a long time ago. Come back to me and bring my friend back too. She kissed him, letting Carter know just how much she loved him. Baby, I love you too, he said when she released him. He and Logan raced to the vehicle Carter drove. Don't worry, we'll find her. I knew it was a mistake to let our guard down when it came to Silas. We should have been keeping an eye on her 24/7s. There's no one to blame, damn it. The man had everything. Money, a football career, a beautiful woman by his side. He threw it all away. He's lost it all now. He hasn't bothered Riley in months. No texts, no flowers, nothing. What made him snap? Logan looked at him. And the reason he snapped. You, why you? Savannah told me he had pictures of the two of us together. I think he was planning on getting her back once he had broken us up. But when he found out we were back together, he lost it and now she's in danger. There's no telling what he'll do to her. Logan, she's smart and I know she will think of something to calm him down before we get to her. All she has to do is remain calm and keep him calm. I just know she's going to be all right. Has she ever told you how she stopped a young woman from jumping off the roof of her building? No, she never told me that. Well, this young girl, around 17, was pregnant and her boyfriend dumped her. Riley got out on the ledge with her and talked to her for over an hour. She saved a life that night and the young girl now has a baby boy and is back home with her parents. Riley is quite a woman and you're lucky to have her in your life. I know I am, and I'm not going to lose her to that psycho, or anyone. She really loves you, you know. Logan nodded his head as he stared straight ahead. I know. And I love her too, and someday I'm going to make her my wife. Even though I probably don't deserve her. Hurt her again. Logan and her friends will kill you. He looked at Carter and smiled. Thanks for the warning. No problem, pal. Chapter 29. Riley woke up with her head pounding, and her throat was dry. At first, she thought she was in her own bed, but when she opened her eyes and looked around fair course through her body, she sat her day up too fast and the room started to spin. So she laid back down. Turning her head, she looked around and judging by the door, she realized she was in some kind of storage unit. Slowly sitting up, she looked down and saw that she had on a wedding dress. Getting off the bed, she went over to the door and started pounding on it, screaming for help. Feeling nauseous, she had to go and sit back down on the bed. The room had a small table with 2 chairs. There was a small lamp that was providing some light. Lowering her head, she tried to remember what had happened. The only thing she remembered was going into the underground parking lot where Alyssa's car was parked. She had asked if she could use her car to run some errands. After that, everything was blank until she just woke up now. seeing a bottle of water on the table. She went over and opened it and took a drink. It was still cold, so whoever put it there must have just left. But who was doing this to her? There was only one person she could think of. Silas. There was no way for her to know how long she had been here, as her purse and phone were nowhere to be found. She tried forcing the door open again, but it wouldn't budge and there were no windows. She pressed her ear against the door to see if she could hear anything or anybody. Then suddenly she heard footsteps coming, stopping, and when she heard a key being turned, she backed up. She was starting to sweat and her heart was pounding hard inside her chest. She let out a gasp when Silas walked in wearing a tux. "Good, you're awake," he said, closing the door behind him. "Silas, what's going on and where am I?" "I'm sorry, my love. I know this isn't the honeymoon you always dreamed of." "Honeymoon?" "Yes, we got married. See?" he said, holding up his ring finger to show off his wedding band. She lifted her hand up and saw the wedding band on her finger. "How? When?" "This morning, you silly girl. I married us, and don't you just love the dress I picked out for you?" "That's not possible." "I asked you if you liked the dress," he said angrily. She took a step back when she looked into his eyes. They were those of a crazy man, and she knew she had to keep him calm if she were to survive. "I love the dress. It's so beautiful. Thank you." This seemed to calm him down. "But what about Savannah? You're engaged to her." "I don't love her. She's not you." He walked up to her, cupping her face in his hands. "You don't have to worry about her. She'll never be able to bother us." "Silas, what did you do?" He released her, and going over to the side he leaned against the wall. "She wouldn't shut up. She kept yelling at me, so I shut her up permanently. I don't like it when people yell at me." She felt as though she was going to faint. She had to keep calm and try to find a way out of this situation. "So this is our wedding day, and you bring me here instead of a nice hotel." He looked at her, looking remorseful. "I'm sorry, my love. It has to be this way for now, but soon I will make it up to you. It is time for us to consummate our marriage." "Oh God, no. This can't be happening," she said to herself when he came up to her, putting his arms around her and went to kiss her. She placed her hands on his chest to stop him. "Sweetheart, a woman's wedding day should be special, especially the wedding night. What can I do to make it more special?" "Well, some champagne would be nice, and music so that we can have our first dance as husband and wife together. Some candles to make it more romantic." "I can do this for you. You wait right here and I will go get these things for you. I love you," he said. Placing his lips on hers, he kissed her before leaving. As soon as he was out, she heard him locking the door and wiping her mouth. It made her sick to her stomach when he kissed her, but she couldn't take the chance of upsetting him, so she kissed him back. She had to think of something before he came back. No one would know that she was here, so it was up to her to find a way to escape. Again she tried the door. She even looked around to see if she could find something to use, but there was nothing. She sat her day on the bed and started to cry when she thought of Logan and wondered if he or any of the others knew she was missing. It was about an hour later when Silas returned with a bottle of champagne, a radio, and some candles. He smiled when she stood up. "You really do look beautiful in that dress," he said as he lit the candles and turned on the radio. He then popped open the champagne and poured them each a glass, handing her one. "To us in a lifetime of happiness." She looked over the rim of the glass as she took a drink. She was going to wait for the right moment to pick up the bottle and hit him over the head with it. She would have to hit them hard enough to knock them out, and that way she could grab the keys and leave. He put down his glass and, taking hers from her, he also placed it on the table. "Time for our first dance as man and wife," he said, pulling her into his arms. "I've been waiting for this moment for a long time, when I would have you back in my arms and naked in my bed. Have you missed me, my darling?" She swallowed the lump in her throat. "Yes," she answered, staring at the bottle as she tried to steer him closer to the table. "I'm going to forgive you for fucking that guy, but don't you ever cheat on me again." She was disgusted when he put his mouth on her neck and started kissing it. They were now closer to the table, so she reached over and, grabbing the bottle, raised it, striking him over the head. His arms left her and he fell to the ground. She checked to make sure he was out cold, and she reached into his pocket and took out some keys. Her heart was pounding. Her whole body was shaking as she tried each key into the keyhole. There were so many keys, and she didn't know which one it was. But just when she found it and it fit in the lock and opened it, she was grabbed from behind, and angry Silas threw her to the ground. "You bitch," he cursed. Grabbing her arm, he picked her up and threw her down onto the bed. "I'm going to teach you a lesson, and then I'm going to fuck you," she screamed when he jumped on top of her. slapping her hard across the face over and over again. No, no, please stop, she begged. Tears slid down her face when he pulled her dress up and past her hips. She wanted to fight him, but he was too strong for her and his body was crushing hers. She closed her eyes when she realized that at any moment he was going to rape her. Logan and Carter pulled up to the storage unit. Getting out of the car, they looked around. This place looks deserted and I don't see any cars. Maybe we're at the wrong place, Carter said, looking over at Logan. Someone had to have been here. I see tire tracks. The car could be hidden inside one of the units, Logan said, and then something shiny on the ground caught his eye. He bent down and picked up an earring. This is Riley's. I've seen her wear earrings like this. She's here. They went inside the building. Where do we start looking? Carter asked, looking in all directions. We'll split up. She's got to be here. He turned to Carter and placed his hand on his shoulder. Be very careful. Silas is a dangerous man. If you find either one of them, just call out. He started heading in one direction, checking out each unit and listening for any noise or voices. When he got down near the end, he could hear some noise, like someone crying, and he just knew it was Riley. He ran the rest of the way and he heard her crying out for him to stop. He pulled the door up and saw Silas jumping off her. Her dress was up over her hips. You bastard, he yelled and ran over and punched him in the mouth. She sat her day up and watched as the two men fought. It seemed to go on forever, until Silas had Logan pinned down and kept punching him. It was obvious that Silas intended on killing him. Getting off the bed, she jumped on his back. Her hands going around his face, she dug her fingers into his eyes. He stopped punching Logan and got to his feet, trying to shake her off, but she hung on until he slammed her back into the wall. Pain shot through her back and she released him, falling to the ground. Her vision was blurred, but she could see Logan grabbing Silas and started punching him in the face and gut until he fell to the ground. Someone was pulling Logan off him, but she couldn't make out who. But then she recognized the voice as being Carter's. Stop. He's out cold and you're going to kill him. Logan wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and turned to her. Going to her side, he cupped her head in his hands. It's okay, baby. You're safe now, he said, kissing her forehead. It tore at his heart to see her all bloody and bruised. She reached up to touch his face. You found me, she said, removing the wedding band that Silas had placed on her finger when she was out cold and throwing it on the ground. Yes, and I'm sorry it took so long, he said. Lifting her up, he put her down on the bed. Steve and Carl finally arrived, pointing their guns at Silas in case he woke up. The cops are on their way, Steve said, looking at Riley. Is she all right? He asked, shocked to see how beaten up she was. Logan had his arms around her. Her face was against his chest. She will be, but we have to get her to the hospital. The bastard beat her up pretty good. Give me your gun. Why? Steve asked, not liking the look on his face. Because I'm going to kill him. Hearing this, she opened her eyes and taking his chin in the palm of her hand, she turned his head towards her and stared into his eyes. No, you're not a killer, and if you do this you'll go to jail, and I can't lose you. Silas won't be able to buy his way out of this one. Let the law punish him. He knew she was right. He would only end up in prison and he couldn't hurt her that way. I just hate what he did to you. How he beat your face black and blue. Am I that ugly? Hell no. You'll always be beautiful to me no matter what. He placed soft little kisses all over her face, being careful not to hurt her. The fact that he too looked like someone used him as a punching bag didn't faze him. The three guys went over, taking turns hugging her. Carter said he had better call Alyssa and let her know what was happening or else she would cut off his balls. They heard the police sirens and moments later the police barged in with their guns raised and ready to fire. But seeing Silas on the ground and the others surrounding the girl, they lowered their weapons. The one officer bent down to check his pulse, and finding one nodded his head and looked at the other cops. He's alive. The one officer turned to the group. We'll need to take your statements. Carter spoke up. You got the culprit, but these two need medical attention, so let it wait until a doctor checks them out. Just who are you? The officers asked. My name is Carter Pexon. I'm a lawyer. Look, guys, just let us take them to the hospital. You can get their statements there. The one officer moved over to the other officers. It's okay. Let them go. We'll be around shortly to talk to all of you. He walked over to Riley. Miss, I'm glad you're all right, and I want you to know Mr. Dawson is going away for a very long time, and he won't be bothering you again. I'll come to talk to you in a bit. Is that all right with you? She nodded her head and gave him a warm smile, even though it hurt to do so. Silas was taken away and Carter drove the two to the hospital. Both needed medical attention, and after talking to Alyssa, he had some bad news for them, but he would wait until later to tell them. Chapter 30. When they got to the hospital, they were put in different rooms while being examined, and when Logan was finished first, he went to her. She was just about done when he walked in and over to her. "We'll do a rape kit on you," the nurse said as she finished cleaning her up. "There's no need for one. He didn't get a chance to do anything," she said, thinking how close she came to Silas raping her. "Okay, well, when you go home, get plenty of rest and these bruises will heal. You can leave any time now." After the nurse left, Riley's friends came in. Going over to her, they each hugged her, saying how happy they were that she was okay. She looked at all of them with tears in her eyes. She was so grateful for having such great friends. "How did you know where to find me?" Logan Saturday on the bed with his arm around her. "Savannah told us." She turned her head to look at him, feeling guilty for forgetting about her. "Oh, Silas told me he killed her." "No, sweetheart. He didn't, but he did beat her up really bad. I'm surprised she survived the attack. I'm sure he thought he did, but she's strong and I'm sure she'll pull through. What's important now is that we get you home so you can heal." "Yes, I want to go home. I'm sure one of the guys will drive us back to your place, and if it's all right with you, I'll stay the night. Maybe for a couple of days." "No," she said, shaking her head. He felt hurt but tried to hide it. "You don't want me to stay with you. What I'm saying is I want to go home with you. To your place. I'm ready to live with you. That is if you still want me to." "If I want you to. I've been hoping for this for a very long time." "But what changed your mind?" He was so happy and wanted to take her in his arms and kiss her, but he couldn't. She was hurt and still in pain. "Today made me realize how short life can be, and I don't want to waste another minute of being apart from you. I love you and I am going to trust you. I'm ready for this." The others were listening and smiled at each other. They were hoping this would happen. They also knew how much in love they were, and it was only a matter of time before they moved in together. "Let's go home," he said, gently kissing her on the lips. They were just about to leave when the police came in, saying they were here to take everyone's statement. When it was over, Riley asked how Savannah was doing, saying she wanted to see her. Both officers glanced at one another before the older one spoke. "I'm afraid Miss Dunn passed away an hour ago from internal bleeding. Mr. Dawson will be charged with murder, rape, kidnapping and assault, among other charges. He will never see the light of day again." Riley buried her face in Logan's neck and started sobbing. She didn't know the woman, but knew some of what she went through living with Silas. No matter what kind of woman Savannah was, she didn't deserve to have her life end this way. "Take me home," she cried, clinging to Logan. They all felt bad for the woman, who was unfortunate enough to get involved with Silas, but at least he would be put away, and would never be able to hurt anyone else ever again. Alyssa and Carter drove the two back to Logan's place. They would have stayed but figured the two would want to be alone. He walked her inside with his arm around her waist. He felt horrible that he couldn't take all of her pain away, but he knew it would take time. "Would you like something to eat or drink? Would it be all right if I went up and took a shower?" He cupped her face in his hands, running his thumb over her bruises. "This is now your home. You don't have to ask." "Thank you, and I could use something to eat. I'll make us something while you shower. I'm so glad you decided to move in with me, and I promise you that you won't regret it. I love you," he said, giving her a tender kiss before letting her go. He would have showered with her, but she needed some alone time. After taking a long, hot shower, she threw on one of his shirts since she had no clothes here, and she sure wasn't going to put the wedding dress back on. Carrying it in her arms, she went down to the kitchen where Logan was busy making dinner. He turned his head when he heard her come in. He raised an eyebrow when he saw the wedding dress in her arms. "What are you going to do with that?" "I want you to take it out back and burn it." "Are you sure? It's a nice dress, so maybe you could donate it." "This dress is bad luck, and I don't want another poor girl wearing it in case it brings her bad luck. I don't have any other clothes here, so I hope you don't mind me wearing one of your shirts." He walked over, taking the dress from her hands. "You can wear my shirt anytime. Stir the sauce for me while I throw this into the fire pit. Maybe Alyssa will bring you something to wear tomorrow." She picked up the spoon and started stirring the sauce, waiting for him to come back. She could see the backyard from the window, and watched as he poured gasoline on the dress and lit a match. She shuddered when she thought of how he must have undressed her and put the gown on her. God only knows what else he did when she was passed out, but she was sure he didn't have sex with her, as she wasn't wet or sore down there. During dinner, he asked her when she wanted to move in permanently. Well, my lease isn't up for another 9 months. 9 months, he said, feeling his heart drop into his stomach. I was hoping you'd move in right now. She saw the look of disappointment on his face. I'm sure I can find someone to sublet it right away, so if you want I can move in now. She didn't see any reason not to, since he was the one she wanted to be with forever. We'll go tomorrow if you're up to it and start packing your things up. You need a few days off work to heal, and I'm sure Alexander will give me some time off. I should call him and let him know what happened. After they did the washing up, he took a hold of her hand. I want to show you something. Outside in the shed. What is it? She asked, following him outside. It's a surprise for you and something I've been working on for quite some time now. I hope you will like it. He led her outside and into the small garage, where he liked working on small projects. He opened the door and had her walk in first. He couldn't wait to see the look on her face when she saw what he had for her. Nice car, she said, walking over to it. I'm glad you like it. It's yours, he said, dangling a set of keys in the air. Her head snapped back towards him. Her eyes went wide as saucers. You bought me a new car. He chuckled. Not exactly. It's used, but I fixed it up and painted it. All I have to do is get a safety put on it and then you can drive it. But why and how can you afford it? I got it next to nothing. The only cost was the parts and paint, and I got a great deal on them. I was always hoping you'd move in with me. And if you did, you'd need a vehicle to get back and forth from work. What if I never moved in? I would still have given it to you. So, do you like it? I can't believe you did this for me. It's the nicest thing anyone has ever done for me. I love it. It's amazing. Thank you so much, she said. Going over, she put her arms around his neck and kissed him. Get in and start it up. It purrs like a kitten, he said, opening the driver's door for her. She was excited to get behind the wheel of her very own car. Getting in, she turned the key and squealed with delight. It's so quiet and has that new car smell. She looked at him suspiciously. Are you sure this isn't new? I promised you I'd never lie to you again. I cleaned it with some stuff I got from a car lot. It's what they use when they sell used vehicles. Seeing that smile on her face was worth all the long hours and hard work he put into fixing it up. She got out and put her arms around his neck. If I wasn't still shaken up about today and tired, I'd suggest we christen the back seat. He smiled back at her. We will when you're up to it. It's getting cold out here and you're only wearing a thin shirt, so let's go inside. I need to call Alexander and tell him I'll need a few days off work. Yes, and I have to call Alyssa and have her bring me some clothes. We've lived next to each other for so long, I hope she won't be upset when I tell her I'm living here now. Sweetheart, she has Carter now, so I know she will be all right. They went inside. He poured them both a glass of wine and went to call his brother while she called Alyssa. With the calls done with, they curled up on the sofa and talked. Alexander heard about what happened on the news and he was about to call me. He and Anna were worried about you and wanted to come over, but I told them not tonight. He was telling me that a few more women came forward, claiming that Silas had also beaten and raped them. He will die in prison. It's what he deserves after what he did to me and the others. Did you tell him I was moving in? Yeah, and he was thrilled and told me to bring you to dinner soon. Okay, but after the bruises go away. We wouldn't want to scare the twins. They might not love me looking this way, she said, snickering. Baby, it's too late. What do you mean? Alexander was telling me the twins now have a girlfriend from school. Looks like I have you all to myself now. Oh, that's sad. I guess I'm stuck with you then. Hey, watch it, lady, and yes you are. He lowered his head to kiss her. He wanted to do more, like toss her down and have his way with her, but it was too soon. When I told Alyssa I was moving in, she was happy for us. And she even knows someone who's looking for a place to rent. And he wants to move in right away. She'll be here around noon with some clothes for me, and then I can start packing up my things. Should I rent a truck for your stuff? No, Carl has a small truck and I'll only have some boxes with my clothes and some personal items to bring. What about your furniture? I'm leaving it for the other guy since he doesn't have any. Besides, I won't need it unless you plan on kicking me out later on. He gave her a serious look. I don't ever want to hear you say that again. I love you and I'm in this for the long haul. You know that, right? I do. I was just teasing you. It's late. I'm going to bed. Are you coming? She asked. Getting to her feet, she held out her hand for him to take. Yes, he answered, getting up. I'll just take a quick shower when we go up. When they got to the bedroom, she removed his shirt off of her and climbed into bed, getting under the covers. He cleared his throat when he saw her naked. She was making it hard for him not to jump her bones. A cold shower should do the trick, he thought as he stripped down and entered the bathroom. When he came back from showering, he was going to ask her to put the shirt back on, but she was fast asleep and he didn't have the heart to wake her. Climbing into bed, he tried to ignore the fact that she was naked, and it didn't help when she rolled over, putting her head on his chest and her arm over his stomach. Chapter 31. He was awakened to the sound of her crying. "Sweetheart, it's okay." He knew that what she went through with Silas was finally hitting her hard. Pulling her into his arms, he held her head against his chest. "I'm here for you. Don't let go," she said, sobbing. "Never," he answered, holding her tight in his arms. Alyssa and Carter showed up around noon with some clothes for her to put on. Logan had her put on a robe of his to cover up. He didn't want Carter to see her in only his shirt and Oakle in her legs. He knew they were just friends, but he still didn't want any guy seeing too much of her, which was actually silly, since she had on occasion worn a bikini around her friends. "Your mother and father called me when they heard the news about Silas and are worried sick about you. She said she tried calling you but couldn't get an answer," Alyssa said, handing her the suitcase full of clothes. "I don't know what Silas did with my purse or phone." She looked at Logan. "Do you think the police might know?" "I'll call them and find out." "You better call your parents now," Alyssa said, pouring herself another cup of coffee. Logan handed her his phone. "Here, you can use mine." "Thanks, I'll call them from upstairs after I change into some clothes. I'll be right back, and save me some coffee." She went up and got dressed and then called her parents, and talked to them for almost an hour before hanging up and going back downstairs. "We thought you'd gotten lost," Alyssa said, waving her over to sit down. "I'm sorry I took so long, but Mom and Dad asked me so many questions." She looked over at Logan. "They're coming tomorrow to see me. I had to tell them I'm living with you, and that they could stay here, unless you'd rather they stayed in a hotel." "They don't need to stay in a hotel. They are more than welcome to stay here." The rest of the day, they spent packing up her belongings and bringing everything back to Logan's. Everyone chipped in to help, and when they were done, they ordered pizza and beer. When they were done eating and the guys cracked open another bottle of beer, Riley took the two girls out to the garage to show them what Logan had bought her. "Holy shit, he bought you a car," Alyssa said, going over to look at it. "Damn girl, you must be good in the sack for him to buy you this vehicle," Julia said as she admired the car. "It's not new. He bought it used and fixed it up and had it painted. We just have to get a safety on it, and then I can start driving it." He said he wanted me to have something to get back and forth to work with. "As far as whether or not I'm good in bed, that is none of your business," she said, swatting Julia on the arm. "We better go back inside before the guys drink too much. I want you guys to know that you are always welcome here at any time," Logan said when everybody was getting ready to leave. Just when they were getting ready to go upstairs to bed, there was a knock at the door. He went over and answered it, finding one of the police officers at the door holding a purse. "We found Miss Cooper's purse in the trash bin in the underground parking lot of her building. I figured she would be wanting it as soon as possible," the officer said, handing it to him. "Thank you so much. I'll make sure she gets it." After saying goodbye to the officers, he went into the living room where she was waiting for him. "Good. They found my purse." Taking it from him, she looked inside and found that everything was there, including her phone. She was so relieved to have it back. Her money and cards were also inside her wallet. Laying in bed with his arm around her, he was curious about what her parents thought of her living with him. She didn't want to lie to him and decided to tell him the truth. "To be honest, they're not happy that I moved in with somebody so soon." "Oh great. That means they're not going to like me right off the bat. They were against me moving in with Silas, said they didn't like him and that there was something about him they didn't trust. They're just worried about me and don't want me to make the same mistake again. But I told them you were nothing like him, that you love me and treated me with respect. I'm sure they're going to love you. Just be your sweet, charming self." "I sure hope so," he said, closing his eyes. "Are you seriously going to go to sleep right now?" He opened his eyes to look at her. "Yeah, why? Have you lost interest in making love to me already?" He lifted himself up on his elbows to look at her. "I could never lose interest in making love to you." "Then why aren't you?" "I didn't think you would want to, after what you've been through and you're still hurting." "I'm not hurting, but if you don't want to, that's fine with me," she said in a snarky tone, crossing her arms across her chest. He smiled at her and climbing on top of her, he uncrossed her arms, pinning them down on the pillow by her head. "You're so adorable when you're pouting," He lowered his lips onto hers, kissing her tenderly at first, but then the kiss deepened. His mouth then moved down her chin and went over her neck, moving his body ever so slowly down and up her body again. He continued kissing her neck, his snake getting hard and straining against his briefs. Oh yes, she moaned that out loud. This is what she had been waiting for, to feel his hands moving all over her, his lips kissing every inch of her body. Putting her fingers inside the waistband of his briefs, she slid them down past his hips, taking a hold of him and feeling how big and hard he had gotten. She had to let go when he moved down, removing her panties and lifting her nightgown up over her hips, his mouth going between her legs as he teased her clit with his tongue. She raked her fingers through his hair, as he continued pleasuring her with his mouth and tongue. She screamed out his name when she had her first orgasm. Panting and sweating, she put her arms around him when he moved up and slid inside her. Logan, she screamed out, raising her hips and loving the feel of how hard and deep he was going inside her. After having a piece of her pie, he moved up, removing her nightgown. He massaged one of her breasts with his hand and the other breast he took into his mouth, licking and sucking on her hardened nipple, feeling the way she was arching her back, and moaning got him even more excited than he was. The way she was squirming beneath him and running her leg up and down his leg. He couldn't wait any longer, so he placed the tip of a snake in her entrance, rubbing against her pussycat before thrusting inside her. He placed the palms of his hands on the bed as he continued thrusting inside her. He could feel the muscles inside her tightening around him, his shaft pulsating. His balls hard. He knew he was close to coming, but he waited for her before he got his own release. With one hard final thrust, he came hard and fast, collapsing on top of her and putting his face in the crook of her neck. Oh baby, that was amazing. I love you so much, he said. Lifting his head up, he gave her a passionate kiss. When he rolled off of her and onto his back, she put her arm around his stomach and placed her head on his chest. I love you too. After catching their breath, he stroked her hair. Is there anything I should know about your father? Like, are there any topics I should stay clear of? My father's a retired cop, and he can spot when someone is being a phony. So just be yourself and be honest with him. Whatever you do, don't talk about football. He hates it. His favorite whiskey is Crown Royal, so if you have that on hand, it might make him a little less cranky. I'll pick some up tomorrow. What about your mother? Mom is a sweetheart. I know she's going to love you. Now let's go to sleep. Oh sure. Now that you've used me for my body, you want to go to sleep. Don't you want to talk some more? She looked at him and started laughing. OMG, you're such a girl. No, I don't want to talk, I want to sleep, she said. Turning her back to him, she grabbed his arm and put it around her stomach and held onto it. But we can cuddle. He reached over and kissed her on the cheek. I love you. I love you too. Now be quiet. Oh baby, you get me hot when you're bossy, he said, moving his hand down between her legs. Go to sleep or there will never be any more pie for you, she said as she removed his hand from between her legs. The next day, even though his bruises were still fresh, he went into town and picked up some Crown Royal for her father and chocolates for her mother. He even stopped to buy her some white and pink roses. He was a little nervous about meeting her parents and hoped they wouldn't give Riley a hard time about having moved in with him. Riley was just putting the roast into the oven when he walked in. Going over, kissed her cheek. Hi, beautiful. I bought you some roses, he said, handing them to her. Taking them, she smiled as she smelled them. I have to admit, I love getting roses from you. Would you put them in some water for me while I finish dinner? I want it to be ready when my folks get here. They didn't have to bring a cab here. I would have gone and picked them up. I know, but they don't know you and they didn't want to impose. She could tell how nervous he was about meeting them. Sweetheart, relax. You have nothing to worry about. Your father is an ex-cop and probably still carries a gun. She laughed and put her arms around his neck. He's not going to shoot you. Now put the flowers in some water. They will be here soon. An hour later, they went to the door when a cab pulled up. Seeing her parents, she grabbed Logan's hand and dragged him behind her towards them. Mom, Dad, she said, letting go of Logan to hug both of them. Logan took their luggage out of the trunk and stood to watch them. Her mother was a beautiful woman and her father was tall, a striking man with gray hair. Mom, Dad, I want you to meet Logan. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Cooper, he said, giving her a hug and shaking the man's hand. It's nice to meet you too, she said, then looked at Riley. You're right, dear. He is very good-looking, Emma Cooper said, smiling. When her father didn't answer back, she turned to him. Dad, Aren't you going to say hello? Nice to meet you too, young man. Come on in and I'll make us some tea before dinner. Riley took her parents' hands and led them inside while Logan carried the luggage. Once inside, they went into the living room and sat her down. You two relax while I get the tea. Can I help you, dear? No, Mom, you just take it easy, she answered, leaving Logan alone with them. So, how was your flight? It was good, Emma replied. There was an awkward silence between them and Logan felt uneasy, so he stood up. I'm just going to help Riley with the tea, he said, turned and left the room. Why aren't you keeping my parents company? She asked, wondering if something had happened. She really wanted them to get along. To be honest, your father was making me nervous. He's not talking, just keeps staring at me like he wants to kill me. Sweetheart, he was a cop and has a way of judging a person by observing them. He's just trying to figure out what kind of guy you are. Don't worry, he'll see what a good guy you are. Now carry the tray for me and remember that the only opinion that matters is mine. But what can I talk to him about? He likes golf. I don't know the first thing about golf. Then baseball. I never watch it. Oh my God, I'm screwed. He's going to hate me. She went over and hugged him. Logan, don't try so hard, just get to know him and let him know the real you. Once he sees how much you love me, he will welcome you with open arms. Let's go, she said, picking up the tray of cookies and leaving him to carry the coffee. Chapter 32. When they came back into the living room and served out the tea, Logan sat beside Riley, more for support than anything else. You have a beautiful home, Logan, Emma said, giving him a warm smile. Thank you, Mrs. Cooper. No, call me Emma and you can call my husband George. Yes, it is really nice, but how can you afford such a place by being a construction worker? George said, giving him an icy stare. Dad, stop, Riley said, appalled at her father's rudeness. It's all right, Logan said, then looked at George. When my parents died, the business was left to me and my brother. Alexander runs it and I work for him. We have also been left with quite an inheritance. So I do very well for myself. I may not be as wealthy as some, but I can assure you that I will be able to give your daughter everything she'll need. You said the business was left to both of you, so why is it you're working for him? I wasn't old enough to help run it, but Alexander was. As I got older, I felt he was more qualified to keep running it, so I gave him full ownership. I make a decent wage. Riley didn't want them getting into an argument, so she put a stop to the discussion. Dinner's ready. Let's go into the dining room. When the meal was finished, George sat back and rubbed his belly. Baby girl, that was an amazing meal. You're as good a cook as your mother. Is that my favorite pie I smell? Yes, Dad, apple crumble. After dessert was over and the two women did the washing up, Logan took George outside and showed him around. Riley tells me you love to barbecue. I have the top of the line, and when her friends come over to see you, maybe you could cook us up some burgers or steaks. I could. George, maybe you don't like me and I can understand that since you don't know me, but I love your daughter with all of my heart. George stood there, looking over the land, thinking of what to say. From what I've heard, you saved her from that sick bastard. I never liked him from the start, but nothing I said stopped her from seeing him. He had her fooled, but I never thought he was as evil as he turned out to be. I was a cop here for most of my life, and was able to get information on his case, and was shocked to find out he raped many women, and beat them. Sir, no one knew how dark Silas was. George turned to Logan with tears in his eyes. I'm afraid to ask her, so I'm asking you. I can see from her face that he beat her, but did he also rape her? Sir, don't ask me that. You don't have to answer. It's written all over your face. Turning his back to Logan, he wiped his tears away. I should have made her go with us to Florida. That way I could have protected her. All due respect, Sir, Riley is a very independent woman. When she puts her mind to something, there's nothing you can do to change it. I doubt she would have gone with you. She made a mistake. We all have, but she's all right now. I'll take care of her and no one will ever hurt her again. George turned back around to look at him. Make sure you do. Riley poured her mother and herself some wine and sat her down to talk. Emma reached up to touch her cheek. Her eyes were glazed over with tears. Oh baby, just look at what that monster did to you. I wish I'd been here to protect you. Your father and I broke down and cried when we heard what happened. Thank God Logan was here to save you. I'm okay now, Mom. I have Logan and he's the most amazing man I've ever known. He is nothing like Silas. He's gentle and kind and he would and will never lay a hand on me. I feel so safe with him and I love him. I can see how much you love him. Your eyes light up when he enters the room, and the way you look at each other tells me how much in love you are with each other. Will your father and I be getting an invitation to a wedding anytime soon? Mom, it's a little too soon for that and I need more time. Okay, after what you've been through with Silas, it's wise to take your time to get to know each other better. I do like him. I can tell he's a good man. She looked at her watch. I wonder what's taking them so long. I hope Dad's not scaring him like he used to do with my boyfriends when I was young. Emma chuckled. Knowing your father he is, but I have a feeling your Logan can hold his own around him. Just then the two men walked in. Now what have you been up to? Riley asked, looking at her father. Sweetheart, we were just getting to know each other, George said, sitting down on the chair across from his wife and daughter. Sir, can I get you a shot of Crown Royal? George was quite impressed that Logan had his favorite whiskey on hand. Yes please, make it a double. No ice. He looked over at Riley and gave her a wink. At least your man has good taste. Logan smiled when he handed George his drink. I must have great taste since I'm in love with your daughter. You have raised an amazing woman, so I thank you and Emma for bringing her into the world and into my life. Okay, son, you don't have to keep kissing up to me, George said, taking a sip of his drink. Damn. This is good stuff, but I think I'll head up to bed now. Me too, I'm beat, Emma said, getting to her feet. When Riley went to get up, she stopped her. It's okay, dear. You don't have to show us up. She leaned over and gave her a motherly kiss on the cheek. We'll see you both in the morning. Logan helped her clean up before they went upstairs to their bedroom, and once they were in bed and under the covers he sat her up when he thought of something. Is something wrong? She asked when he sat her up. I was just thinking that with your parents down the hall, that may be out of respect for them. I should move into one of the other guest rooms. OMG, are you kidding me? They know we are living together, so I'm pretty sure they know we're sharing a bed and having sex. Will you just relax, remove your briefs and get on top of me and make love to me? Who was he to argue with her? Removing his briefs, he got on top of her, covering her mouth to stop the screams from coming from her when he made love to her. There was something shy and naughty about making love to her with her parents in the room not far from them. He felt like a teenager who had snuck into his girlfriend's home and into her room while the parents slept. When he woke up, she wasn't in bed, so getting up he showered and after getting dressed he went downstairs. There he found all three of them in the kitchen. George was sitting at the table reading the paper, while the women were busy making breakfast. Going over, he kissed Riley on the cheek and said good morning to her parents. So, Logan, let's say we do some target practice today. You have a lot of property and we could set up some cannons. I'd love to see how you handle a gun. Logan looked over at Riley when he took a bite of his omelet, then back at George. Sure, there's an area where we could do that. I have to admit I'm not really good, but maybe you could give me some pointers. Oh, I will, George replied. Logan looked over at Riley and saw her smiling. He was wondering what the secret look between her and her father was about. After they were done with their breakfast, George went upstairs to get his gun. This was Logan's chance to talk to Riley. What was that look between you and your father, when we were talking about him giving me some pointers? It was nothing really, just know he likes to tease, so don't take anything he says to heart. He was about to kiss her, when George and Emma walked into the room. You ready to go? George asked, carrying two guns and the bullets. I have an extra gun for you to use. All we need are some empty cans. Logan picked up the bag of empty cans, got them. The cans were lined up and George let Logan go first to see what he could do. He chuckled and shook his head when he only hit one out of all of them. Boy, you have a lot to learn. Your aim is all wrong and so is your stance. Let me show you how it's done. Logan watched as George shot one can after the other without missing. He didn't know whether to be impressed or scared. Wow, you hit them all right in the center. For the next hour, George taught him the proper way to shoot and was pleased to see how fast a learner he was. You're getting better. How did you get so good? Was it from being a cop? No. I learned to shoot from my father when I was a young boy. It's something I've always enjoyed. I hardly ever had to fire my weapon during my time on the police force. I taught Riley to shoot and she's almost as good as I am, so you better not piss her off. She never told me, Logan said, cleaning up the cans and putting them into a garbage bag. Well, I guess you both still have a lot to learn about each other. George gave Logan a slap on the back. Don't worry. She loves you, so I doubt she'll shoot you. Just don't hurt her or I'll be the one to do it, he said, laughing as he headed back to the house. By the time they got back, Riley's friends were all there and ready for a party. They greeted George and Emma with hugs and kisses. Later that night, George barbecued burgers and steaks, and Alexander and his family also showed up to meet Riley's family. Riley was in the kitchen getting some more wine when she felt arms going around her waist from behind. She giggled when Logan started kissing the side of her neck. Stop. What if someone were to walk in? He turned her around to face him, his arms around her. I haven't had a moment alone with you all day. I would really like it if we sneaked upstairs, where I could show you just how much I've missed you. You're going to have to wait until later. Now take some more beers out to the guys. I guess I better do as you say. I wouldn't want you shooting me. What? She asked, grabbing a couple of bottles of wine. Your father told me what a good shot you are. Why had you never told me? It's not that I mind. I actually think it's great that you're as good as he says you are. It never came up and I never gave it any thought. My dad missed having a son to do things with. So when I was younger I was his tomboy. He taught me to fish, shoot, among other things. I enjoyed every bit of it, but I also enjoyed being a girl. The best part of being a girl is having a man like you loving me, the way you make me feel when we make love. A smile crossed his face. I like that you're a girl too. So soft, warm, and have a nice tight vagina. One I wish I was in right now. OMG, Alyssa said, going over to grab the wine from Riley. You're so lucky. It was me that walked in here and heard what you said instead of George. He would have killed you. You all better get outside now. The food is ready and Riley's mother and father are wondering where you are. Riley blushed, burying her face in his chest, and giggled. We're just lucky it wasn't the twins who heard you and started asking questions. Let's go, she said. Taking his hand, they went out and joined the others. It was getting late and Alexander and his family left to go home when the twins started getting tired. The others were too drunk by the end of the night and ended up spending the night spread out all over the place. Alyssa and Carter had the other guest room, seeing they were now a couple. The next few days flew by and Riley's parents headed home, saying they would keep in touch and would visit again. They were also invited to come to Florida for a visit. Once again George warned Logan not to hurt Riley or he'd have him to deal with. Life was now back to normal and they returned to work. 3 months later, Logan made a decision that would change both of their lives forever. Chapter 33. Logan tried to think of a unique way of proposing to Riley. He could have rented a hot air balloon and have "Will you marry me" written in the grass below, but that had been done so many times. He also knew her well enough to know she wouldn't like anything too flashy. An idea came into his mind, but first, he had to talk to a couple of people to find out if what he wanted was possible. So after 3 weeks, he was able to get done what he wanted. It was all set. The ring was taken to the baker and placed inside the fortune cookie. The table was booked at Riley's favorite Chinese restaurant. He was as nervous as a cat on a hot tin roof as he waited for her to get ready. Why are you pacing back and forth? She asked, coming from the bathroom as she was putting her earrings on. He turned his head to look at her and stood there staring. She had on a little black dress that was just low enough to get a good look at her cleavage. Riley, every time I look at you I fall deeper in love. You look amazing in that dress. Going over, she put her arms around his neck. You say the sweetest things to me. These last few months have been the best and I love you. It had been several months since Silas had been sentenced to prison for life. He was out of their lives and now they were truly happy. Her job was going well and they still partied with their friends. Carter and Alyssa moved in together and planned on getting married someday in the future. Their friends and family all knew he was going to propose, so when Riley called and asked her friends if they wanted to go out with them, they all said they were busy with other stuff. When they got to the restaurant, he ordered them a bottle of wine. I've always loved this place, she said after they ordered their food and the waiter had walked away. Logan smiled at her. I know, that's why I decided to bring you here. Riley, are you happy with me? With our life together? I'm very happy. I know we've had our arguments, but you've proved to me that I can trust you. And I am so deeply in love with you. But you seem a little nervous, so maybe I should be asking you that very question. He reached over to take her hand. I think you know the answer. For years I played the field and said I'd never settle down with one woman. I honestly never thought I could love, but meeting you changed all that. I am so happy and totally devoted to you. The meal arrived, interrupting their conversation. Oh, that was so delicious, she said, pushing her plate away and sitting back in her chair. No way can I eat any dessert. So I think tonight I'll skip it. Me too, he said, looking over at the server and gave him the signal. Minutes later the waiter came over with coffee for them, and placed a fortune cookies down on the table. She looked at them and noticed that one of them was much larger than the other. Will you look at that? I've never seen one so big before. Now he was really nervous. You should open it. Maybe later, she replied. No, now. When she gave him a strange look, he swallowed hard and cleared his throat and came up with a reason why she had to open it now. It's bad luck not to open it and read your fortune after eating the meal. I've never heard that before, she said, looking at him suspiciously. Sometimes he wished she wasn't so stubborn, and would do what he asked without questioning it. I have. So go on. When she went to reach for the small one, he stopped her. I think you should take the larger one. Okay, she said. Picking it up, she looked at him as she shook it. There's something inside, she said, looking at him. Yeah, your fortune. Go ahead, crack it open. When she broke it apart and saw the ring along with the note, she felt tears filling her eyes. And when she looked at him, he was down on one knee beside her. Logan, she managed to say, her voice shaking. He reached up and took the ring from her fingers. Riley, you are the best thing that has ever happened to me. You are my sunlight on a cloudy day. When I'm feeling down, or had a rough day, just seeing your smile makes me feel better. I love you and want to spend the rest of my life with you. Will you make my life complete? Will you marry me? She was so overwhelmed with emotions, as tears slid slowly down her cheek, that all she could do was smile and nod her head. Is that a yes? He asked, just to confirm it. Yes, yes, I'll marry you. Her hand shook as he placed the ring over her finger and pulled her up, giving her a very long kiss. He broke the kiss and turned to the others eating and shouted out. She said yes. When the others clapped, he turned back to her. You have made me the happiest man alive. Let's go home and celebrate in private. When they got home, he couldn't wait to get her upstairs, but he was in for a big surprise. As soon as he opened, the door lights came on and people started shouting congratulations. He had no idea that their friends and family were going to be doing this, otherwise he wouldn't have told them. But when he saw how happy Riley was, he just couldn't stay mad at everyone. All the women gathered around Riley to check out her ring. The men went over to Logan, patting him on the back and handing him a beer. So my little brother is finally settling down, Alexander said, shaking his hand. Just how did you all get in here? Alexander shrugged his shoulders. Have you forgotten? I've got a key. As soon as you guys left for dinner, we all got together and decorated and prepared some food. Tonight we celebrate. Where are the twins? Logan asked, looking around for them. They're spending the night at Anna's parents'. So have you set a date yet? Not yet. We were going to discuss it later. Carter was the only one to notice that Logan didn't seem too pleased. I bet you wanted to be alone tonight. Yeah, I kind of was. The men all chuckled. If you thought for 1 minute that we were going to let our best friend get engaged and not celebrate, then you don't know us very well, Carter said, giving Logan a light smack on the back. Riley was handed a glass of wine and asked to tell them everything about the proposal. The women were all teary-eyed hearing how Logan had the diamond ring inside of the fortune cookie, and how he got down on one knee and the speech he made to her. It's such a beautiful ring, and that stone is huge, Julia said as she admired the ring. Riley lifted her hand up to look at the diamond on her finger. It was a single solitaire in white gold, and she had to admit the diamond was huge. Some may think it was plain and simple, but to her, it was the most beautiful ring she had ever seen, and she loved it. Every time Logan tried to go over to Riley, someone always got in his way, wanting to talk. It was way over an hour before he finally managed to get her alone in the kitchen. Putting his arms around her waist, he pulled her close. Sometimes I get the feeling our friends are deliberately keeping us apart tonight. I've been dying to kiss you. Putting her arms around his neck, she pressed her body into his. We're alone now. Yes, we are, he said, lowering his mouth onto hers. He gave her a long and passionate kiss. He growled loudly when a couple of people came into the kitchen and interrupted them. There you two are, Julia and Alyssa said, pulling them apart and dragging them into the living room. Speeches were made and stories were told about each one of them. More drinks were served, and when it was time for everyone to leave, those who didn't have a designated driver took a cab home. As much as Logan did enjoy the party, he was glad when everybody left to go home. Now he had her all to himself. He was planning on rocking her world tonight. But when he went into the living room, he found her fast asleep on the sofa, passed out. He gently removed the hair from her face and kissed her cheek. Picking her up in his arms, he carried her up to the bedroom. Once there, he laid her down and removed her clothes, covering her up with a blanket. He was not upset at all with her having drunk too much and spoiling what he had planned. She was having fun at the party, and they had their whole lives ahead to make love. Climbing into bed next to her, he leaned over and gave her a soft kiss on the lips. Laying down on his back, he watched her for a while. A feeling of warmth filled his heart. "Logan," she called out when she woke up in the morning with a pounding headache. "There you are," she said when he walked into the bedroom, carrying a glass of water and something else in his hand. Going over to the bed, he sat her down on the edge. "I thought you might need these," he said, handing her the water and aspirins. She sat her day up. "You're a lifesaver," popping the pills into her mouth. She took a long drink of the water and swallowed the pills. "How did I get naked? Did we do it?" He laughed. "I wanted to, but you passed out. I'm so sorry. I know you wanted to celebrate our engagement alone and have a wild night of passion. It's just that my friends kept feeding me the wine." He lifted her chin up with his finger. "You don't have to apologize. It's okay. When you're feeling a little better, you should call your parents and let them know we're engaged." "I will. Just give me a couple of hours," she said, laying back on the bed and closing her eyes. "Okay, you get some rest and I'll see you downstairs whenever you're ready," he said. Giving her a kiss, he left the room and went down to make some coffee. 2 hours later, she finally got out of bed and threw on one of his shirts, making her way downstairs, with the aroma of fresh coffee drifting towards her. "Oh good. I really need a cup of that." When she sat her day down, he poured her a cup and placed it in front of her along with her phone. "Call your parents." "Oh my God, you're such a nag." She grunted and picked up the phone and dialed the number. After talking to them for about 20 minutes, she hung up. "I couldn't tell from your side of the conversation if they were happy about our engagement or not." She looked up at him and smiled. "They're very happy about the engagement. But of course they had to keep asking me when we were getting married, and I told them we weren't sure yet. We should talk about setting a date. I personally would like to get married as soon as possible." "Just how soon were you thinking?" "Today," he answered, taking a bite of his toast. "Logan, be serious." "All right. First we have to figure out what kind of wedding we want. Do you want a big one with all the trimmings or something small and simple?" "Whatever you want is fine with me, because the only thing that's important to me is that we get married as soon as possible. I do want a church wedding. It doesn't have to be a big one. Just a few friends and our family." She looked at him with a big smile on his face. "How about 3 months from now? That would give us plenty of time to arrange a small wedding." "Okay, 3 months it is," he said. Taking a hold of her hand, he pulled her onto his lap. He started kissing her neck as his fingers undid the buttons on the shirt she was wearing. For the next 3 months, between working and planning the wedding, they were kept busy. Her parents sent them some money for the wedding, and were planning to be there a week before the big day. They didn't want to take the money, but George and Emma insisted, saying that it was their job as her parents to help pay for the wedding. Not wanting to hurt or offend them, they used the money to help pay for some of the expenses. Alyssa was to be the maid of honor, Anna and Julia the bridesmaids. Alexander would be Logan's best man, and the twins were to be the ushers. The reception was going to be held at Alexander's and Anna's place. Riley and the others had their dresses picked out, and the men and the twins had their tuxes. It was a week before the wedding, and her parents were due at any moment. This time they went to the airport to pick them up. Chapter 34. The day after her parents arrived, Riley took her mother and the other women, who were part of the wedding, to the bridal shop for her last fitting and hopefully to bring the dress home. When she tried on the dress and came out for the others to see, her mother broke down and cried. "Mom, don't cry." "Oh, baby, it's just that you look so beautiful and I'm so proud of you." "Thank you, Mom. I just hope that Logan and I can be as happy as you and Dad are. You two have a wonderful marriage, and that's what I want." "Honey, you will. Just remember that neither one of you are perfect and will make mistakes. The thing is to always listen to each other and forgive. Love him as he is and don't try to change him. I know he loves you and will treat you right. Just be happy." "Oh, Mom," Riley said, giving her mother a big hug. After they had lunch, they went home, where the guys were busy having a few beers and watching a ball game on TV. When Logan saw her, he got up and went over, taking a hold of her hand. "I hope you don't mind that I invited everyone over." "Not at all, and we should have them stay for dinner. I'm sure Dad would love to barbecue some burgers. I'm just going to take my dress upstairs." "Can I see it?" "No, you can't. It's bad luck, she said, giving him a quick kiss before she left the room. When she got upstairs, she put her dress in the back of the closet, and then noticed a small box laying on her pillow with a note attached to it. To the love of my life and wife-to-be. She unwrapped the ribbon and opened it, tears welling up in her eyes when she saw a pair of diamond earrings. I hope you like them. She turned around, still holding them, to find Logan standing by the door. They're beautiful, but you shouldn't have. He walked over to her, placing the palms of his hands on her cheeks. I believe it's a custom to give the bride a gift, and I thought they would look beautiful on you on our wedding day, Riley. You deserve to have everything, and I want to be the one to give it to you. All I want is for us to be happy, she said, smiling at him. We will be, I promise. I have something for you too. She went over to her dresser and took out a small box that was wrapped in shiny paper. I was going to wait until after the honeymoon to give it to you, but since you gave me something, I want you to have it now. Taking the gift from her hand, he smiled as he slowly opened it, and when he saw what was inside, his eyes grew as wide as saucers and a smile broke out on his face. For real. For real, she said, shedding some tears. I just found out this morning, and I was hoping you'd be happy about it. Happy? Are you kidding me? I am over the moon with happiness. You have no idea how happy I am. I love you so much, he said, taking her into his arms and kissing her. He couldn't believe his luck. He was about to marry the woman of his dreams, and now he was going to be a father. When the kiss was broken, she turned serious. Do you think we should wait to tell everyone? They're going to wonder why you aren't drinking and will probably guess anyway, so it's best we tell them now. She nodded her head. I think you're right. They walked downstairs, holding hands, and went to join the others. Looking at each other, they went over, still holding hands. Riley and I have something to share with all of you. What is it? George said, and noticed how happy the two were. Logan took one more look at her and squeezed her hand. Riley's pregnant. We're having a baby. He couldn't stop smiling. He felt so much joy and love. Everyone cheered, and getting up went and hugged them both. Her mother cried as she kissed them, saying how happy she was and couldn't wait to be a grandmother. Only her father remained seated. Dad, Riley said, looking at him. When George stood up and started walking toward them with a straight face, Logan stepped behind Riley, putting his hands on her shoulders. He felt safer there. No way would George punch him with his pregnant daughter in front of him. George kept his eyes on Logan until he got to them. He then touched her cheek. My baby is having a baby. I'm so happy, he said, pulling her into his arms and giving her a big hug. Letting her go, he focused on Logan. So, you're going to be a father? Yes, sir, he answered, swallowing hard. Congratulations, you're a very lucky man, he said, shaking Logan's hand. You better take good care of Riley and the baby. I will, Logan said, feeling relieved that he didn't get a punch in the face. With George, he never knew what he was thinking, as his face never revealed his emotions. Let me get you another drink, George. Later that night, the others went home and Emma and George went to bed. Riley was already in bed when Logan got there. While he was sitting on the edge removing his pants, she got up on her knees, put her arms around him, and started kissing his neck. He instantly got hard when he felt her naked body against his back. Are you naked? He asked, knowing full well that she was. Yes, I am. Would you prefer it if I wasn't? He turned around, pushing her down onto the bed. Silly woman. I would love it if you were naked all the time. She licked her lips when she felt his erection rubbing against her. Her hands moved ever so lightly over his muscular shoulders. I just bet you would. But what would our friends think if they came over? I'm sure the guys wouldn't mind. He grabbed her wrists and pinned them above her head. I'd have to kill them if they looked at you naked. This body of yours is for my eyes only. Now open these gorgeous legs of yours, because I'm putting my giant worm into your pool to go fishing. Maybe I'm not in the mood, she said, smiling at him. Not to worry. I can fix that, he said, moving his one hand down and between her legs. He began rubbing over her feminine folds. He placed one finger inside her. Finding out how wet she was, he looked at her. He shook his head. Not in the mood, you say, you little tease. She giggled when he removed his finger and placed his snake inside her. Oh, that feels so good, she said when he started thrusting inside her. You know what would feel better? What? He asked, kissing her neck. If you would go faster, make me scream out your name. She had to control her screams so that her parents wouldn't hear them. But damn, what he was doing and the way he was rotating his hips was driving her insane. She wasn't complaining when he gave her a couple of ARC SMS before he got his own release. A week later, wedding. Logan was not pleased about having to leave Riley the night before their wedding and had to stay at Alexander's place. But he was told it was bad luck to see the bride before the wedding. If it weren't for her parents being here, he wouldn't have agreed to it. "Logan, I need to talk to you," Alexander said, handing him a beer. He sat down across from him. "I want you to know how happy I am that you found someone to love and spend your life with. Riley is a wonderful woman." "You don't have to tell me that." He looked at Alexander and smirked. "You said you had something to talk to me about. If it's about the birds and bees, you're a little too late. I already know." "Smartass. No, I want to give you a gift." "Well, it's not really a gift. Now that you're getting married and starting a family, it's time you joined me in running the business." "What are you talking about?" "You've grown up a lot and I want for you to be an equal partner in our construction business. It was always yours to begin with. It's what our father wanted, for both of us to run it. So what do you say?" "I appreciate it, but you were the one to keep it going and made it a big success. I wouldn't feel right coming in now after all your hard work." "Logan, you helped me along the way. It was you that encouraged me to keep going when things went wrong and I wanted to quit. Anna and I talked about it, and she too wants you to be a partner. She was always complaining about the long hours I had to work with you. On my side, those hours could drop since you will be taking over some of the work. I'm not getting any younger and I could use your help." Logan took a drink from his beer bottle. "Alexander, I think I'm ready for the responsibility." "No, strike that. I am ready. Have the papers drawn up and I'll sign them when I get back from my honeymoon." "You don't have to wait. I have the papers right here," he said, pulling some papers out of his jacket. "You prick, how did you know I'd say yes?" "Because you're a man in love and ready to give his wife and family the best he can. Just sign them," he said, handing Logan the form to sign. Taking them, he signed his name and handed them back to his brother. "Welcome, partner," Alexander said, getting up to shake Logan's hand. "We need a drink to seal the deal." Back at Logan and Riley's home, Riley was in bed reading when there was a knock at the door and her mother entered, carrying a tray with milk and cookies on it. "Hi, Mom, what's all this for?" "I thought since you were alone you could use some company, and seeing you're expecting I figured you could use a snack," she said, placing the tray over her lap. She sat there, staring at Riley while she ate a cookie. "Mom, why are you staring at me?" "I'm sorry, honey. I can't help it. When I look at you I see the little girl I used to hold in my arms when you were sad or feeling sick. You grew up so quickly, but you grew into a beautiful, strong woman. I am so proud of you. I love you and you'll always be my little girl." "I love you too, Mom." They turned their heads when there was a knock at the door and George peeked his head in. "Is this a private conversation or can anyone join?" "Dad, come on in." Going over, he sat on the other side of the bed. "Are you ready for your big day? You know you can always change your mind about getting married." "Dad, I love Logan and I'm not going to change my mind." He chuckled. "I didn't think so. Look, don't tell Logan, but I really like him, and I know he'll be good to you." She teared up. Hearing him say that made her feel good. "Dad, are you disappointed in me?" "Why would you ask me that?" "I know how you feel about people living together, without being married and having a baby out of wedlock." He reached over and stroked the top of her hair. "Baby girl, I'm not that old-fashioned. Not anymore. I'm hip to the ways of the new generation." Both Riley and her mother laughed. "What's so funny?" he asked, looking confused. "Just what you said. Coming from you it sounded funny," Riley said, smiling at him. "Well, what I meant to say was I'm so proud of you, and as long as you're happy that's all that matters to me. I'm also excited about becoming a grandfather. Sweetheart, I could never be disappointed in you. You're my baby girl and you always will be." "Thanks, Dad. I think that's enough talk for tonight. You need to get some rest. It's a big day for you tomorrow, and you have to take care of that little one growing inside you," Emma said, leaning over, gave her a kiss on the cheek. "We'll see you in the morning." After they left, she turned off the light and laid down, wondering what Logan was doing when her phone rang. Picking it up and seeing it was Logan, she smiled when she answered it. "Hi, you shouldn't be calling me. It's bad luck." "No, it's not. Seeing the bride before the wedding is bad luck. I can't see you, so it's okay. I just couldn't go to bed without hearing your sweet voice." I miss you so much, and this being apart the night before the wedding is ridiculous. Logan, it's just one night. I know, but I miss you. How's our little guy doing? She smiled as she rubbed her stomach. Little guy? Do you think it's a boy? To tell you the truth, it doesn't matter if it's a boy or girl. I can't wait until tomorrow. I love you so much, and I'll be dreaming about you when I fall asleep. Same here. I love you. Good night, she said. Hanging up, she realized just how much she was missing him. Chapter 35. Alexander walked into the guest bedroom just as Logan was finished putting on his tux. Now look at my baby brother, he said, fixing his bow tie for him. Take it easy. You're sweating like crazy. Were you this nervous when you married Anna? All men get nervous when they're about to say I do, but once you see her walking down the aisle towards you, will forget about being nervous. You'll look at her smiling back at you, and your heart will start beating faster than ever, and your palms will get sweaty. You are about to embark on the greatest adventure of your life. Maybe you'll be blessed with twins. Oh God, don't say that. Having one is scary enough, but two at once. I don't know how you got through it. Logan, there's nothing to be scared about. You'll do great. We better head over to the church where the others are waiting for us. When he turned to leave, Logan grabbed his arm. What's wrong? Are you having second thoughts about getting married? If you are, George will kill you. No, I'm not having second thoughts. The bands, I can't remember where I put them. Relax. They're right here in my pocket, Alexander said, patting the breast pocket of his jacket. Back at the house, Anna, Alyssa and Julia were busy helping Riley get ready. After her hair and makeup were done, she put on her dress. The diamond earrings that Logan had given her she put on last. You look so beautiful, Alyssa and the other two said. Thank you, she said, turning to look at herself in the mirror. My life is so perfect. I'm marrying the man of my dreams and having his baby. I have a great job and I'm so happy. Then why do you look so sad? Julia asked, looking over at her. Everything is perfect, but I'm just worried that something's going to happen to destroy it all. Alyssa went over to her, placing her hands on Riley's shoulders, staring her straight in the eyes. Now you listen to me, girl. You've been through so much heartache in the past. Now it's time for you to have your happy ever after. Now turn that frown upside down and smile. You're marrying a great guy who has one hell of a hot body, so be happy. Riley nodded. You're right. And what are you doing looking at my man's body? She asked, smiling as she gave Alyssa the stink eye. Hey, I may be engaged to Carter, but that doesn't mean I can't look. Everyone was laughing when Emma walked in. I see you girls are having fun. She then looked at Riley. Sweetheart, you look so beautiful, she said. Going over, she gave her a hug. Tears filled her eyes. Mom, don't you dare cry or I will, and my mascara will start to run. All right, I'll try not to. Your father is waiting downstairs to drive us all to the church. Is everyone ready? They all nodded their heads and headed downstairs. George was waiting for them at the bottom of the steps, and when he looked up and saw Riley, a tear slid down his cheek. When she got to the bottom of the stairs, he took her face in his hands. Baby, you look so beautiful and grown up. I can't believe my little girl is getting married and having a baby. I want you to know I love you so much and I am so proud of you. You've made a good choice with Logan. Thanks, I think so too. Now, will you get me to the church on time? Giving her a kiss on the cheek, he opened the door for her and held her arm as he led her outside and over to the car. He always knew this day would come, when he'd have to see her marry and start a family of her own. When they got to the church, Emma went in ahead of them and got to her seat before the music started. She smiled at Logan when he looked at her, and seeing the twins in their little tuxes, she felt her eyes watering up. Logan took a deep breath when the music started. Knowing the women were about to come down the aisle, he watched as Anna, then Julia came towards them first, then Alyssa last, and he felt butterflies in his stomach, and his heart was pounding inside his chest when he saw Riley on her father's arm. She seemed to float as she walked toward him. His eyes glistened when he saw how beautiful she looked, so radiant, and he thanked God she was his. When the minister asked who gives this woman away, her father said he did. He gave her a kiss on the cheek before placing her hand in Logan's. He was so overcome with happiness he forgot where he was. Hi, he said, smiling at her. Hi, she replied, smiling back at him. I missed you like crazy last night. I never want to spend another night apart from you again. Ever. God, you look absolutely gorgeous. Thank you for marrying me. Blushing, she glanced around at everybody who was watching them and snickering. Logan, Can we discuss this later? Feeling somebody tapping him on the shoulder, he turned his head and saw that the minister was shaking his head. I'm sorry. Please continue. Once the laughter died down, the ceremony continued. They held hands as the minister went on with the ceremony, both staring into each other's eyes. Once the wedding bands were placed on their fingers, and they said their I do's, Logan placed his hands on her waist. Pulling her close, he gave her a big long kiss, both overwhelmed with happiness. She put her arms around his neck when he lifted her up off her feet, giving her another kiss. Everyone got up and cheered and clapped as the couple made their way down the aisle and outside of the church. They were then surrounded by well-wishers. Logan kept his arm around her waist. He couldn't believe that she was his in every sense of the word. Before heading to Alexander's place for the reception, pictures were taken. More hugs and kisses were given. When Logan and Riley got to the reception, they were both in awe at how the place looked. The outside had tables set up for the buffet meal. There were flowers and decorations, and a bar was set up. They even had a disc jockey to play music and a dance area. Thank you so much for doing all of this for us. You went to so much trouble and expense. How can we ever thank you? Riley asked both Alexander and Anna. Just be happy, Anna said, giving her a hug. Then she looked at Logan. You better treat this girl right. Logan smiled back at Anna, putting his arm around Riley's waist. I planned on being the best husband ever. Everyone was enjoying a glass of champagne, while Riley had a glass of apple juice. They then sat down to enjoy a lovely meal. During the meal, there were several speeches made. Most of them were of picking on Logan. Carter brought up how Logan hid behind the bride's father when they announced that she was pregnant. Then it came time for the bride and groom to start off the dance. He drew her into his arms as the music began. Are you happy, my wife? My wife. I love the sound of that. I am very happy and I love you with all of my heart, she said, kissing him when he lowered his head. Soon the others joined in and George went over and asked if he could cut in. Logan gave Riley a kiss before walking over to the bar, where his brother and friends were gathered around talking. So now that you're a married man, do you feel any different? Alexander asked, handing him a beer. I feel like $1 million. He looked over at Riley, watching as she danced with her father. And why wouldn't I be? Just look at her. She's so beautiful and the best thing that's ever come into my life. Anna came rushing over to them. She was in a panic. Alexander. Logan. I don't know what I'm going to do. Alexander placed his hands on her shoulders. Sweetheart, what's wrong? It's the cake. What about it? The caterer forgot to bring it, so they called the store and had one of their drivers bring it. But now their truck broke down and it's a couple of miles from here. Just relax. I'll take one of the guys with me and we'll go get it. Anna took a deep breath. Thank you. It's almost time for the cake, so please don't take too long, she said, giving Alexander a quick kiss. She took off to let the others know that the cake would be here soon. Logan went back over to Riley and her father, who was still dancing. Mind if I cut in? George kissed Riley on the cheek. Again, I want to tell you how beautiful you are, and how proud I am of the young woman that you turned into. I love you, sweetheart. I love you to Dad, she said, giving him a big hug. Sweetheart, are you getting tired? Logan asked, worried that with her being pregnant she might be overdoing it. No, I feel great. I know I'm pregnant, but I don't feel sick or tired. I haven't even had any morning sickness, so I guess I'm one of the lucky ones. All right, I just don't want you getting too tired. We do have to go to the airport soon. Barbados. I still can't believe you're taking me there for 2 weeks, she said, resting her head on his shoulder. When Alexander and Carter got back with the cake, Anna relaxed. She was so afraid the cake wouldn't get here in time. Logan had her promise to make sure the cake had yellow roses on it, knowing they were Riley's favorite. After the cake was cut and the newlyweds took the first bite, the guests were then served while Riley and Logan went upstairs to change. Their limousine was due to arrive in an hour to take them to the airport. When they were upstairs, he pulled her into his arms, kissing her passionately. If you only knew how much I want to make love to you, he said, pressing his hardness against her. Logan, you just have to wait. We don't have time right now, she said, breaking the embrace and turning her back to him. Undo my dress for me, please. As he did what he was told, she looked over her shoulder. You look really hot in the tux. It suits you. He laughed. Make sure to get a good look. You won't be seeing me in this monkey suit again. I'm more comfortable in jeans and a shirt. She turned back to face him. Removing the dress, she stood there in just her panties and bra. That's too bad. Seeing you in it gets me all hot and bothered. Smiling, she started undressing him. Looking down, she saw his soldier standing at attention. "Look what you did. You woke him up, now you have to take care of it." "Well, I guess we have time for this," she said. Getting on her knees, she pulled down his briefs and took care of him. "There, that ought to do it until we get to our hotel suite." Wrapping his arms around her, gave her a kiss that showed her how much he loved her. "I wasn't expecting that, but thank you. It was amazing." He really wanted to make love to her, but he also knew they didn't have time. They made their way back downstairs to say their goodbyes. Before getting into the limousine, Riley turned her back on all the single females and threw her a bouquet. Julia was the one to catch it. Turning to look at Steve, she gave him a huge grin. When they got on the plane, she was so exhausted she went right to sleep. He knew that with her being pregnant, that she had overdone it, so he let her sleep. Giving her a kiss, he put his arm around her and went to sleep. For 2 weeks they enjoyed the sights, great food, but spent most of the time in their suite, making love. She was so glad that she never experienced morning sickness. Her mother was the same way when she was carrying her. They were both sad when it was time to go home, but also happy to be starting their new life together. Chapter 36, Epilogue. Riley and Logan decided to come home a day early, keeping it from their friends. If they had told them, they would have wanted to come right over. Wanting to have one day as a married couple in their home, they had a cab pick them up. Tomorrow morning they would call the others and let them know. Arriving home, Logan carried their luggage up to the door. Putting them down, he picked her up bridal style and carried her over the threshold. Once inside, he kicked the door closed and headed towards the stairs. "Logan, what about our luggage?" "They can wait. Right now I want to take you upstairs. Rip off your clothes. Run my tongue down your body and between your legs. Then I'm going to get inside you and make you feel things you've never dreamed of." When they got upstairs, she stopped him from removing her clothes. "Wait, I have a surprise for you, but it'll take me a minute to get it together. While I'm doing that, go downstairs and bring the luggage in, but take your time." "I wanted to rip off your clothes," he said, pouting. "Don't pout, my darling. You liked my surprise. Now go," she said, and practically pushed him out the door. As soon as she was alone, she stripped out of her clothes and went to the closet and took out what she needed. He grumbled to himself as he went downstairs and brought the luggage up, but when he saw what was before him sitting on the bed, wearing nothing but one of his hard hats, he dropped the luggage. "Hot damn," he said out loud. He had dreamt of this moment, having mentioned it to her a long time ago, but never thought she would do it. Seeing the smile on his face and the bulge inside his pants growing at her smiling, "Hi lover, do you have time for sex? I have an opening." He stripped out of his clothes as he made his way toward the bed. "Oh, I have time for sex," he said. Pushing her down on the bed, he climbed on top of her. The next few weeks went pretty smoothly. Work was good. Their love blossomed. But once she got around 5 months pregnant, Logan started getting worried about her. She was always so tired and very, very grumpy, so he made a doctor's appointment for her. "Mrs. Foster, what seems to be the problem?" Dr. Jordan asked, pulling out her file. "I'm always so tired and my husband says I'm super bitchy," she said, turning her head and giving Logan the stink eye. The doctor looked over her chart. "Everything appears to be all right. Your blood pressure is normal. You've gained just the right amount of weight. Let's give you another scan and see if there's something we've missed." She was taken into the other room, and the doctor started doing the scan. After a few minutes, he looked at the couple and smiled. "I think I know why you are feeling so tired." "What is it?" she asked, taking hold of Logan's hand. "You're having twins." "Twins?" both said at the same time. "Are you sure?" Riley asked, staring at the screen. "I'm sure, and would you like to know the sex?" She looked at Logan. "What do you think?" she asked, her eyes tearing up. She wasn't expecting to have twins, and was worried about how she would cope, though she was happy about it. "I'd love to know, but it's up to you," he said, beaming with pride. "All right, tell us." After a moment he gave them the news. "They're both girls. Congratulations to both of you. That is the reason for you feeling tired, so you'll have to get plenty of rest and stay off your feet as much as possible." Logan had one concern. "Doctor, my wife isn't very big, even for carrying one. Shouldn't she be bigger by now?" Riley pulled her hand from his. "What, do you want me to get as big as a barn?" she asked, snapping at him. He looked over at the doctor, feeling his face getting red. "Sweetheart, that's not what I'm saying. I just thought when carrying twins you'd be bigger. Anna was huge when she was as far along as you are now." "Oh God, He knew that judging by the look she was giving him, he would be taking a cold shower tonight. Every woman is different, and we'll keep a close eye on your wife. The doctor got to his feet. I'll see you again in 2 weeks. In the meantime, get plenty of rest. On the drive home, she started to cry, causing him to pull over. Honey, what's wrong? We're having twins and you don't seem happy about it. He put his arm around her. Are you kidding me? I'm so happy we're having a baby, and even more so that it's twins. Now I'll have 3 beautiful women in my life to love and take care of. Give me a kiss, you SI thing. I'm not SI. I'm going to get so fat. Taking her chin in his hand, he kissed her. You're not going to get fat. You're going to get more beautiful than ever. It looks like I'd better hurry up and get the baby's room ready. If it's all right with you, I'll get the guys to help me paint and set it up the way we planned. Only I'll need to order an extra crib. She wiped the tears from her eyes. Make sure to get a matching one. With her having twins and being so tired, she decided to take a leave of absence from work. Her boss was very understanding and told her that her job would be waiting for her when she was ready to come back. The only thing she didn't like was her boss was giving Earl her job until she returned. Earl was a creep who had been after her job from the beginning. A couple of weeks later, their friends came over. The women had a baby shower for her while the guys got the nursery ready. When they took her upstairs to see the room, she broke down and cried, going into Logan's arms. It's perfect. Thank you so much. I love it. Hey, why are you just thanking him? We helped too, Carter said, pointing to himself, Steve and Carl. Oh, come here you guys, she said, holding out her arms to hug them. She then turned to the women. I also want to thank you for the baby shower. The gifts are perfect. That night when everyone was gone and they went to bed, she started kissing his neck, her hand grabbing onto his manhood, which instantly grew hard. Looks like my soldier is ready for action. What say you put him into battle? He loved it when she kissed his neck and played with his snake. It had been a couple of weeks since they had sex, and he wasn't about to turn her down. I'm ready and I will win the battle, he said, rolling her gently onto her back. He was careful when he made love to her, making sure not to put his full weight on her stomach. Riley was now 8 months pregnant and spent most of her time in bed. Even the smallest amount of housework became too hard to do, so Logan had the housekeeper come in for days a week instead of twice a week. Whenever she became grumpy, he would run out and buy her strawberries. She had such a big craving for them. That and chocolates. At night he would lay next to her, feeling the babies move. We need to pick out names for these little angels, he said, kissing and rubbing her belly. How about Emma Rose and Elizabeth? She said, running her fingers through his hair. She loved it when he rubbed her belly. Emma Rose has your mother's in it and Elizabeth after my mother. I like it. It will make your mother happy, and I know if my mom was alive she'd be very pleased. Okay, it's settled, but we won't tell anyone until the babies are born. A week later, Logan was at work. Even though he was a partner, he still liked doing manual labor and was busy helping to lay some cement when Alexander came running over. Logan, you have to get to the hospital now. Riley's having the babies, but she still has 2 weeks to go. Alexander shook his head, taking the shovel from his hand. Well, they decided to come early. Now get going. He could hardly contain his excitement and picked his brother up and swung him around. I'm about to be a dad, he said, racing off to his car. He was dirty and sweaty, but didn't have time to go home to change. When he got there, he was told where to go, and stepping into the room, he saw Alyssa with her. It's about fucking time you got here. Riley swore at him. And you stink too? He went over and stroked her hair. I got here as soon as I could. What happened? I thought the babies weren't due for another 2 or 3 weeks. I don't know. Why don't you ask them when they come out of me? She said in a snarky tone. Did you call my parents to let them know? Hell no. I'll do it, Alyssa said, grabbing her phone. She walked past Logan and whispered, good luck. She's bitchy as hell and it's all yours now. I heard that, Riley snapped. Logan tried to calm her. He could tell she was in a lot of pain. Can I get you something? Yes, I want a cheeseburger and onion rings and a strawberry milkshake. Really? He asked, raising an eyebrow. No, you fool. She felt bad about being so short with him. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be so bitchy. It's just that I'm so uncomfortable and want the babies out now. Why aren't my parents here? I need my mother. They weren't due until next week, but I'm sure that once Alyssa tells them, they'll be on the next flight out. He reached for the container of ice chips, offering her some. Try chewing on these. I heard they help. Just then the doctor walked in, giving them both a big smile. I hear these little ones are on their way. I'm just going to take a peek and see. When he was done, he stood up. It's time. They're coming, so I'll have you taken to the delivery room. Logan had just enough time to wash out and to put on the gown provided for him. He knew the others had arrived. There was no keeping her friends away. He held her hand but hadn't realized how strong she was until he felt the bones in his hand being crushed. Okay, Mrs. Foster, one more big push. She pushed with every bit of strength she had and felt her first baby sliding out. She cried when the first baby was placed in her arms. She's beautiful. Yes, she sure is. You did real good, sweetheart. He couldn't get over how small but beautiful his first daughter was, who they would name Emma Rose. He watched as the nurse took her away, and now it was time for Elizabeth to come into the world. Now this baby was being stubborn and was taking her time being born, but 15 minutes later, she finally decided to make an appearance. They were given a few minutes with their second daughter before they were taken away to be checked. Logan went to tell the others while Riley was being taken care of. When he went to her room, he was wearing the clean clothes Alexander had brought him. Going over to the bed where she was with the babies in her arms, he felt tears burning his eyes. They are so beautiful. Can I hold one? Of course you can, she said, handing Emma Rose over. Logan, I'm sorry for being such a bitch, and you have been wonderful through all of it. I love you, and I know that wasn't a really you. Thank you for giving me the precious gift, and I promise I'll be a great dad and an even better husband. The gang's all outside waiting to come in. I told them just a couple at a time, but I doubt they'll listen. He was right. All 5 of their friends came in along with Alexander and Anna. Each one took a turn holding the babies. Your mom and dad are taking the first flight out and should be here by morning, Alyssa said, smiling down at the baby. You two sure make cute babies. If you ever need a babysitter, Carter and I will be happy to help out. The following morning, her parents arrived and stayed for 2 weeks to help out. Emma was over the moon to find out that one of the twins was named after her. To sum things up, Riley and Logan never had any more children, and she decided to be a stay-home mom, giving up her job, but did find another in the same line of work when the twins went to school full-time. Alyssa and Carter got married and had 3 children, 2 boys and 1 girl. Julia and Steve were also married but didn't have any children. Carl still remains single to this day, loving the single life and playing the field. Logan and Riley had a long and happy life. He remained loving and faithful to her. His love for her grew stronger every day. They also enjoyed a passionate love life, engaging in some kinky stuff. They kept the spice in their sex life and never looked at the opposite sex. They only had eyes for each other. If you enjoyed the story, drop a comment below and let us know your thoughts. Your input helps us improve. Please consider leaving a review to help others find the book. That end.